Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to show you a quick overview of pharmacy management system. So I've already started the project and here this is a login page. In this project, we have two modules. One is the administrator module and one is pharmacist module. So let's start with the administrator module. So first, for the administrator module, my username and password is btechdays and btechdays. So I'm going to type that and I'm going to type this again and just click on sign in, and here you can see this, we move to the dashboard. Here you can see this, we have a card, three cards over here. One is for admin user, one is for pharmacist, and another is for customer. So we have only these two modules. You can add another modules over here, and so here you can see this, you have total number of admins user. There you can see this is 2, and total number of pharma users is 1, and total number of customer is 0 because we don't have any details for customer. And here you can see this is a fancy button. Here you can see it means that whenever we add a new user into our database, then we need to refresh or reload the data over here. So this is a reload button. When you click on this, so data will be updated over here in these two boxes or labels, you can say. Okay, here you can see this. In these two cards, I have provided the details for what actually admin can do. Admin user can add user, view user, profile management, and other stuff an admin user can do. The pharmacist can do, it can actually add medicines, it can view medicine, it can update medicine, it can sell medicine, and it can also delete medicine. Okay, so these tasks will be done by the pharmacist. So next thing, we have add user. Here what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one user. So here you can see this, the pharmacist is, we have one, so I'm going to add one more. So I'm going to add a pharmacist user, and the name is something Rohan. Date of birth will be something, let me just go to 1995 July, something random. Email ID rohan@gmail.com. Username Rohan. Here you can see this, when I type Rohan, here you can see the green tick. Let me try the btechdays. When I type btechdays, it shows wrong because this btechdays is already occupied. This data is actually exists in our database. I have logged in with this username, that is btechdays, so this cannot be inserted. Okay, so let me remove this. You can see there's a cross sign, so let me delete this. Let me try for Rohan, and the password is also Rohan, and click on sign up. And when I click on this, sign up successful. And when I move back to dashboard, here you can see this, the total number of pharma users is still 1, and here we have the one button. When I click on this, here you can see this, the number is updated to 2. It means that we have now 2 admin user and 2 pharma user. When I click on reset, every data is cleared. After this, we have view user. When I click on this, here you can see this, we have only 3 data visible over here. The new data which we have added, that is Rohan is not visible over here. For that, we have added a reload button over here. Click on this and new data is added now. In the same way, you can actually delete the user details as well. Here what you can do is, here we have one username, so you can search any user, like I'm going to search for Rohan, and when you delete this, all data is available over here. So SDF, this is the administrator. I'm going to delete this one. I have added this one previously, so I'm going to delete this one. So select the row which you want to delete, or select the user which you want to delete. Just select that, click on delete. Are you sure? I am going to just type yes. User record deleted, click on OK, and here you can see this is updated automatically. When we move to dashboard, now we have only one admin user, and when I click on this, now data is 1. So this one is working fine. After this, we have next module is profile. When I click on this, when I click on the any empty space over here, you can see this, all the data related to this user, that is the btechdays. Username is also visible over here, that is the btechdays, and here we have the username. And here you can see this, we have all the data related to that username. You can actually update the data, like anything you want to update. You cannot update actually the username. You can update the role, you can update the name, you can update anything. Just click on this and the data will be updated. So I'm going to update the password to btechdays, yes, like this, update, okay, view profile, and just click on this, and here you can see this, now the yes is added over here, and the administrator btechdays. Okay, so it means that this one is working fine. So let me delete the spaces sorry, the yes, and just update and okay. Now finally we have the logout. So click on this and we move to the login page over here. Next thing, we have the pharmacist module. So I'm going to log in. So pharmacist username is Kumar and the password is also Kumar. So just sign in and we move to the pharmacist dashboard. Here you can see this. We have one chart over here. One, the red one, the red box or bar is for actually expired medicine. Here you can see that this one is written over here and the valid medicine is blue one. So it's showing the count of valid or expired or valid medicines. Here we have one reload button. If you add new medicine which is valid, then you have to just click on this to reload that data over here. Next thing what we have is now add medicine. So click on this. Here you can see this. We have, for now we have 4 medicine that is valid. So now I'm going to add one medicine. So medicine ID will be anything. Medicine name will be XYZ. Medicine number 123 like this one, or 1115 times. Okay. Manufacturing date something like this, and I'm going to add one valid medicine. So for that, December 26, and quantity I'm going to purchase is 150 and one price is 250 rupees, or like something 167. Okay, so unit price, this one is one quantity price is 167. So I'm going to add this one. So click on add medicine registered. So move back to the dashboard, and here you can see this we have only 4 for now. When I click on reload, here you can see that the bar is updated to 5. In the same way, this one is working fine. Here you can observe the difference. For now this one is 5 and the expired medicine is still 2. It means that we have 5 plus 2 is 7 medicine in our database. 2 is expired and 5 is valid. Here we have one more button, that is reset. When I click on this, everything is cleared over here. So next module is view medicine. When I click on this, here you can see this, the medicine which we have added, the 5-1, the ID is 5-1, is not visible over here. So when I click on this button, now you can see this 5 XYZ medicine we have added over here, and you can delete any medicine with the same way in which we have actually deleted the profile. So just click on this, delete, and we can actually delete. So I'm not going to delete that because we have already seen the chart over here. Okay, so let me delete one actually. So click on this, select this, delete, yes, the medicine record is deleted. And now move back to dashboard, reload, and here you can see this, the expired medicine is actually deleted. That's why the bar is just gets shorter. It's now moved back to 1, and this one is working fine. Next thing, we have modify medicine. So here what we have to do is we have to actually search with the help of medicine ID. So medicine ID is 5 times 1. So search for that, and here you can see this, the data is visible over here. If I try to enter something wrong, then no medicine with ID 1562 exists. It shows that with this ID no record exists, and when I click on OK, nothing happens. You can click on this reset and to clear everything. So I'm going to do 5 times 1 and search for this, and here you can see this. Now we have the expiry medicine in December 20. So what I do, I'll just change this one to August 2020, and when I update this and click on OK, it means that this medicine expired now. So move to dashboard, reload, and here you can see that this one is 4 now, and this one, the expired medicine, is 2. It means that this one is working exactly as what we have expected. So move to the modify medicine and search for the medicine again, and here let me just make this one valid. Okay, so now that medicine is valid. After that, what we have to do is, here you can see there's a small box that is add quantity. What is this is, we have 150 medicine for 150 quantity, available quantity in the database. So what I want to do is I want to add 50 more or 15 more. I'm going to add 15 for now. So what I'm going to do is add 15. When I update this and click on OK, it means that now the available quantity needs to be 165. So what I'm going to do is just reset this and search for 1111 and click on search, and now you can see this available quantity is 165. So this one is working fine. Next thing what we have is medicine validity check. Here we have three stuff in this combo box. So first is nothing but valid medicine. When I select this, it shows all the valid medicines. Here 111 and 1 is now valid. Its expiry date is for 2050. Let's check expired medicine. So we have two expired medicine. No, sorry, exactly one. We have only one. So medicine validity check. We have only one expired medicine. So which medicine is expired, you can check details over here. And next thing we have view all medicine. When I select this, all medicine is available over here. So 336 is total number of the medicine which we have, including valid and expired medicine. Here you can see there's a 5 plus 1, that is 6. So this one is working fine. And next thing what we have is cell medicine. This module is very important and one of the important module of this complete project. So here we have to actually maintain so many stuff. We have to check so many stuff over here. So first thing, you can't see the medicine XYZ over here because we haven't loaded it yet. So when I click on this, now here you can see this, the XYZ loaded. Here you can observe one search box over here. So you can search the medicine over here. So XYZ you can search like this. When you delete, everything is visible over here. Next thing, you can observe we have only 5 medicine over here, but we have 6 medicine in the database. So why only 5 is visible? Because one medicine is expired. I have shown you one medicine is expired. Let me show you the expired one. So 123, the ID for that medicine is 123. This medicine is expired. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to actually make this medicine, the one which we have added, XYZ. I'm going to make this one expired for now, and then I'm going to check that XYZ is visible over here or not. So move back to over here, 1111 5 times, search for this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make that one expired and update this and click on OK. Move to cell medicine, click on this, and here you can see this. When I refresh or reload, the XYZ is now removed from this one, the list. So this one is working fine, that we cannot sell the expired medicine according to our database. So let me just revert that. Let me just make this one valid. Let me just refresh. Okay, so I did some mistake, right? It's still expired. Now reload. Here you can see this. Now we have XYZ. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add this medicine. When I click on this, the data of this one XYZ is filled into the every box. You cannot make any changes in this. You cannot change your price per unit. You cannot change the name. You cannot change anything. What you have to do is, here you can see this, nothing you can add over here. So what you have to do is just add the units. How many units you want to purchase? Just add 5. Then what it will do is it's going to actually calculate the unit price. Unit price into this one, and total amount for this medicine is visible over here. So as I have shown you that we have 165 stock, 165 quantity in stock. So what I want is when I add to cart, then this 5 units needs to be removed from the database. So what I'm going to do is, for now let me just show you medicine over here and just refresh. For 111, the quantity is for now in the database 165. Let me just show you that quantity is 165. Here you can see this. So now I'm going to add this one to cart. When I click on this, medicine added, click on OK, and now move back over here, and here you can see this 165 for now. When I reload this, 160, it means that the 5 quantity is now ready to be sold, or it's been sold. Next I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add ABC. So just click on this and let's check the ABC quantity. So view medicine, ABC quantity is 8, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add 5 or 2 for now. Just click on this. Now 2 is also added. Now move back over here and just click on this, and here you can see this 2 is removed. It means that 2 is minus from the quantity and it turned to 6. Next thing, what I'm going to do is, I don't want, actually I have added this ABC wrong. I want to remove this. It means that when I remove, the quantity needs to be increased in the database. So let's check if that happens or not. And the total amount for these two medicine is visible over here, 1335. Here you can see this. You can add these two numbers and the total amount will be visible over here. So what I'm going to do is select one which you want to remove and click on remove and OK. And now check the medicine if the stock is updated or not. Here you can see this one is ABC is 6, so reload, and here you can see now this one is 8. It means that this one is working fine. So what I'm going to do is, and here the price is also decreased, the total amount is also decreased. If you try to click on this add to cart without selecting any medicine, let me just do that. Select medicine first. Okay, so this one is also working fine. Next thing what we have is, here you can observe that we have 8 quantity for now, the total, and I want to purchase 9. So select ABC and click on 9 and click on add to cart. So what it shows is there's a warning. Medicine is out of stock, only 8 left in our database or 8 left in our stock. It means that you cannot add this record, cannot purchase 9 while we have only 8 in our stock. So this will not work. It will clear all the fields when you click on OK. So what we have to do is we have to just add 2 and click on add, and the medicine is added. Now here you can see this. Finally we have print and purchase and print. So when I click on this start the printing the bill. So if your system is connected with some sort of printer or anything, fax or whatever you have connected for the output, so you can just click on print, and it's also going to generate a PDF. For that you have to just name it whatever you want. So I'm going to just name that, so desktop, and I'm going to name this one bill 1 to 3 and just save. And when that bill is saved and printed, all the details from this data grid view and from these text boxes is now removed. So let me show you that file. So what we have named that is bill 1 to 3. I'm going to open this, and here you can see this. We have the bill 111 XYZ, the medicine is, and we have purchased a 5 unit, and second is ABC, we have purchased 2 unit, and the total price is visible over here in the below 1135, the total payable amount. So everything is working fine. So let me close this and move back to the project, and here you can see this. So everything is working fine, and I'm going to explain you each of the stuff in very detail, and I'm going to just provide you all the images link in the description of the video. You have to just download that and start designing and coding with me. And one more thing you can do, if you want to purchase the source code, you can purchase the source code. Just contact me on Instagram, and most preferably just share, subscribe and hit like button. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I've already shown you the quick overview of pharmacy management system, and if you have not watched that video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So in this video I'm going to show you how to design this one, the login page for the pharmacy management system, and how to backend code for this. So let me close this first, and let's start with the designing all of these stuff step by step. And let me just tell you that I have just put the link for all my images and icons in the description of this video. Just go and download it, and after that you will start working with me. So I'm going to close this one first. So I have closed this application. Okay, after this what I have to do is, first I have to actually make a new project. For that I have already started a Visual Studio once again. So what you have to do is, you have to just click over here, create a new project. When you click on this, you have to select the Windows Form App.NET Framework. You select this, you can search it over here with the name of this, you can manually write it. I'm going to select this one, click on next. Here you have to give a name to your project. So I'm going to name this one Pharmacy Management Video, and click on create. You don't need to change anything. So when I click on create, a new project is being created. It will take a few seconds. Okay, so I hope you have followed this. I'm using Visual Studio 2019, and for database Microsoft MySQL Server Management Studio, as you all know that. So it's creating project pharmacy management video. So here we go. Now our project is already created, and here you can see this, the first form, the default form is now on the screen. So first thing what we have to do is we have to make this look similar to that one. So for that, what we have to do is we have to just remove the form border first. So right click and go to properties. After that, what we have to do is we have to just remove the form border. For that, let me maximize this one a little bit. After this, you have to search for form border style. Here you can see this. Just change this one to none. After this, we have to maximize the size. We have to set the size for this form. So I'm going to do this one, this project, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy the size from the complete project. So click on this and let me copy the size for form 1. So it's 1380, 768. Okay, so move back over here, right click and go to properties and set the size over here. Okay, so now the size is set, and what I want is the back color needs to be white. So click on this one, back color, click on this, custom, and select white. After this, what I have to do is I have to add 2 panels over here, or you can simply add 1. Why we need 2? So I'm going to add 1 panel over here. So just drag and drop 1 panel over here and place this one like this. Right click and go to properties, and what we have to do is we have to actually set the size for this panel. So move back over here and click on this, and let me copy the size, 438, 770. Right click, go to properties and search for size and hit enter. After this, we have to set this on 0 and 0 location. So I'm going to change this one to 0, 0 and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the color for this one. So click on this, and I'm going to copy the color code. So it's 64, 64, 64. So let me paste the color code, 64, 64, 64, hit enter. After this, what you have to do is we have to actually add few stuff. That is nothing but 1 label. So I'm going to drag 1 label. Just drag and drop 1 label over here. And what we have to do is we have to add text inside this one. So search for text. There we go. Just click on this and start typing pharmacy management system. Hit enter. Now here you can see this, the text is added, and now what I want is the text needs to be in the white color. So change the for color to white, click on this, custom, and select white. After this, we have to set the font size. So move back over here, click on this, and let me copy the size. So I've clicked on the small dots. So the size, the font is Calibri and it's italic and size is 36. So click on this one, font is Calibri, italic and size is 36, hit enter. And here you can see this, now this one is looking exactly same as that one. So let's place this one on the proper position, and after this what we have to do is we have to add 1 picture box over here. So I'm going to do that, search for picture box and drag and drop 1 over here. After this, we have to add 1 image. So click on this. I hope you have downloaded the images and icon from the link in the description of this video, and you have unzipped that. So from that, I'm going to use 1 image. So click on this, choose images, local resources, and click on import, and it will open your local directory or system folders. What you have to do is you have to just explore the place where you have placed all the icons. So these are all the icons which I'm going to use inside this project. So just select this one because I'm going to use this one. So click on OK, and here you can see this, the image is now not visible for now, but what you have to do is just click on this and select stretch, and here you can see this, now the image is visible. After this, what you have to do is we have to just stretch like this. Here you can see this, now this one is looking better. Now let me start this and let's see if this looks nice or not. so it's getting started. First time it take a little bit more time than expected. So you can see this, the build successful. Okay, so now it will be visible within few seconds. Yeah, here you can see this. Yeah, this one is perfectly fine. So let me close this for now. After this, we have to change one property of this form. So what is that? Just click on this empty space and change this one. Let me just change the start position to center screen. Okay, and Windows state will be normal. Okay, so now this one is working fine. After this, what we have to do is, you must have observed that we have a close button over here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to add one button. So button over here, so just drag. I'm going to use this Guna 2 button. You must be worried about that, from where I got these Guna 2 in my toolboxes. So what you have to do is, you have to just download a DLL file, which is the full link for that DLL file is already in the description of this video. Just download that, and I have already made a video how to add DLL file into toolbox. Just watch that. For that video, link is also in the description. And then you will have these Guna files, Guna buttons and extract, etc. Okay, so here you can see this, all of these stuff. So what I'm going to do is, actually Guna provide a lot of attractive GUI. That's why I'm using this one. So first thing what I have to do is, I have to just change the color for this one to white. And after this, I want to remove the text first, because I don't need text. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to add one image. So just click on this, local resources, click on import, and I'm going to use this one, open and OK. And here you can see this. Just I'm going to make this image a little bit large, so I'm going to set the image size 30,30 and hit enter, and just make this one minimize like this. And here we go. This button is on the proper position. You can adjust this according to your need or according to whatever you like. Okay, so now our button is added, the close button. After this, what we have to do is, we have to add one line over here, the blue line you have seen in my overview video. So what for that we have to do is, we have to add one more panel for that. So panel, just drag and drop it. And what we have to do is, we have to set the color for this one. So I'm going to set the color back color to 0,118,225, hit enter, this color. And what next we have to do is, we have to set the size for this one. So let me copy the size from here, just select this one, and let me copy the size for this one, 4,500. So copy this, move back over here, click on this, go to size and paste it, 4,500, hit enter. And here you can see this. What I have to do is, next is, I have to set the location for this one. So click on this, and location is 613,170. So move back over here and just paste the location, and here we go. Now this is on the perfect position. After this, what we have to do is, we have to add one more image over here. So I'm going to copy this picture box, or simply I can just drag one more. So just drag one more picture box over here, click on this, choose images, local resources, click on import, and this one I'm going to use. Okay, click on this, size mode, stretch image. And after this, what you have to do is, just to stretch this a little bit like this, and we have to add one label below this one. So I'm going to add one label, just drag and drop it over here. And we need actually a few more labels for username and text boxes. So copy this and paste this 2 more times, and we need 2 text boxes. So for that, I'm going to use Guna 2 text box. Just drag and drop it over here. If you face any issue in adding any of this stuff, or you find any error, then you can simply contact me on Instagram and follow me over there, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, and make sure to share with your friends. Okay, and whatever you like in my videos, you can just give me a feedback on my Instagram account. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is, we need actually 2 text boxes. So copy and paste it once again. And after this, we need 2 buttons. So I'm going to use search for buttons, and I'm going to use this one, Guna 2 buttons. So drag and drop this one. I need 2, so copy and paste it once again like this. So all the stuff we need is now on the screen. So first thing what we have to do is, we have to start changing the text for the labels first. So I'm going to change the text for this one. So this one is sign in, This one is username. This one is password. After this, for these two buttons, what we have to do is we have to just change the fill color first. So the fill color code is 0,118,225 and hit enter. The same way we have to do for the second button as well, 0,118,225. And first thing what we have to do is we have to change the text for this one. So change the text to sign in, and this one to reset. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the font size for all of these. So just click on this and just increase the size, bold and 14. Yeah, this one is better. You can increase a little bit more, it will look nice. So I'm going to change this one to 16. Yeah, that's nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the text for this one, these two labels. Just click on this, press the Ctrl key and select both. And search for Calibri, italic, and size will be 11. Okay, size is quite small, so let me move back over here and let me check the size for this one. Okay, just click on over here. Calibri size is 16 actually, so move back over here, select these two, select 16, click on OK, and here we go. Now let me move this a little bit upside. Okay, so this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to just select these two text boxes, and what next we have to do is we have to actually change the font color. It means that whatever we write inside this one for now is in this color. So this one is border color, so this color. So I don't want this grayish type. I want the black one. Just click on this one and select black. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the font size. That means that whatever written inside this one needs to be on that particular size. So move back over here, just click on this and let me select the size. It's 12. Okay, so select both of these, click on this one, select 12 and hit OK. And here you can see this, the size is quite large, so not to worry about that. So let me just decrease this one a little bit. I will set this size from the complete project, not to worry about that. And after this, what we have to do is we want that whatever written inside this one, the password field needs to be in the star, that need not to be visible. So click on this and select the password char and enter a star over here and hit enter. It means that whatever you write inside this one now will be in the star format. Okay, after this, what we have to do is we have to set the size, font size for these buttons. So just select both of these buttons at the same time. Just click on this, bold and 11 and hit OK. Or you can just increase this one a little bit more, 12. Now this one is looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to make the corners curve. So how to do that? For that, just select these two buttons at the same time and search for border radius, and here you can see this, the border radius is over here, and we have to just make this one 19. Okay, you can just decrease this one to 15 or 16. Okay, after this, what we have to do is we have to just add images inside this one. So let me add images. Just click on this, icons actually, so click on this. So sign in will be sign in. Let me search for that. The sign in icon exists. Yeah, this one. Just open, click on OK, and the image is added, but it's quite small, so I'm going to set the size 40, and hit enter. Yeah, this one is nice. In the same way, we have to set for the reset button. So just click on this one, local resources, click on import and search for reset. Click on OK. Just change this one to 30, and here you can see this, the size is quite large. So what next we have to do is we have to set the size for these text boxes. So let me copy the size from here. So size is 344,36. Click on this, search for size, hit enter. In the same way we have to do for the second one. After this, what we have to do is we have to copy the size of this button as well. So move back over here, click on this, search for size, where it is, location, its location actually 146,36. Click on this, do the same for the boot buttons. And what we have to do is, here you can see this, if you like this much curve, then it's totally fine. If you want to increase this one more curve, then you can add that by just changing the border radius. I'm going to change this one to 18 and hit enter, and this one is looking much better than before. Okay, after this, what we have to do is we have to adjust all of these stuff in a proper position. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this one a little bit on the downside like this, and this one too. And now this one is looking better. Let me start this and let's check if that works properly or not. So I've started this one. And here we can see this one is working fine, and this button is whatever right inside this one is in the star format, and this button is looking better. But one thing still remains. What I want is when I hover over this, the color inside this one needs to be white and the border needs to be black. Okay, and this close button also needs to be work. So let me do that. Okay, so this button is quite out of the box, so let me make this one a little bit in. Yeah, now that's fine. So what we have to do is we have to change the hover state for these two buttons as well. So for that, what you have to do is just click on this and just search for hover state. Select both actually. Search for hover state. Click over here. Here you can see this hover state, and what I want is back color or fill color. Change the fill color to white, and for color needs to be 0,118,225, or you can change that to black, and the border color needs to be black. When you do this, the thing will look very nice. One more thing, what you have to do is just click on this to just keep these two buttons selected, and you have to just border thickness, change this one to 2. No, sorry, change this one to 1. Enter. And now let's start and let's observe the difference now. So I will start at this. Here you can see this. When I hover over this, the text color change, and this one looks better. Okay, I hope you like this. After this, what we have to do is, here you can see that this button is not functional and these buttons are not functional. So what we have to do is, now the designing part is ready. Let me close this. First thing what we have to do is we have to change the design name for all these text boxes and buttons. So I'm going to change this one too. Let me change the design name. Just go to properties and search for design, and there is name. So change this one to txt user name, and this one to txt password, and this one to btn sign in, this one to btn reset, and this button needs to be btn exit. So first I'm going to start with this one, so just double click on this, and this will generate a click event. btn exit click event is now generated, and here what I have to do is I have to just write application dot exit. Yeah, this one I have to call this, and now when I start this, and here is when I click on this, now the upper application is closed. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to actually code for this one, the reset button. When I click on this, these two fields needs to be empty. Just double click on this and this will generate a BD and reset click event. So here what I have to do is txt username dot clear. You have to call this method, and txt password dot clear. Simply write this and now start this and check if this BT and reset works. So I'm going to write something and click on this button, and here you can see that the both text box is clear. And now what I want is when I click on this sign in, we move to the new dashboard or something, new form actually. So for that, first what we have to do is we have to add new form. So let me minimize this one. Right click on this, go to Solution Explorer, right click on this, click on add and select form over here, the Windows form. Just click on this and I'm going to add a new form with the name dashboard, or actually administrator, because we are going to design the administrator first. So it's administrator, and click on add, and a new form with the administrator is added. Now what I want is when I click on this sign in, I want to move to this administrator.cs. So what we have to do is just generate a click event for this button. So just double click on this, BDN sign in click event is generated, and here what we have to do is we have to just actually validate the two things. So for now we haven't created any database table, we haven't created any database, or we haven't created any table yet. So what I'm going to do is right now I'm going to hard code it over here, and once the designing part, the database table is created, in the further video I will connect this with the database. So not to worry about that, just stay with me. I will explain each of this stuff. I will design the complete project in detail. So if txt username dot text is equal to what, that is btechdays, I'm going to set this one, and txt password dot text is equal to btechdays, or just let me just write pass over here. Then what I want to do is I want to just move back to the administrator and just hide this one. So administrator am is equal to new administrator am dot show, and next thing what I want is I want to just hide this login page. So this dot hide. If someone write wrong username or password, then what we have to do is we have to just show some message to that user. In else condition, it means that if user haven't entered this username or this password. So what I have to do is I have to just show a message. So for that, message box dot show wrong username or password, and this needs to be actually have some buttons. So first this message box name is error, and this have some buttons. So message box button dot OK, and message box icon needs to be error dot error, like this, semicolon at the last, like this one. Now start this and let's check that. So I have started the project, and here you can see this. When I click on this, wrong username or password, now I'm going to write btechdays, and this one is pass, sign in, and here we move to the dashboard and the login page is hidden. So this one is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for the administrator part, that is the administrator dashboard, and I'm going to explain each of this stuff in detail. So just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching, and if you want to purchase the code, just contact me on Instagram. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have shown you how to design this login interface of pharmacy management system. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to design the administrator module. So let me start with that. Let me just show you that quickly. This is a complete project, that's why it is going to be actually opened. So you can see this in this video. I'm going to show you how to design these stuff and how to add all of these images and icon, and this is looking nice. So let's start with that. So first I'm closing this application and moving back to the project on which we are working. We are working on pharmacy management video, and here we go. So we have already added one form over here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to set the size for this form. So right click and go to properties, and let me just first remove the border for this form. So move back over here and search for form border style. Just click on this and select none, and here you can see this. Now the form border has been removed. After this, what I have to do is I have to change the back color to custom and white, and let me copy the size from this one. So let me copy the size. The size is 1380,768. So move back over here, right click and go to properties and paste the size, hit enter. Now the form is enlarged. After this, what we have to do is you have observed in that form that we have a separate color on the left side. So for that we have to add one panel over here. And before adding one panel, let me just tell you one thing, that what I want is when this load, it needs to be loaded in the center of the screen. For that, just click on this, select the start position, just click on this and select center screen. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one panel. So search for panel, just drag and drop one panel over here like this, and let me copy the size, this one from the complete project. So this one is complete project, so just click on this, let me maximize this, and the size for this one is 275,730. So just copy this, move back over here and set the size, and let me set the color for this one. So back color is 64,64,64 and hit enter. After this, let me just set the coordinates for this one. So location is 0, 0. It means that x is 0 and y is 0 as well. So here you can see this. Now this is on the proper position. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one more panel in this side of the same size of this empty space. So let me do that. Move back over here and let me select the panel 2. So let me just select the panel 2. Okay, so we have to actually move these all one by one to actually fetch the last panel. So this is the panel over here, and let me copy the size for this one is 1089,729. and I'm going to undo each of the stuff what I have did over here. So Ctrl+Z for everything. Yeah, everything is on the proper position. So move back over here, and here what we have to do is I have to add one panel, and I've already copied the size for this panel. So just let me put the size and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to adjust this on the proper position like this. With the help of keyboard, you can actually put this like this. You have to adjust this little bit. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to just adjust this one a little bit more precisely like this. With the help of keyboard, you can adjust this. Okay, this one is looking better now, and this is on the proper position and it's the exact fit. Actually, the external form is a little bit large, so you can decrease the size if you want, or you can just leave it as it is. Okay, so let me just decrease the size. Let me just leave this one for now, and let's start this and let's see how it's actually look like. So I will start as a project. It's taking a little bit of time. So for this, our password username is btechdays, right? And the password is pass. And here you can see this. Okay, so we have to actually make this one a little bit stretch. So you can actually adjust the size a little bit like this. There we go. In the same way we have to do for this one too, like this. Okay, so now the size is perfectly fine, and what we have to do is just adjust this one on the right side too. Okay, after this what we have to do is, if you think that you are not going to add this panel and just adding simply stuff to this empty space, so that's not going to work. You have to add this panel, so please add this one. After this, what we have observed that we have few stuff on the left side on this one. We don't need to add anything over here. We have to separately design each of these user control. So first thing what we have to do is we have to add one picture box over here. So picture box, just drag and drop one picture box. And I've already provided all the images and icon link in the description, so just download that and start with me. Just click on this, import, and select the image which I have used. So I have used this one, admin. I've selected this, click on open, click on OK. Change this one from size mode to normal to stretch mode, and after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the size from this one. So just click on this and copy the size and location as well. Location is 48,18. Just click on this, 48,18, and let me just set the size 183,173, and here we go. After this we need one label, so let me drag one label over here. Just drag and drop one label. Just type administrator inside this one. Search for text, change this one to administrator. Hit enter. Change the text color, that is the far color, change that one to white. Select this, custom and white. And after this we have to set the fonts for that. Let me move back over here, click on this, and font is Calibri, size is 24 and bold. Calibri, bold and 24. So move back over here, click on this, select this, bold and size is 24. Hit OK, and just place this below this one, like this. After this what we have to do is we have to add few buttons over here. So let me just drag few buttons. So I'm going to drag this Guna 2 button. So just drag and drop it over here. Just drag like this. I want to be this one to be attached with this one, like this. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to first change few properties of this button. Okay, and before that let me just change the text. So move back over here and let me select the font for this one, Century Gothic, and size is 12. Okay, click on this, move back over here, search for font, size is regular and size is 12, and hit OK. And first thing what we have to do is we have to change the text for this one. So let me actually add few buttons. Actually we need 5, so let me copy the 5 times this one and place this on the proper position. Like this one. Four and one more, that is 5. We have to adjust the space between these with the help of keyboard, and now everything is looking fine. Now what we have to do is we have to change the text for these buttons. So first button is nothing but search for text, this one over here. So change this one to dashboard. The second one is add user. Third one is view user. Fourth one is, where it goes. Okay, so here we go. Fourth one is profile, and finally this one to logout. After this, what we have to do is we have to add icons and make these text box little bit fancy. So for that, just click on this, and first let me start with adding the icons to all of these. So search for image in the properties of this one. So here we go. Select this, local resources, click on import and search for dashboard, where it is, this one. Open, OK, and increase the size to 40, 40. Okay, so this one is quite large, so change this one to 30, 30. Yeah, this one is better. After this, add the image to this one. So select, go to properties and select the image. Just click on this, local resources, and click on import. This one is over here, add user. OK, and the user is added. Now 30, 30 for this one too. The same way we have to do for this one. Select image, click on this, select local resources, click on import, and we have to search for view. So where it goes, yeah, this one. Open, OK, and change the size to 30, 30. And finally we have profile, image. Just click on this, local resources, and click on import. Search for profile. Okay, so we don't have that icon. Okay, this one is user. No, so we have to use which one? Let me, yeah, here we go, this one. Click on OK, and here it's added. I'm going to change this one to 30, 30. If I make this, yeah, this one is quite large, so change this one to 25, 25. And finally we'll have logout. So just click on this and import, and just search for logout, this one. Click on open, OK, increase the size, and this one is looking better. After this, what we have to do is we have to make this button work in a proper manner. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change the back color to 64, 64, fill color to 64, 64, 64. That is the color code. Just hit enter, and here you can see this. Now the button color is changed. After this, let me just start this and let me see if these buttons work properly or not, as we have expected, as I have shown in the overview video. So it's btechdays and it's pass, sign in, and here you can see this. When I click on this, this needs to be turned into the white color, and this one is not working in that way. If you like this, then you can just leave it as it is, or if you want it to be white when you click this, so for that you have to just make few changes with this button. So just to close this all, and what you have to do is you have to just select all the buttons at the same time, and you have to change one thing. That is nothing but search for button mode. Just click on this and select radio buttons. It means that only one can be selected at a time. After this, what you have to do is you have to change one more property, that is checked state. Just click on this. What I want is when this one is checked, the color needs to be, fill color needs to be white. So just click on this, select white, and whatever text written inside this one, that is the for color, needs to be in the black. So search for this, click on this for color, select the black. Now start this and let's check if this works as expected or not. So this one is btechdays and the password is pass. Just sign in and click on this, and here you can see this one is working fine. And one more thing, we have to add a label over here with the name of username. Okay, and we need to make this logout functional, so let me do that. So first what we have to do is we have to add one label over here. So search for label, just drag and drop it over here down a little bit, and here change the for color text to yellow, and this one name for this one is username. Change this one to username and make the font large, or you can just let me write btechdays over here, and let me just make this font large. So let me copy the font size from here. So just click on this, it's Calibri 18 PT. Just click on this, search for font, And here we go. And what we have to do is we have to make this button function. So first I'm going to change the design name for this button, only for this button actually. So change this one to btn log out, and just double click on this to generate a click event for this one. Just double click on this and this will generate a click event of logout. btn logout click event is now generated, and here what we have to do is I want to actually log out. It means that we have to move to the login form. So login form name is nothing but form1 because that's one the default. So form1 fm, you can name fm anything whatever you want feel like. So new form 1 and fm dot show and once this one is shown I want to hide this administrator design. Okay, so for that you have to just write this dot hide. Now start this and let's check if that works or not. btechdays, and this one is pass, sign in, and here you can see this everything is working fine. And now when I click on logout, yeah, this works. So the designing part for this administrator dashboard is done. So that's it for this video guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to actually design for the dashboard and how to backend code for that. So just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and to purchase the source code just contact me on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I've already shown you how to design this dashboard, administrator dashboard, and if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to the description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design this dashboard. When I click on this, something needs to be appear over here, and I've already shown you what to appear over here in the overview video. So let's start with that. So first I'm going to close this. And here the project on which we are working is nothing but pharmacy management video. So first thing what you have to do is you have to add one folder over here. So just go to Solution Explorer, right click on the project name and click on add and select new folder and name this folder administrator UC. Administrator UC, user control, and hit enter. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new user control inside this one. So right click on this, select add and select user control Windows form, this one. Click on this, and after this what will happen is a new form will pop up on your screen asking for the name of that user control. So it's taking a little bit of time. So here our pop-up is on the screen. So first thing what I'm going to name this one is UC, and this one is for administrator. So UC underscore dashboard, yeah, this one, and I'm going to click on add, and this will add a new user control. Okay, here you can see this. First thing what we are going to do is move back to the design part of this one and click on this one, this part, and I'm going to actually let me maximize this one, and I'm going to copy the size of this panel. So I'm going to copy the size. So the panel size is 1104,770. So copy this and move back over here, right click on this, go to properties, and there you have to just paste it, hit enter, and here you can see this one is that of the same size as per the panel 2. After this what we have to do is we have to just change the back color for this one. So right click and go to properties, select over here, change this one to white, click on custom and select white. When you select white, this one is now white. Save this. After this, let me move back to the complete project, and here you can see this we have few stuff, that is 3 panels over here with different colors and few text boxes, and here we have one fancy button as I have shown you in the overview video. So I'm going to add all of these stuff one by one. Move back over here. First thing I'm going to add one label. Just drag and drop it over here. I'm going to name this one dashboard. So let me change the text first. So name this one dashboard. like this. And after this, what I have to do is I have to actually set the font for this one. So move back over here, click on this, and let me select the font. So click on this, and it's taking a little time. So it's bold and size is 22. Select this, click on this. The font is Century Gothic, bold, and size is 22. Hit OK, and here we have this. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually connect this user control with the administrator design dashboard. So how to do that? For that, what you have to do is you have to just go to Toolbox and search for Guna2 ellipse. If you can't find this one, it means that you haven't added the Guna2 DLL file into your toolbox. Just go to description, there you can download the Guna2 DLL file, and I have also uploaded a video how to add that Guna2 DLL file into the toolbox. Just watch that video. That video link is already in the description. Okay, so you have to just drag and drop it over here and just click on this, and what you have to do is just select the target control over here. If you can't able to see this part, then what you have to do is just right click on this, go to properties, and then you will able to see this. Click on this and select this one, UC dashboard, and just press CTRL yes. After that, what you have to do is just copy this one, click select this Guna2 ellipse 1, copy this, move back to the dashboard design part and paste it over here. Here you have to do one thing, just click on this, select the target control, click on this, and you have to just select panel 2. This one is panel 2. If this panel is panel 1 in your computer, then you have to just select panel 1. Here you can see this one is panel 2. Just click on this panel 2. After this, what we have to do is just save this, move back to toolbox and move to the top up, and here you can find the UC dashboard. What you have to do is just drag and drop it over here. So fail to load from toolbox item. Okay, so not an issue. So we can't able to do that because we haven't loaded that. So for that, we have to just do one thing, just start this and stop this. That's it. When you do that, now you can find that user control into the toolbar. So I've started this. It's taking a little bit of time. Now it has started. Next thing what we have to do is just stop this, nothing more. Okay, let me start this one first. Okay, so I have stopped this and move to toolbox and move to the top of this one because can't able to see it right now. I've started this once again. Oh, here now you can see this one is started, and just close this, move back to toolbox, and now move to the top, and now you can see this UC dashboard. So you have to just start this, and when the GUI is loaded, you have to just close that. That's it. After this, now I'm able to drag and drop it over here. You can see this now, this dashboard is visible over here. Now what you have to do is just select this and drag this on the proper position over this panel 2, like this. And next thing what we have to do is we have to just connect this dashboard, this UC, with this button. So for that you have to just select this button and select search for the design name. Here you can see this, the name, change this one to BTN dashboard. Hit enter. Just double click on this to generate a click event. So just double click on this and this will generate a click event. And here what you have to do is you have to just write one thing, that is UC, the name of that user control. So UC underscore dashboard, right? Search for that. If you can't able to see this, UC underscore dashboard. If you want suggestions from the computer or from the Visual Studio, you have to just press the serial space key and it will show the suggestion. So you should dot visible is equal to true. And next thing what you have to do is UC underscore dashboard 1 dot bring to front. In case if this one is in back, then we have to call this one. And what I want is when this form loads, this user control needs to be hidden. For that what I have to do is you have to generate a form load event. So for that, what I have to do is just let me remove this one. Click on the back and on the form in the empty space, just double click on this and this will generate administrator load event. And after this, let me just place this one on the proper position. So for that, just move back to select this panel and go to location and 0, 0 and hit enter. Now back to the coding part, and here what I have to do is I want to just hide this uc.visible is equal to false. It means that when this form loads, I want to hide that dashboard, and when I click on that button, then only that form needs to be, that user control needs to be visible. So let's check this one. So I have started this. The password is passed, so sign in, and when I click on this, here you can see this now dashboard is visible. It means that this user control is now coming in front when I click on this. Okay, this one is working. Now what I have to do is we have to now code on this dashboard. It means that now this user control is connected with the dashboard, our administrator, form and the dashboard button. So now we have to just add few stuff over here. So first thing what I have to do is I have to add 3 panel over here. So I'm going to just drag one panel and drop it. We need few more, so I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to actually copy the size of this one from the complete project. So move back over here, just select this and just select for size, right click, go to properties, search for size and paste it. After this, let me just move back over here. The size is right. After this, what I have to do is I have to add the color inside this one. So click on this, search for color code 255, 192, 192. You can keep any color whatever you like, and I need this one with the same color, so copy and paste once again like this. I need one more like this. Let me place these. Yeah, now everything is on proper position. And one more thing what I have to do is I have to just change the color of the center. So what I have to do is just select this and select the green one. Here you can see this in this way. Now let's check if these are visible over there is or not. So I've started this and just btechdays and the password is pass, sign in. Okay, I guess I have written something wrong. Sign in, and when I click on this, here you can see this. Now the panel is visible over here with the different colors, and this one is working, looking fine. Okay, so let me just log out, close this, and let me just select these all, and let me maximize this one a little bit like this. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to add few labels over here. So first I'm going to add one label. Just drag and drop it over here, and let me copy the font size for this one. So the font size for this one is regular and 16. Move back over here, select this, the size is 16, hit enter. After that, this one is nothing but administrator, and the second one is just change this text to administrator. Just copy this and paste this over here and change this one to pharmacist or whatever you feel like. And we have one more, so I'm going to name this one customer. Just click on this, change the text. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to add few more labels. So I'm going to drag one label more, just drag and drop it over here, just click on this and move back over here. Just click on this one. So the size is 12, and let me copy the text. So what you have to do is, if you want to write multiple lines in the same label, so you have to just click on this and you have to select this one. When you click on this, you can write the text in any order you want. So I have written inside like this. So I'm going to just copy this, just click on this. First I'm going to increase the size, so size is 12. Click on OK, and after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the size for this one. So search for text first. Text, you have to just click on this one and you can write anything in any order. And when you click on this one once again, and this one will be turned like this. After this we have to add few more labels. So just let me just copy this and paste it. And I have to actually copy the text from these labels also. So click on this, select this. I have written in these with the space, with the lines gap, so that's looking like this one. So you can do that. So click on this, select this. You can add any text you want. So the size for this one is, I think, little small, so I'm going to decrease that to 11 and hit OK. Yeah, the size is 11 actually, and this one is looking also nice. After this what we have to do is we have to add few more labels. One is for this one and one is for this one, the number of counts. So let me just copy the size for this one. So size is 14, and for this one size is 22. Label, just drag and drop it over here. We need 2. For this one size is 14, and for this one size is 22. Let me just change this one, the text for this one, total number of administrator or admin, like this. And after this what I have to do is, let me add something like 56, 59, anything you can add. And after this what you have to do is you have to just change the back color. Change the back color to white, and here you can see this. And after this I'm going to add some border, so border style will be fixed 3D, and here you can see this. Now this one is looking better. So while we are back code, when I do the back coding for this dashboard, then I'm going to set the total number of admins to this label. Okay, in the same way we have to just add few more stuff inside these two panel as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select these all like this by pressing the Ctrl key and copy and move back over here and paste it over here like this. And in the same way I'm going to do in this third one. So paste these, and after this I'm going to change the text for this one. So this one to pharmacist, and this one to total number of customers. Okay, so these value for now doesn't matter. I've just shown these values to actually represent some data. Okay, that's it. After this what I have to do is, let me just change the text for this label. So move back over here and let me just click on this. Like this one. Like this. You can change the text for others, but I'm not going to do that. You can do it by yourself. At least you can change the text for labels. Okay, So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just check that how this one is working. So let's start that. Is everything is visible or not? I'm going to check that. So sign in, click on this, and here you can see this, everything is visible over here and looking nice. So one stuff which we have missed is nothing but a fancy button, the reload button over here. So I'm going to add that. So log out, close this, and after that what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a picture box. Just drag and drop on picture box, just drag and drop it over here. Just click on this one, choose images. I hope you all have downloaded all the image and icon link which I have provided in the description of this video. Okay, so import, and if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Okay, so in the zip which I have provided, you have all of these stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this one, the sync GIF. Just open this, click on OK, select the stretch image, and after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back to the complete project, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the size for this one. So let me copy the size. So size is 66,66. Move back over here, click on this, size is 66,66, and enter. After this what I have to do is I have to add one button. So just search for button, just drag and drop it over here, one Guna 2 button. Just select this. I don't need any text inside this one, so just delete the text. Okay, I need only one image and no fill color. Change this one to white. What we have to do is we have to set one image inside this one. So click on this, local resources, click on import, and you have to select the image, this one, click on open and OK. Just increase the size to 35,35, hit enter, and I'm going to copy the button size from this one. So click on this, 35 and 35. Button size is 34,35. So search for button size 34,35, hit enter, and we have to place this inside this one like this. Place this one in such a way that it never overlaps with that circular sync GIF. And now this button is looking nice, but we have one few issues. Let me show you when I start this. So I'm going to log in. Click on this, and here you can see this. When I hover over this, it shows a square shape, and that doesn't look nice. So what we have to do is we have to just resolve that issue. And when I click on this, a dark color is also seen over here. And what I want is when I move mouse over here, it needs to be visible hand over here. It means that now you can click. So let me log out, and we have to make few changes. So select this button. After this, what you have to do is first click on cursor, click on this. You can select any cursor type you want, you like. I'm going to select this one, and after this what I want is I want to change the checked or clicked state. Okay, so search for that. Not this one, checked state. You have to just search for clicked. Let me search for that. Pressed color. So change this one to white, custom and white, and after that you have to just search for hover state. Here you can see this. Just click on this, and what we want is fill color will be white, no changes. So now start this, and let's see if those all changes are now implemented or not. So started this. Sign in, click on this, and here you can see this. When I move over here, now hand appears, and You can see this now, there is no black color either when I click or hover. So this one is looking nice, but one small issue is remaining. What I want is when I log in, I want to just instantly show this. I don't want that when I click on this then only I want to show this. For that, what we have to do is we have to code on this load event, the form load event. Okay, so let me move out the logout, and after this move to the dashboard administrator and move to the coding part of this one. Move to this administrator load event, and here you have to just write the button name, that is a btn dashboard dot perform click. What I want is when that form loads, I want to perform a click operation that will be automatically performed whenever the form is loaded. So now start this and let's see if that works or not. Sign in, and here you can see this. Now when I sign in, instantly the dashboard is automatically clicked. I don't have to click on this one, and this one is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In this video I'm not going to backend code for this one, because to backend code for this, first I have to just implement this one, add user. It means that if any user exists in our database, then only we can able to fetch any data over here. So after the coding, and so after designing and backend coding for this add user, then I'm going to code for this dashboard and the login page which we have talked in the earlier videos. Okay, so just stay tuned, keep supporting, and subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have already shown you how to design this dashboard and how to connect this dashboard with this button. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So in this video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is add user. When I click on this, here you can see this GUI is shown over here. So this is a complete project, that's why this button is functional. So I'm going to show you how to design this one and how to connect this user control with this button. So let's start with that. Let me close this, and we are actually working on this one, that is a pharmacy management video. So move back over here, and here you can see this now dashboard is connected over here. So first thing what I have to do is I have to just add one new user control inside this one. So move back to the solution explorer, select this administrator UC, just right click on this, click on add and select user control. And here what you have to do is you have to just write UC underscore add user and click on add, and this will add a new form. After this, let me maximize this one because we don't need this part for now. Just right click and go to properties, and there just change this back color to, click on custom and white. After this, what we have to do is we have to just copy the size from this one. So click on this and remove back over here and copy the size. So 1104,770. Just move back over, right click and go to properties and paste the size over here and hit enter. Here you can see this, now this one is enlarged. And after this, what we have to do is we have to add label over here. So let me just drag one label and drop it over here. Just click on this and change the text, sorry, not the size. I have to change the text over here, so change this one to add user, hit enter. After this, we have to change the font. So click on this one, bold and size is 22 and hit enter. Just place this. Okay, I guess I've just used the wrong font. So font is Century Gothic. Select this and click on OK. Okay, now this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few more labels. So just drag and drop it. So we have to actually add 4, 5, 6, 7 labels total. So let me just drag 7 labels for now. So copy this and paste it once again. 2, 1 more, and we need 1 more over here. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually add few more labels on this right side. So let me just paste it. So 1 more over here, 1 over here, and 1 more over here. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few more stuff. that is nothing but first the combo box. So I'm going to use this Guna2 combo box, just drag and drop it over here like this. Okay, so now we have added this combo box, and before adding other text fields and button, what I have to do is I have to actually set the label's name. So what I'm going to do is just click on this and set the label name. So change the label name, this one to nothing but user role. Hit enter. Change this one to name. Hit enter. Change this one to DOB, and in bracket I'm going to name this one date of birth. Okay, so I missed something like this, and this one to change this one to mobile number. This one to change the label 6 to email address or email ID, whatever you like. Next one to username, this one to password. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to just increase the font of these labels. So what I'm going to do is move back to the complete project, just click on this. Let me just copy the font size for this one. So font size is regular and 12. So just select, press the Ctrl key and select these all one by one. Make sure you select only these labels, not the font. After this, just move back over here, click on this, default font regular and size is 12, and hit enter. And now these are looking nice. After this, what I have to do is I have to just make few changes for this combo box. So first click on this and select the font color. Search for the font color. It means that whatever written inside this one in this color by default. So click on this, select black. It means that whatever written inside this one is black color. And we have to just increase the font too. So let me move back over and let me check that font is actually 12 for each of these. Okay. So select the size, font size to 12. Click on OK. And after this, what we have to do is we have to set the size for this one, this combo box. So move back over here, click on this, and let me copy this size for this one. 340,36. Click on this. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few items inside this one. So click on this. Let me just show you again. Click on this one. Click on items. And after this, we have to add items inside this one. So move back over here, click on this, and I'm going to copy these two. So administrator and pharmacist, we have only two. If you have added any other, then you have to mention the roles over here. So click on OK. After this, what we have to do is we have to add text boxes. So search for text box. I'm going to use this Guna2 text box. So just drag and drop it over here like this. First, what you have to do is you have to change the font color, change this one to black. After this, we have to increase the font size. So change this one to 12. And when you do that, you might see something like this. So what you have to do is we have to just copy the size for this combo box and paste inside that one. Select this and paste it over here and hit enter. And in the same way, we need few more text boxes. So for that, we don't need to drag and drop it from the toolbox. What we are going to do is just copy this one and paste it once again. For mobile number, we need one text box. For email address, we need another. In the same way, we need for username. We need for password, like this. Now everything is in place. For date of birth, we need date time picker. So search for date time picker. It's date time picker. So I'm going to use this one, Guna2 date time picker. And let me just stretch this one like this. And here we go. Now what we have to do is we have to just adjust these in the proper positions so that these look nice. So like this. we have to adjust like this. So here you can see this. Now this one is looking nice, and you can do one thing. Just let me just drag these all stuff a little bit on the lower side like this. After this, in the same way, you can do the same for these stuff. Okay, like this. And after this, what we have to do is, you must observe inside this one we have something in the center. So this is nothing but another panel. So what I have to do is, let me just copy this panel size 6523 and move back over here, and let me just drag one panel. Just click on this, go to size, paste this as 6,523. Just click like this and change the color. So back color is 0,118,225 and hit enter. And after this, what we have to do is just place this one on the proper position like this. When you place it like this, this one will look fine and nice as well. Next thing what we missed is nothing but few buttons. So let me drag buttons from here. So buttons, I'm going to use this Guna 2 button. So just drag and drop it over here. And what we have to do is just click on this button and change the text for now. So first I'm going to change this text to sign up. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the back color or fill color. So let me search for this fill color, change this one to 0,118,225, hit enter. After this, change the border radius to 19 and the border thickness to 1. After this, hover state, change this one, hover state from fill color needs to be white, and the for color needs to be of, we just set that 0,118,225. It means that when I hover over that, the text color needs to be of this one, the sky blue color, and the fill color needs to be of something white actually. After this, let me just copy the font size. So move back over here, click on this. So font size for the text is nothing but Century Gothic, and the font size is 12 and bold. Click on this, move back over here to the top, click on this one, bold and 12, hit OK. And this one is looking nice. After this, what you have to do is just copy this and paste it once again, and it will copy with the same properties. And for the second button, we have to change the text. So change the text to reset. And after this, what we have to do is we have to add few images inside this one. So click on this, click on local resources, click on import, and for sign up I have used this image. Let me just show you. Sign up, I have used this one. Click on OK. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just increase the size for this one, 35,35. Okay, so the size is quite large, so I'm going to decrease this one to 30,30 and change this button. Just select this image, local resources, and click on import. So reset is this one, click on open, OK, and size will be increased to 30,30. Let me just change this one to 30,30. This one is better. And let's connect. Now everything is ready inside this design. So let me just connect this user control with the dashboard or administrator form with this button. So change the button name first. So Okay, before that we move to this one, this part actually, and we have to add actually a guna 2 ellipse and drag and drop it over here. You can't able to find any guna items, then you have to just download the DLL file in the description of this video and just watch the video how to add DLL file into the toolbox, and after that you can carry on with this. So click on this and select nothing but this one, UC add user. It means that you have to just select the user control name, just select that and press the CTRL yes key, save. Just copy this one, move to this administrator.cs, paste it over here. Just click on this and select target control to nothing but panel 2 and just save it. After that what you have to do is just start this and it will take a little bit of time to make or adjust new changes. So it's starting actually. And next thing what you have to do is just close this, and after that what you have to do is just move to the toolbox, and here you will find the new stuff, UC underscore add user. Just drag and drop it over here inside this one, the panel 2, and you have to just paste this one on the proper position like this. After this what you have to do is just click on this one, the second button, that is add user. Change the design name, change this one to btn add user, hit enter. Just double click on this. This will generate a btn add user click event, and first thing what you have to do is on the administrator load event you have to just make that UC underscore, the new thing is add user dot visible is equal to false. So first we worry about that, from where I got this UC add user. This is nothing from here. When you drag and drop one UC, you can see the same stuff over here. Here you can see this. For this one the name is nothing but UC add user 1. Move back over here, and when this administrator load, this user needs to be, this UC needs to be visible. When I click on this btn add user click, I want to make that visible. So UC add user dot visible is equal to true, and after that if that one is in the background, so I want to make that or bring that to the front. So UC add user dot bring to front. Now start this and let's check if this one is working nice or not. So project is started now, and my username is btechdays and the password is pass sign in. When I click on this, here you can see this, everything is visible. When I select this, administrator and pharmacist is visible over here. When I hover over this, yeah, the text change, and this one is looking nice. Here you can see this. Whatever right inside this one is in the black color. So everything is fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this one, and which query you have to fire into your MySQL Server Management Studio to create a table, and what table exactly we have to create. In the next video I'm going to backend code for this user control, that is nothing but add user. So till then, just stay tuned and just subscribe and share with your friends, and just follow me on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I've already shown you how to design this user control, that is nothing but add user, and how to connect the user control with this button. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right edge of the screen. Okay, so in this video first I'm going to show you which table you have to create and how to actually save the data into the database and how to reset this data. Okay, so let's start with that. First I'm going to close this application, and after this what I have to do, the first stuff is nothing but move to this add user control. So here we go. So this one is add user control. First thing what I have to do is I have to actually change the name of these controls. So what name I'm going to name these all? So first this one, change the name, the design name. So search for design name. If you can't able to search this one, this part, so what you have to do is just right click on this and go to properties, and there you have to search for name. Here you can see this. I'm going to change this one to txt user role. After that, the second one, this one, change the name for this one to txt name, hit enter. In the same way you have to do for the remaining. So select this one, change the name to txt dob. It's a datetime picker, but again I'm going to name this one txt. This one to txt mobile number. This one to txt email id or just email. This one to txt user name. This one to txt password. Okay, and next thing we have two buttons, so we have to change these two button name as well. So change this one to btn sign up and this one to btn reset. After this, what we have to do is, before coding anything further, what we have to do is we have to actually create a table in which these data are going to be stored. So for that, you have to just move back to the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, and here by default when you open this, a pop-up like this will open on your screen like this one. You have to just click on this connect, and after that what you have to do is you have to just select, here you can see the by default, let me just show you, this master is selected over here. So you have to just write this line, create database, and database name is pharmacy, PHARMACY, and you have to just click on, by selecting these like this one, you have to just click on this execute. When you do that, you have to just click on this one, refresh, and after that you can find pharmacy over here. So select pharmacy, and after that what you have to do is you have to just write this, create table users, the table name is users, and the first column is nothing but ID, the name is ID, and it's of int type and identity 1,1. It means that it will be automatically incremented each time whenever new data is inserted. It means that we don't need to insert any data inside this column. This is a primary key. Okay, after this we have user role. So make sure R is capital, so write in this, otherwise you will face issue in further videos while copying the same code. Okay, so varchar 50, and it's not null. It means that you cannot leave this one null. Name is varchar 250, not null. DOB varchar 250, not null. Mobile big int, not null. It's an integer type, so you can only insert the integer type. Here I haven't taken the int because int cannot handle the 10-digit number, that's why big int. After this we have email, and it's also a varchar and size is 250, not null. Username is varchar 250 unique. It means that username needs to be different each time. If you try to insert, if I have btechdays already in my database and you try to again insert btechdays, then it's going to throw an exception, SQL exception. So you have to check that this should not happen. After this we have pass, that is also a varchar type and size is 250, and it's not null. After writing these line of code, what you have to do is just select like this, and you have to just click on execute. Make sure this pharmacy is selected over here. After this, try to execute this one, select a star from users. When you execute this, you will find only these column name over here. If this shown, it means that everything is working fine. After this, what we have to do is we have to just move back to our project. So our project is this one, and here first thing what you have to do is you have to just, let me just minimize this, move to Solution Explorer, click on the project name, right click on this, click on, oh sorry, I've clicked on something else. So you have to just right click on this. Okay, let me close this. Right click on this, click on add, and you have to just select a class. Here you can see this one is class. In this class, I'm going to name this class function, because whatever function needed to connect to the database, I'm going to write inside this one. So function, I'm going to name this one function, and click on add, and this will add a new function class. Here you can see this, the function.cs is added and class is function. Inside this one, first method I'm going to write to make a database connection. So my class name will be get connection, and this one is of protected type, so protected and it's SQL connection. It's going to actually return SQL connection type object. That's why its return type is SQL connection. Like this. Here you can see this one is showing an error because we haven't imported the libraries which is going to be utilized while using this SQL connection. So the library is using system.data.sql client. Well, like click on this. Here you can see this one is added over here. Okay, after this, here you can see the error is resolved, and after this you have to just name this method. So I'm going to name this one get connection. After this, what we have to do is, here you can see this one is get connection. So it's showing an error because it's expecting a SQL connection object, but we haven't returned anything for now. That's why it's showing an error. This error will be automatically resolved. Okay, so first thing, we have to create a SQL connection object. So SQL connection con is equal to new SQL connection, like this. After this, we have to just write the connection string. So con dot connection string is equal to, like this. You have to mention data first. Thing is nothing but data source, and data source, from where you get this, you have to just move back over here. You have to just click on this, click on connect object explorer, and you have to just copy the server name of your computer. Don't copy this, don't write this one. This one is from my system. So guys, if you still don't have subscribed to my YouTube channel, please subscribe and hit the bell icon, and please share with your friends. And if you need any help, then contact me on Instagram, or if you want to purchase the source code, you can simply contact me on Instagram. It's a trusted channel, and as soon as we resolve the issues as well. Okay, so you have to just write the server name over here, and you have to just add a slash over here, like this. Single slash always shows an error, so you have to add one more backward slash. After this, what you have to do is you have to just mention the database name. So our database, you have to mention database, and database name is pharmacy. So you must be worried about that, from where this pharmacy is coming. So pharmacy is nothing but this one, our database name. Okay. After this, what we have to mention is nothing but integrated security. Integrated security is equal to nothing but true. You have to just write this one. Okay. After this, now our connection string is completed. Nothing needs to be written except this. Okay. After this, what we have to do, let me just make this one full screen so that everything is clearly visible. Here you can see this, everything is visible. After this, we have to just return the connection object. So return nothing but con. When you write like this, here you can see this, the error is now resolved. Okay, make sure every spelling is mistake. You don't make, sorry, every spelling is correct. You don't make any mistakes over here. Data source, server name, after that database is pharmacy, integrated security is equal to true. After this, now our connection is ready. Whenever we call this method is going to return a SQL connection object. So next thing, what we have to do is we have to actually create a connection. We have to actually create a method that is nothing but get data method. So public, and this is going to actually return a data set object. So data set. Okay, so it's showing an error. So what you have to do is just click on this and click on this one using system.data. If you can't able to do like this, then you can manually write it over here like this. When I write like this, here you can see this, the error is resolved. And what you have to do is you have to just write get data. I'm to name this method get data. Okay, so this method is going to actually return some data. It's a data set it's going to return. It means that whenever this method is called, it's actually expect one argument, and that is nothing but a string type, and I'm going to name this one query. If you are worried that what is going on right now, so not to worry about this, let me just write these two methods and I'm going to explain each of the stuff in very detail. Okay, so this method I'm going to write to actually fetch the data from the database. Okay, so first thing what you have to do is you have to just make a SQL connection. So we have already did a SQL connection, we have connected already. So what we have to do is just get that connection. So SQL connection and con is equal to get connection. When you write like this, now we have a connection in this con object. After this, what we have to do is we have to make a SQL command object. So cmd is equal to new SQL command object. So now our SQL command object is ready. Now what we have to do is we have to pass the connection into this command. So cmd dot connection is equal to con. After this, what we have to do is we have to just write, we have to fire this query. So whatever query, like select a star from the table name. So you have to just, suppose someone has passed select a star from users. Users is our table name. So where this query is going to be fired. So I'm going to tell you where exactly where. So cmd dot command text is equal to nothing but query. When you write like this, now our query is passed inside this command. After this, what we have to do is we have to just create a data adapter object. So SQL data adapter DA is equal to new SQL data adapter, and inside this data adapter we have to pass the command. So cmd like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to make a data set object. So data set ds is equal to new data set. After this, dataset ds is equal to new dataset. We have to just write da.fill, and what we want to fill with this data adapter, we have to fill this ds, that is nothing but dataset. So ds. When you write like this, now this query will be fired into the database with the help of this connection, and after that the data which is being fetched will be filled inside this dataset. Next thing what we have to do is just return this dataset object. So here what we have did is, first we have created a get a SQL connection from this method. After this, we have created a SQL command object and then pass the connection into this command object. Then we pass the query inside this one, and finally we have executed after creating a SQL data adapter object, and finally we have created a dataset object over here, and we have filled that data set object with the data which is being fetched from the database, and finally that data set is being returned by this method. Okay, so whenever we call this method, that is get data with a string with a SQL query, then that query will be fired onto the database and the data which is fetched will be returned in the data set. Okay, so now I'm clear with this method. After this, next method is nothing but we have to write a method to set the data. So what you have to do is we have to just write public void. This method is not going to return, it's going to simply set the data. So set data, and this is going to accept two arguments. So string, first is query and the second one is message, whatever you want to show. Like suppose if the registration is successful, then you want to show some message. So the second one is this one, the message will be passed whenever this set data method is called. After this, first thing as usual, we have to make get a SQL connection. So SQL connection con is equal to get connection. After this, we have to create a SQL command object. cmd is equal to new SQL command. After this, we have to just open the, so we have to pass the connection is equal to con. Okay, after this we have to open the connection with the database. So con dot open. Now our connection, the database's connection is open. After this, we have to just pass the command text. So command text is equal to nothing but query. After passing the query, we have to just execute that query into the database. So we have to just write like this, execute non-query, because we don't want to, because whenever the query will be fired, nothing is going to return. That's why just execute non-query. After this, what we have to do is we have to just, our execution is done. It means that like insertion operation is done over here when we call this one, execute non-query method over the cmd. After this, our task is done. So next thing what we have to do is we have to close the connection which we have opened. So you have to write like this. Now this method task is done. One more thing what we want to do is we want to show the message to the user. So for that we have to just mention like this, message box, and we can't able to see this because we haven't imported the proper library. Using system.windows.form, you have to just mention this on the top. Let me just show you this one. After this what we have to do is, here you can see this, now this one is error is resolved dot show, and write like this. Now here you can see this, nothing error is over here. In this message, whatever we want to show, we have to just pass that. So first thing what we have to show is message. This message, I want to show this. After message, what I have to do is I have to just name that message box I just want to give some name to that message box. So the message box will be information, and this message box needs to have some button. So this needs only one button, so okay. And this needs to have some icon, so message box icon dot information, like this. And now our method is ready. So I hope you understand this. First created the connection object, get the connection object. After that created a cmd command object, and after that pass the connection to the cmd, open the connection, pass the query, execute the query, close the connection, and finally show the message. So now our task for this function class is done. Next thing what I have to do is I have to just write, so let me just move back over here, and so our function class task is done, and move back over here. So first thing what I want is, when I click on the sign up button, I want to extract the values from these all text boxes and save that into the database. For that, just double click on this button. So pdn sign up click event is generated over here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to make a function class object, because I'm going to use those methods which we have created right now in the function class. So function fn is equal to new function, like this. Now function class function object is now created, and with the help of this fn, that is a function object, we can access these method, that is nothing but get data and set data, because these are public. Okay, so next thing I want a variable of a string type to write the query. So I'm going to name this one query. So now you have to write these two for now. After this, move back to this sign up click event, and here first thing what I have to do is I have to just extract the values from all the text boxes and all the combo box and date time picker. So what I have to do is just write a string, and the first one is role, so that's of a string type, that's why I've taken a string type variable. So string role txt user name, user role, actually user role dot text, and from that text box I need only text. After this we have name, so string name is equal to txt name dot text. After this we need dob is equal to txt dob dot text. I know that's the data and picker, but still I have given that name dob, so it's going to fetch that data according to that. Okay, after this we have mobile. So mobile number in the database I have shown you that's of big int type. So what we have to do is we have to just write that into a big int type, or we have to convert that into integer type. So int 64, and this one is nothing but mobile is equal to, and we have to convert this string to integer, so int 64 dot parse, and inside this one we have to just call the method, call the username, call the name of that text box, txt mobile number dot text. When you write like this, parse method is used to convert the type conversion actually. Okay, after this we have email id, so string email is equal to txt email dot text. After this we have username is equal to txt username dot text. After this we have password txt password dot text. So now every data is now fetched into these variables. So let me check these, if these variables are working. How to check these? So what you have to do is just add a breakpoint over here, and when you do like this, now a breakpoint over here is added. Now all the values still username will be visible. Okay, so how to do that? For that, just add a breakpoint, just start this, and now our project is started. It's taking a little bit of time. Okay, so here we go. So my username is btechdays. It's hard coded, so not to worry about that. Sign in, add dashboard, select administrator, name btech, something, mobile number, email ID, you can write anything. Sign up, and when you click on that, we move over here. Our program is stopped over here on this breakpoint, and when you hover over this one, you can see administrator on this one, btech, DOB Sunday 25 of October 2020, mobile number is 123456, email ID something like this. Yeah, so this one is working fine now, but data is being fetched from the all the text boxes and can be shown inside these labels. After this, what we have to do is we have to just write the query, and the query will be obviously written inside the try catch block, because whenever any issue occur, we can, this try catch block can handle that. So try, and we have to just write the query first. So query, and what query we have to just fire, the insert query we have to, this try is showing an error because the catch is not mentioned yet. Exception, any type of exception can, this one can handle. Okay, so here you can see this, now the red underline is now removed. So let me make this one full screen. After this, what I have to do is just write insert query. So insert into, and the table name is users, and we have to mention the column names. So let me just copy the column name from the database. So move back over here, and our column name is user role, name, DOB, mobile, email, username, and pass. Here you can see this. You have to just add comma. Just copy this. You have to manually write this. Just pause the video and write this one, where you have to write this one inside this, like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to write values. Just use the same sequence. You cannot change this, interchange the place, values. And after this, we have to write like this: single, double, plus plus, double, single. Let me just put an extra space. First full screen, like this, comma, and after this we have to just first mention role, because we have first column is for user role and we have role over here. After role we have name, and that's also string, so double quotes, sorry, single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. And here you have to mention name. After this we have to mention DOB, so that's also single, double, plus plus, double, single, and we have to mention DOB over here. After DOB we have mobile, and that's of integer type, so we don't have to mention the single quote, just double, double, and 2 plus sign between name, and we have to just mention mobile. After this we have email ID, so that's also string type, so single, double, plus plus, double, single, and inside this one we have to mention email. After email we have username, so single, double, plus plus, double, single, and we have to mention email, sorry, after email we have username, and after username we have password. So single, double, plus, plus, double, single, and we have to mention pass over here like this. And now finally close the bracket and delete these spaces. So here you can see this. Now our task is done. Now our query is ready, and next thing what we have to do is we have to just fire this query, and we have to just pass that query into that set data method. So fn dot set data. Here you can see this. We can fetch this. After this, what we have to do is we have to pass the query, and we have to pass one message as I have told you earlier. So I'm going to pass sign up successful like this. And after this we need to do this one. Whenever any exception occur, I want to show some message. So message box dot show username already exist. It means that if you try to write something, the name which already exists in our database, and that column is unique type, that's why this one is going to generate an exception. That's why I've handled in the catch exception, and I've shown a message that username already exists. So this method is going to, this message box is going to have some name. So I'm going to name this one error, and this needs to have some button. So message box button dot OK, we need only one button, and message box icon needs to be dot error like this. That's it. Now what we have to do is we have to just start this and check if this one is working or not. So now just start this project and let's see if this works properly or not. So I've started the project. After this, we have to enter username and the password is pass. Sign in. Just click on this, select I'm going to add new administrator, and name is something. I'm going to name this one Gaurav. Date of birth something 1995 July something, and email ID gaurav@gmail.com, username Gaurav, password Gaurav. Click on sign up, and here you can see this sign up is successful. Next thing what we have to do is let's check this in the database. So how to check? Let me just open this one, and here you can see this. Previously I have executed this query and we have only 3. So what I'm going to do is select this and click on star, and here we can see this we have one more, that is the 4th one, administrator Gaurav, and 1234 Gaurav@gmail.com, and Gaurav. So this one is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually make this reset button functional, and as in the overview video I have shown you, when I write something username, here a cross sign and tick the correct sign is available over here. So I'm going to do that, exactly that. Okay, so we have to make these two stuff functional for now. So log out and close this, move back to our coding, and here first thing what we have to do is make the reset button functional. So move back over here, double click on this, and this will generate a quick event for that btn reset. And first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a method. So public void clear all like this, and I'm going to clear everything. txt name dot clear, txt dob, and this is a datetime picker, so reset text. After this, txt mobile number dot clear. After this we have txt email dot clear. After email we have txt username dot clear. After username we have txt password dot clear, and txt user role. Okay, so user role dot selected index is equal to -1. We have to write like this, and what I have to do is I have to just call this method over here, so like this. Now let's check. Start this and let's check for this reset button actually. So this one is hard coded. Click on this, select this one, write something like this one, and click on this, and here you can see this, everything is cleared and everything is functional. This button is functional. Next thing what we have to do is we have to check the username over here in the real time, and we have to make the changes over here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to add one picture box over here. So let me close this and move back to the GUI part, and we have to just drag and drop one picture box. Drag and drop over here like this in the parallel to this one, like this. This one is picture box 1, and in the previous one I've actually missed one label over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy and paste it over here, and I have to just write something inside this one, and just let me change the back color, not the back color actually. I'm going to change the fore color to red. Okay, so we missed actually one label in the last video, so I'm adding that, and name for this one will be, okay, so star check user role once before sign up. And let me just decrease the font size. Just click on this one, select 10 oblique and hit OK like this. Yeah, now what we have to do is we have to actually set the correct when this username is not available in the database, and select cross if that username is available in the database. Okay, so I hope I'm clear that select cross, it means that cross is visible inside this picture box when that username is available or already exists in our database, and right sign when the username is not available in the database. So first thing what we have to do is where we have to exactly code. So we have to just click on this username, click on this one events, and select this text change. Just double click on this and this will generate a text change event. And here first thing what we have to do is we have to just write the query is equal to, and what query we have to fire is select star from table name. So table name is users, where username is equal to nothing but we have to fetch that username from that same text box, single quotes, double plus plus, double quotes and single, and txt username dot text like this one, and we have to call the method, so data set ds is equal to fn dot get data, and we have to pass the query. So in the function class we have created one more, we have written one more method, that is get data, and this method is going to return a dataset objects, and to store that data we have to create a dataset object over dataset variable over here. So dataset ds, and whatever is being returned from database whenever we fire that query, this query is going to be stored inside this one. So how this exactly works? So what we have to do is we have to check if that username exists in the database, then only some data will be fetched from the database and this DS will be filled. If that username doesn't exist in our database, then DS will be empty. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to check this. If DS is empty, then we can insert that username. That username is valid. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to just write if ds.tables 0 rows count is equal to 0, it means that this dataset contains no value. If no value, then we have to set a picture to that picture box with the right sign. Okay, so let me do that. So picture box, that picture box name is picture box 1 because we have only one picture box. You can check like this. Click on this one, move over here, and you have to search for name. Here you can see this picture box 1. Okay, so here picture box 1 dot image location, and we have to just copy the location like this. Paste @ in the starting and explore where you have stored the images. So all images and icon link is already in the description. If you have not downloaded yet, then you have to just download that. And you have to just copy the path from here. Just copy this and see the tick name. So this one is yes.png. So move back over here and you have to just paste it like this one, and you have to just put a slash and the name is yes.png. If you have changed the name, you can write anything over there. Okay, so it's showing an error because I have added this @ on the wrong place. You have to just add like this, and now you can see this every error is resolved. In the else condition, we have to set the wrong one, that is not available. So let me just copy this. Same, you have to copy the path we have placed on the same position, and you have to change the image name. So image name is no for that, no png. Here you can see this, where this one, here you can see this no. So let me move back over here, and here you can see there's the coding part for the setting image is done. So let me start this and let me check this one properly. Click on this, and btechdays already exists in our database. So when I write this ch, when I write btechdays, here you can see this btechdays, the cross sign is visible over here, and when I delete any of the stuff, here you can see this. I have just added Gaurav. So when I write Gaurav, here you can see this cross sign is visible over here, and this one is a little bit cropped. So let me fix that. Move over here and let me just set the size like this and select actually stretched image. Okay, it means that whenever the images, this will fit inside this one. Start this. Pass and sign in. Here you can see this now. Yeah, this one is good. Yeah, this one is working fine, and the reset button is also working fine. So everything in this user control is working fine. In the next video, I'm actually going to show you how to code for this one, that is dashboard background, because now we have added the users. So now we can show the data over here, and with that data we can actually validate over here the data, the login page. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to validate this login page and the dashboard as well, backend coding for these two forms. So that's it for this video, guys. Thanks for watching, and just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to backend code for this add user control. Here you can see this. When I write something and I want to reset, yeah, we can reset. In the same way, we can check for the username, and everything is working. We can even sign up for the user, and everything is working fine. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to code backend code for this one, that is a dashboard, and how to show the number over here. And actually, one more thing, I'm going to show you how to actually connect this sign in page with the dashboard. Okay, with the actually database. So let's start with that. So I'm going to stop this project for now. And first thing, let me just close all of these stuff because we don't need these for now. Okay. So this is our project on which we are working. So let me move back to the login form. So here we are. So first thing where we have to actually code is on the sign in button. So just double click on this and this will move back over here. Okay. So let me comment these lines. Okay. And let me make some space. Before writing anything inside this sign in click, first thing what I have to do is I have to actually add one stuff over here. So we have to create an object of the function class which we have created in the previous video. So I'm going to create an object for that. Function fn is equal to new function, and here next thing I have to write is I need one query, so string query. Now we have the two stuff which we needed. After this, move back to the sign in part. Here first what I want is, suppose you have given this software to anyone, and if there is no user or no user exists in our database, then that user cannot log in. In that case, we need to provide some information to that user. You just sign in and just try. You have to write like this. First I have to write the query, select star from the table name. So our table name is users. In the previous video I have shown you this, so if you have not watched, then please watch that first, or after I continue with this. Okay, after this you have to write data set ds is equal to fn.getData. We have to fire this query into the database. Suppose what actually is going on over here. So first thing, I have selected star from user. It means that I am selecting all the users from the table, and my table name is users. Okay. So if that table is empty, it means that no user exists, neither the administrator nor the pharmacist. In that case, I want user to log in with the user ID root, and the password is also root. Okay. So let's start with that. If this DS is empty, it means that no user is there. So if ds.tables 0.rows.count is equal to 0, it means that no user exists. In that case, if txt username.text is equal to nothing but root, and txt password.text is equal to root, then what we want to do is we want to move to the administrator part. So for administrator, our administrator form name is nothing but administrator. So administrator admin is equal to new administrator, like this, and admin dot show. And after this, what I want is I want to hide this form, so this dot hide. Okay, so here it goes. Suppose if this DS is empty, then what is going to happen is there will be no data, and in that case, here you can see this, if this DS is equal to ds.tables0.rows.count is equal to 0, it means that if the DS contains 0 data, then we have to check that if txt username root is equal to root and txt password.text is equal to root, then we move to the administrator form, and there you can register new user. Okay, after this, in the else condition, what I have to do is we have to do the actual matching of the code if some user exists. It means that if DS contains some data, then we need to code whatever we want inside this one. So here what I want is I want to match the values from the text box with the database. So first I have to write the query. So let me maximize this one, the full screen. So query is equal to select star from users where username is equal to txt username dot text and pass username. This is the column name and my database, and pass is also the column name, and this is a table name. Okay, so pass is equal to single quotes, double, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes, and here we have to mention txt password dot text, like this. After this we have to write ds is equal to function dot get data. We have to call that. So we have to pass the query, and here you can see this, it's showing an error. You must have observed that we are using this ds again and again. That's why what we have to do is, let me just cut this part and just mention ds over here, and I'm going to initialize this ds over here like this, so that we are going to actually use the single data set object multiple times. Here you can see this. You have to assign the value again and again, you can use it again. Okay, so now here, if this user and ID and password matches with the database, then this ds will have some value. So here we have to again check that stuff. So if ds.tables 0.rows.count is equal to, it's not equal to 0, it means that this one is valid. In that case, first what I want to do is I want to extract the role, the user role from that data set. Okay, so string role is equal to ds.tables 0.rows 0 column 1 dot to string. Okay, let me explain you what exactly is going on. From the ds stores the data in the form of tables, and we have only one table, and in the computer science you know the values start from 0th, and from the rows it means that 0th rows and 1th column, and convert that value to string. Okay, after this we have to check something like if role is equal to nothing but administrator administrator, then what we want to do is we want to move to a particular admin form. Administrator admin is equal to new administrator and admin dot show and this dot hide. We have to check other, like else if role is equal to pharmacist, then what we want to do is we want to move to the new form. So let me add one form for now so that we can code for that. So click on form. I'm going to add new form. So I'm going to name this one pharmacist. Click on enter. Okay, so new form is added. We don't need it now. I'm going to just check it for that. So I'm going to add, so when this role matches to pharmacist, then I want to move to that pharmacist. So pharmacist PHARM is equal to new pharmacist. Pharma dot show this dot hide. Okay, so here let me explain you what exactly I did. So before actually showing, let me just show you that what this ds contains when this query is fired, and why I am extracting this role from the 0th and 1th. Okay, so let me explain you everything. So I'm going to add a breakpoint over here. so that every task till here is done. So let me start with this. So I've started the project, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write btechdays and btechdays. When I click on sign in, we move back over here, and when I hover over this, here you can see this is administrator, and when you hover over this, let me just show you. When you click on this one, and here you can see this in the table we have mentioned ID in the first, second the user role. So this one is 0th row and 1th column, and here you can see this from the DS, that is data set, this one, and it stores the data in the form of tables. So it's table 0th and rows, 0th rows and 0th column is ID, and 1th column is user role. So it's extracting 1th column, that is administrator, and converting that into a string and storing that into the variable that is nothing but role. So when I continue this, it will actually open my administrator module. When I log out, and now I'm going to actually sign in with the administrator part. So Kumar, and when I sign in, okay, so let me remove this breakpoint and continue. And here you can see this, we move to the pharmacist. So this one is working fine. If you want another user like customer or anything, so you can add actually else if, and you can match it like this one, role is equal to customer, and you can design other stuff and you can code inside this one. So we don't need this for now, so let me just delete this. I hope you understand this part, and if you are worried about that, I haven't shown you this because we already that our data set, the table actually contains some data. Okay, so that's why whenever I'm going to fetch this is going to always return some data. It will, this DS will always fill with data. That's why it's never going to enter into this code of block. It's always going to enter inside this one. So if I write like this, not equals, it means that now it will enter inside this one. So let me just show you. Now I'm going to enter root, then it was going to enter inside this one, and this will move us to the administrator part. So you can see this root. I've just changed that to show you that this will work perfectly fine. So when I click on sign in, here you can see this will move to the dashboard. So this one is working nice. So let me remove this one. Okay, so this code will work only when our users table is empty. It means that for the first time when you install this software, you can log in with root, and after you make it successful, if you added successfully a new user, then you have to enter with that username and password. Okay, so this one, the task for login part is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to code for the dashboard. So let me move back to the dashboard. So here we go in the dashboard. So here first thing what we have to do is we have to actually change the name of this button. Let me maximize this and change this button name. So change this button name to PTN sync, hit enter, and let me change the label, this label name to, let me just change this one, design name, and change this one to label admin or admin label, and this one to pharma label. Hit enter. Now next thing what we have to do is we have to actually code on this form load event. So just double click on the empty space and this will generate a form load event. And before coding inside this one, first thing what I have to do is I have to actually make a function object, function fn is equal to new function like this, and string query. We need one variable and we need one data set object too. So data set ds like this. And after this what I have to do is I have to actually show the number of actual users in our database inside this label into this label. So what we have to do is we have to just, before writing anything, let me just create one method over here. So I'm going to write this one private, and it's a void type, and set label. I'm going to name this one, and this is going to actually need two arguments. One is data set ds and another is label name. So label lbl, like this. And let me show you what exactly this one is going to do. If ds.tables 0 dot rows dot count is not equal to 0, then what we have to do is we have to set that label. So label name is also being passed over here, so I'm going to set this label. We don't know for now which label exactly this is. So lbl dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 and column 0 dot to string. In the else condition, what I want is I want to just set that label lbl dot text to nothing but 0. If now I run this code and call this method over here, then this will definitely going to set the label to 0. Okay, so I will explain you what exactly this method is. Not to worry, if you understand this, then that's perfectly fine, but let me explain this one. In this method, or in this load event, first thing what we have to do is we have to write the query. So query is equal to, for administrator I have to write select count. This is a method. This is a method in SQL. You can use this to count any number of users inside the database. So count, in this you have to pass the column name, which one you want to count. So user role from table. Users is the table where user role is equal to administrator. Administrator. It means that it will actually count the number of users with the user role, where user role is administrator. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to store that. We have to fire this onto the database function dot get data, and we have to pass this query like this. After this is going to return some number, the values inside this one. So what we have to do is we have to set that value to the label. So let me just do that. We have to call the method set label, and inside this one we have to pass data set object, and the second thing is nothing but label name. So our label name is admin label. So I hope you understand what exactly I have did over here. Let me start this and let me show you. Let me explain, and after that I will show you. So first thing what I have did is I have written a query. This query is going to count the number of users where user role is nothing but administrator is mentioned inside this one. Suppose we have a table of 10 rows over there and 5 users are administrator, then this query is going to return 5, number 5 only, the count of that user. So this data set will contain 0, or this data set will contain 5 in that case if we have 5 users in our database, and that the filled data set is being passed when we call this method and the label name over here. So now the value inside this one is 5 is now here, and here first thing what I have checked is if ds.table0.rows.count is not equal to 0, it means that if this ds is not null, if this one is have 5, then this one is not null, then this will enter inside this one, and this is the label name. So label name we have passed is admin label. So here admin label is set. Admin label dot text is equal to, from this data set we have to extract the data set tables 0. It contains the data in the form of tables and from that table rows 0th row and 0th column, because we have only one value, that is a number, and convert that to string and show into that label. And in the else condition, if this one is empty, so it will never enter the if condition, it goes to the else condition, and in the empty case we have to set 0 to that label. So let me start this and let's check if this works or not. So I have started the project, and this time what we have to do is we have to actually log in with valid username and password. So valid username is btechdays and btechdays. Just sign in, and here you can see this total number of admin is 2 over here, and we haven't coded for this one, so this one is not showing for now, and we haven't coded for this one. Okay, so log out and let me close this. And next thing what we have to do is we have to code for pharmacist. So select count user role from users where user role is equal to pharmacist, like this. ds.function ds is equal to fn.get data, and inside this one we have to pass the query, and after this we have to call the method set label, and we have to pass ds comma pharma label, like this. And when you call this, our task is done. Now start this and let's check if this works or not. So I've started the project. I'm going to log in. Suppose I enter something wrong, so it's going to show. Okay, so we have missed the else part. Okay, so I'm going to add that. Sign in, and here you can see this, we have 2 pharmacist user as well. Let me just show you. Okay, sorry, we don't have coded for this users, otherwise I've shown you right now. So let me move back to the database, and here you can see this 2 pharmacist user and 2 administrator user is visible over here. That's why it's showing 2 for each of the stuff. Here you can see this 2 and 2 over here. Okay, let me log out and let me close this. So the coding for this dashboard part is done, but we missed one thing, that is nothing but in the form. So if this one is matched, and in the else condition we have to show some message that else. Let me show some message box dot show wrong username or password, and I'm going to name this message box error, message box button, and needs one button, so okay, and it needs to have some icon, message box dot error, like this. So whenever user enter wrong username and password, then this ds will empty, and in that case I want to show this message. So let's start and check if this one is working or not. Let me start this, and I'm going to enter something wrong, and when I click on this, wrong username or password, so this one is working fine. So let me log in and sign in, and after this, here you can see this, we have to code for this one, the last thing. So when this one will work exactly, suppose if you added a new user over here, so I'm going to, let me just add new user, administrator, and something, let me Rohit, mobile number, email ID rohit@gmail.com, and username is Rohit, password is also Rohit and sign up, and when you click on OK and when you move to dashboard, here you can see this. Now we have 3 admin user in the database, but here you can see this one is not updated. When I click on this, nothing happens because we haven't coded for this one. So let me show you in the database if these 3 are visible over here or not. Here you can see this, we have 1, 2 and 3 pharmacist administrator user, but it's still not visible. So what we have to do is we have to do just a small change. Nothing but, let me just close this and move to this one, the dashboard part. Move to the top, just select this and just double click on this. This will generate a btn sync click event, and here what you have to do is you have to just call this one user reload, and here you have to pass the object, that is this object, and event is null. So just we have to call this uc underscore dashboard load, and in this you have to just pass this, and the second argument is null. When you do this, whenever we click on that button, these code are re-executed. It means that the label are reset. Okay, so let's start this and let's check that again. So I will start the project. And Rohit I'm going to log in with that. Just sign in, and with Rohit and Rohit I can actually log in. So here you can see this, we have 3. So now I'm going to add one more user, pharmacist, and Jay @gmail.com. Jay, sign in, successful. Move to dashboard. Here you can see this, we have 3, and when I click on this one is updated to 4. Okay, so here you can see this, now everything is functional as I have shown you in the overview video. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design this view user and how to backend code for this. So stay tuned, subscribe and share it with your friends, and to purchase source code contact me on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have shown you how to backend code for this dashboard and the login page. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to the description, there I put the link from a previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in previous videos I have already shown you how to design this one and backend code for this, and in this video I'm going to show you how to design this and backend code for this. And in the last video we missed one small stuff, that is nothing but I haven't connected this one. The username is not visible over here in our project on which we are working. So we are going to first fix this and then design this and backend code for this. So let's start with that. Let me close this. This is a complete project, that's why everything is working. So let me move back to the project on which we are working. We are working on pharmacy management video. So first thing, let me start this and let me show you one stuff. So I've started the project, it will take a little bit of time. So our project has started. I'm going to log in, as I have told you that I've already connected this with the database. So now Jay I can log in with this, sign in, and here you can see this, the username is not visible over here. So how to fix this? For that, what we have to do is just close this. First thing, we have to move to the login page. So login page is form1.cs, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pass the administrator the username with this administrator. But in the administrator part, let me just open that administrator.cs, and let me just move back over. I'm just moved to the coding part of this administrator, and here you can see this, we have only one constructor that accept no argument. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more constructor over here. So just copy these line of code and just paste this again. And here what you have to do is you have to just name, it's going to accept one argument, string user. Now the administrator task is done. Now what we have to do is we move to the Let me just close this dashboard to this one. Here what you have to do is we have to actually pass the username. So from where we get txt username dot text, like this. Now when we log in with the administrator, in the administrator form, now we have a username inside this variable. So what we have to do is we have to just extract the value from this variable and just show it over here. So let me change the design name for this one. So design name for this one will be, here you can see this is the name. So what we have to do is we have to just set the name to this one. So I'm going to set this one user label, username label, like this, and hit enter. After this, move to the coding part, and here what I have to do is I have to just write like this: user name label dot text is equal to user, this variable. Now our task is done. Now our label is set. So let's start the project, and let's check if we log in with J and J, then the username is visible over there or not. So now I'm going to log in with J and J, sign in, and here you can see this, the name is visible. So what we have to do is we have to just adjust this in the center. So let me close this. Let me fix that first. Move back over, just click on this. Select this label, and here you have to search for auto size, and first change the text alignment to center, and after this change the auto size, search for auto size. Here you can see this auto size, make this one false, and after this you can find the small boxes around this label. So what you have to do is just drag this like this and like this. Now whenever you start this, the text will always appear in the center. It will adjust automatically. So let's start this and check this if this one is working or not. So I've started the project, and now I'm going to log in with J and J, sign in, and here you can see this, it's in the center. Okay, so now let's start with the designing of view user form. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to add one user control inside this one. So for that, right click on this, click on add, and click on user control. After this you have to give a name to this one. So UC underscore view user, and click on add, and this will add a new user control. Right click and go to properties. Let me maximize these. After this, change the back color to white, and let me copy the size of this one from one of our user control, that is dashboard or view user or add user, anyone. Just click on this and let me copy the size. Let me close these two. Right click, go to properties, and here search for size, paste the size. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one label inside this one. So let me add that. Let me copy this, move back over here, paste it. Now I'm going to change the name, the text from this one. So it's view user. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one label. So let me drag one label over here, and next thing what I need is one text box. Just drag and drop one text box. So Guna 2 text box, I'm going to drop it over here. After this, I need a data grid view. So just drag and drop one data grid view. Okay, so I've just put multiples, so I don't need that much. Let me just drag one more data grid view. So just drag and drop it once. That's it. After this, what I have to do is let me just set the border color or border style. Search for that. Just select this border style and change this one to fixed 3D. Okay, so now we can see the border of this one, and this one is looking nice. Let me just maximize this. Like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually add one button. So I'm going to leave a little bit of space over here, and I'm going to add a button. So Guna search for button. If you are worried about that, from where I am getting this Guna 2 button, so you have to just download the DLL file in the description of this video, and you have to watch the video how to add DLL file into the toolbox. Okay, so now everything we need is available over here. And one more thing what we have to do is we have to add one button, that is a reload button or sync button over here. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add one more button over here. So search for button, not button, first picture box I want to search for. Picture box. Just drag and drop one picture box over here. And what we have to do is we have to just click on this, select choose images, local resources, and click on import. And I have provided all the image link is already in the description, so you have to just download that and start coding with me. So we have to just use this one, sync GIF, and click on OK, stretch image, and we need one button as well. So search for buttons, just drag and drop one button over here. And what you have to do is we have to just remove the text, and fill color needs to be white, and just remove the text. What I have to do is I have to set one image inside this one too. So click on images, local resources, and click on import, and this image I'm going to use, so click on OK. And the image size is 35,35, like this, and make this button small so that this can fix inside this one, like this. Okay, so I'm going to do that right now, but for that I have to just copy the size from this one, nothing but the dashboard. So the size of this one, size is 66,66. Click on this, and the button size, let me copy that button size. So click on inner one, image size is 35,35, and the button size is 34,35. Like this, and place this inside this one. Either you can place it like this or with the help of button in the center, like this. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to just move these two buttons little bit upside, like this. After this we have to set this label. So this label is nothing but username, so let's change the text for this one. Change the text to username. So increase the font for this one. Just click on this and select 12. Okay. After this, what I have to do is I have to change few properties of this text box. So first I'm going to change the for color. It means that whatever written inside this one needs to be in the black color. So I've selected that, and I'm going to increase the font size for this one to 11 or 12. Okay, 11. I'm going to increase that to 11 and hit OK. And after this, okay, send to back. Okay, so after this, what I have to do is I have to set the size for this text box. So I'm going to set that size. So search for size over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just write 340,36 and hit enter, and here you can see this. After this, what I have to do is I have to set a placeholder text inside this one. So I'm going to write search and like this, hit enter. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to change the text line from left to center. So search for text line and click on this and select center, and here you can see this. Now this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to make few changes with this button too. So first thing, I want to change the fill color to red. So select this, click on fill color, select this one, and the for color, that is text inside this one, needs to be black. Select black, and after this change the text. So text will be delete, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just increase the font size of this one. So click on this, semi bold and 12 and hit OK, like this one. After this, what I have to do is I have to make the border visible. So you have to just change few properties. So border thickness, and change this one to 1, and change the border radius to 19 to make this one a little bit edgy, or you can just make this one 19 and do like this. Yeah, so this one is looking nice. And what we have to do is we have to just add one image inside this one. So let me add one image. So search for image and click on this, local resources, and click on import, and explore where you have stored the images which you have downloaded. You have to just select this image, click on open, hit OK, increase the image size to 30,30 like this. And what I want is when I hover over this, I want to change the color. So or click or hover, no, I'm going to change the hover color. Okay, so let's click on this one. Border color needs to be black, no change. And what I want is just fill color needs to be white when I hover over this. Okay, so now everything is ready inside this one, and what we have to do is we have to just connect this user control with the dashboard. So how to do that? For that, you have to just go to toolbox and search for ellipse, go now to ellipse and drag and drop it over here. Just click on this, target control, select this, and select UC_V user, that is the user control name, and save this one. Copy this, move to the administrator, paste it over here, click on this, click on target control, and select panel 2. And after this, what you have to do is just start this and stop this project to actually load that user control into this toolbox. So I have started the project and I will stop it instantly. So now I'm going to stop this, and next thing what I have to do is just move back over here and move back to the top, and you can find UC view user. So move back to the top, and what next we have to do is we have to just drag this one and drop it over here like this, and place this on the proper position like this. And now what we have to do is we have to just move back over here and just change the name of this one, btn view user, and just double click on this, and this one should create a click event for that. And here what I have to do is I have to just UC_view user 1 dot visible is equal to true, and uc view underscore dot bring to front, like this. And one more thing what we have to do is when this form load, I want to hide that. So this one, administrator load event, and here I have to hide that. uc user dot visible is equal to false. Now start this and let's check if this one is working fine or not. So I'm going to log in with J and J, just sign in. And after this, here you can see this, when I click on this, now everything is visible, and this button, okay, so this one is on the top of this one, that's why this delete button is visible, little bit hidden. Okay, everything is visible over here and everything is working fine. So next thing what we have to do is we have to backend code for this one. So when I click on this, the data needs to be preloaded inside this one, and when I click on this, this needs to be resync, and we cannot even delete the login in which the account with which we have logged in. Here you can see this, we have logged in with J, so I can't able to delete that J. So let's start with the backend coding of this one. So let me close this and move back over here. First thing what we have to do is we have to change the design name of all of this buttons and text boxes. So I'm going to change this one to ptn sync, this one to txt user name, and this one to btn delete, btn. Let me just move this one a little bit upside for now. Okay, just save this, and the changes we need in the GUI is done. After this, first thing what I have to do is I have to just write a query. When this form loads, when this user control loads, this data needs to be filled with the data. For that, just double click on the empty space, and this will generate a UC view user load event. And here what you have to do is you have to just write query. Okay, so before writing query, what we have to do is we have to just create a object of function class, fun function, fn is equal to new function. In previous videos I've already created this function class, so if you have not watched my previous videos, then please watch that so that you can understand which method I'm using and which method I've exactly written inside that function class. Okay, so string query. Okay, so if you are not subscribed to my YouTube channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon, and please follow us on Instagram too. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the query. So first thing what I have to do is I have to just load all the users data and show that into the data grid view. So what we have to write is select star from table name. So our table name is users, where, okay, select star from users. That's it, the query ends actually. And this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a method from the function class fn.getData, and inside this one we have to pass the query. And this method is actually, whenever we call this method is going to return a dataset object with filled data. When this query is fired on the database, it's going to return some data. That data is stored in the data set, and that data set is returned by this method. So we have to store it somewhere. For that, what we have to do is we have to create a data set variable over here, and we have to store it inside that one like this. And finally we have data inside this data set. So what we have to do is we have to just show that data into the data grid view. So our data grid view name is guna2 data grid view 1 dot data source is equal to ds dot tables 0, like this. Now we have done everything required to actually fetch the data and show the data into that data grid view. Let's start this and check if this works or not. So J and J. When I sign in, click on this, and here you can see this. Now the data is visible. Next thing what I want is whenever I write something inside this one, only that record, the matching record, needs to be visible over here. So how to do that? For that, let me just close this and move to the design part, and here you have to select this one and go to events, and you have to just double click on this one, that is nothing but text change event. So just double click on this and this will generate a txt username text change event. And here what you have to do is you have to write a query again. So query equals select star from users where username like single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes, like this you have to mention. And inside this one you have to just extract the text from username, the text box, and here you have to mention one small stuff. Before the single quote we have to mention % over here. It means that if you write a, then it will appear in the data in the query like a%. It means that whatever text is starting with a followed by any character needs to be visible over there. I hope you understand this. Okay, so our query is ready. Next thing what you have to do is, let me just minimize this one a little bit. Okay, so next thing what you have to do is we have to just fire that query. So ds is equal to fn dot get data, and we have to pass the query. We have to understand this, how this one works actually, and finally show that data into the data grid. Dot data source is equal to ds dot tables and 0, like this. And now start this and let's check if this one is working or not. So I have started this one and move to the view user, and here you can see this. When I write K, only Kumar is visible. If I write G, only Gaurav is visible. Yeah, this one is working fine. If I enter Z, no data is matched, that's why it's empty. So this one is working fine. Next thing what I have to do is when I click on the any row, here you can see this, what I have, we have one delete button over here. So what I want is when I click on any row, then when I click on delete button, that one, then only that row needs to be deleted. So first thing what we have to do is when I click on any particular row, so I want to extract the username of that row, this one, this username. So how to do that? For that what we have to do is we have to just move to the design part, just click on this data grid view, click on event, and you have to search for cell click event over here. Here you can see this, just double click on this and this will generate a Guna2 data grid view cell click event. And here what I have to do is, let me just take a variable over here, so string user name, like this, and here I'm going to put this one in the try catch block, because if you click anywhere on the empty space, this one is going to actually generate an exception. So I don't want to do that, I want to handle that exception. Okay, so username is equal to, and I have to extract that from that row. So Guna2 data grid view 1 dot rows, and inside this one we have to extract the row index from this data grid view cell event erg. The variable is e, so I have to extract from that. So e dot row index dot cells, so we have to count the cell. So I've already counted that to 6. Cell dot value and to string. So if you are worried about that, how I have written the 6, so let me explain you. So actually I'm going to add a breakpoint over here to check if this username is being fetched or not. So let me start this project. I'm just going to explain you from where this I have written 6, why I have written 6 over here. Okay, J and J, just sign in. Here you can see that this one is 0th column, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6th column is our username. So here you can see this, when I click on this row, now username needs to have Rohan. So when I hover over this, here you can see this, we have Rohan inside this one. It means that now we are fetching the data from that particular row. So our work is done till here. Next thing what I have to do is, when I click on that delete button, what I want is, I want to actually delete that particular row. But in that condition, we have to also check that user is not going to delete its own profile. It means that if I am going to log in with J then I can't able to delete the j. So how to do that? For that actually we have to pass the username to this user control. So while working with user control, passing the values from form to user control is little bit difficult. So how to do that? For that, first thing, where we have to move, we have to actually move to the administrator first, administrator backend coding. Okay, so to move back over here, and here first thing what I have to do is I have to just make one variable over here. So it's string and it's user, and I'm going to just initialize with null. What I have to do is I have to set this label. So I'm going to write a small method, so public, and it's going to return a string, and I'm going to name this one ID like this. And here what I have to do is I have to just write get, and I have to return user dot to string in the string format like this. And here you can see this. Now I'm going to return this one, but this user contains nothing for now. So what we have to do is we have to set the user. Okay, so I'm going to change this one to user name. Okay, so there will be no confusion like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just set this user from this username. So what I'm going to do next over here is user is equal to username like this. So here what I did is I have just created this one, this stuff. This one is going to return the user name from here, from the administrator module, and I've created one variable over here, user, and I have set the username which is being passed when we are calling this administrator, when we are actually logging in. Okay, so now our task is done over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just move back to our view user, and here what we have to do is move back to the top, and here we have to actually create one more stuff over here in the similar way. So just hit enter and make some space, and after this what we have to do is we have to just write public string, and this one the name is ID. You can name anything, username, and here what we have to do is set. Okay, so I need one more variable over here, so string current user is equal to null like this. And here what you have to do is just set that current user is equal to value like this, and this will set the value inside this one, this current user. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to just pass that value to this ID. Okay, so how to do that? Move to the administrator part, and here we have to mention one more line. So what we have to do is we have to just write UC, and that is nothing but view user dot ID is equal to ID. When you write like this, now the username is being passed from here. This one is this block of code is being executed, and this is going to return the username, and this username is passed where? In the view user inside this one, and this is going to set the current user with the value. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add a breakpoint over here, and let's check if this one is working or not. Okay, so no, I'm not going to do that. Okay, I'm not going to check this one actually. Okay, so I hope you understand this. If you are confused, then you can contact me on Instagram, or you can just simply do one thing, just reverse your, just move a little bit back in the video and just rewatch the stop. 1 minute, that's it. Okay, so now we have, simply you have to understand one thing. Now we have the current username. It means that with the user which we have logged in, we have that in this username. So first thing, now move to the button delete click event. Just double click on this to generate a click event for that. And here first thing what I have to do is I have to just check that the user which we are trying to delete is not the current one. Okay, if current user is not equal to user name, here you can see this username is being fetched when I click on that particular row. So what I want is current user is not equal to username. It means that I have logged in with the J, so the current user will be J, and if you try to, when you click on that particular row, the details of J, then the username will also be J. So if this one was not equal, then we want to just delete that. In the else condition, let me just show one message. Message box dot show you are trying to delete your own profile. Icon dot warning like this. And now let's check if this one is working or not. So start this, and here this will be automatically checked that this current user contains our username or not. If this will not match, then nothing will happen, and if this matched, then this message will be shown. So I'm going to enter J and sign in, view user, and I'm going to select this J and just click on delete. You are trying to delete your own profile. It means now the current user is not equal to, the current user is equal to the user which we are trying to delete. So this will show that message. Now click on this, nothing happens because the current user is not equal to the username. Okay, so this one is working fine. Before that, we have to also check one more stuff, or you have to just actually ask the from user that are you sure you want to delete. So if message box dot show are you sure confirmation, and this message box needs to be have some buttons, so yes or no. So message box buttons dot yes no, and after this it needs to be have some icons, so message box icon dot warning. And after this, what we have to do is, I hope you copied this code. Now after this, we have to check that what user actually entered, and we have to check only for yes. So is equal to dialog result dot yes. If yes, then we want to move further like this. So it's showing an error because we have to move this all stuff inside this one. So move to the down and press close this if condition, and here you can see this. Now the error is resolved. Okay, now where we have to code, we have to code inside this one. So inside this one, what we have to do is we have to just file the query. So query is equal to delete from users where username is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes like this. And here we have to pass username, and just we have to file the query. So fn dot set data, and we have to pass the query, and we have to pass one message. So user record deleted like this. And finally, what we have to do is we have to just reload the form so that instantly the data grid view is uploaded with the data. So for that, we have to just call this one, that is a uc_view_load. So what we have to do is we can't write this one. If we write this, that the repetition of code is increasing. So what we have to do is we have to just simply load that. So uc underscore user load, and here inside this one we have to pass two arguments. So first is this implement this form, this user control needs to be load, and the second will be null. When you call this, now the data will be deleted and instantly the data grid view is updated with this. So let's start this and let's check. J sign in, new user, and here you can see this. When I click on this, delete, yes, you are trying to delete your own profile, error. Okay, so next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this Rohit. So select this, delete, yes, and user record deleted. When you click on OK, here you can see this. Now the data grid view is instantly updated. Next thing what I have to do is I have to just code for this one, the sync button. When I click on this, this needs to be reloaded. When I add user, move back over here, the data will be shown like this. When you click on this, the new data will be shown over this. So what we have to do is just log out, move to the designing part, just double click on this. This will generate a click event, and here you have to just mention uc uload, and inside this one you have to pass this comma null, the second one, and now that will work fine. So let me do that. Let me just show you quickly. I'm going to just log in with J and J, sign in, add user, administrator, name is Rohit. You know that I have deleted that. And the username is also Rohit. Sign up, okay, move to view user, and here you can see this. Now the Rohit is not visible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just click on this, and here you can see this. Now the Rohit is visible over here. So this one is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design and backend code for this button, that is profile. So till then, just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this view user control, and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing. Just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is the profile. Here you can see this. When I click on this, the name appears over here, and when I click on any of these places, all the detail is available over here. And if I make any changes and I want to reset it, when I click on this, here you can see this, everything is functional. So how to do this all? So I'm going to explain you in this video. So let me just close this first and move back to the project on which we are working. We are working on pharmacy management video, and here you can see this. Let me start this and show you quickly. And here you can see this. Still here our task is done and we have to code for this one. Here you can see this. When I click on this, nothing happens. So I'm going to log out and close this. And first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add new user control. So in administrator we have to add new user control. So click on add, select user control, and it will take a little bit of time. And I'm going to name this one uc underscore profile. Click on add, and this will add a new user control. So let me maximize this. And after this, what we have to do is first I'm going to change the back color to white. Click on custom, select white, and move back over here. Just click on the empty space and let me copy the size of this form, that is the user control. So in the same way, right click, go to properties, search for size, and you have to write 1104,770. So here you can see this. Now it look like this. First thing what we have to do is we have to add one label. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag one label over here, just drag and drop it, just click on this and change the text to profile. After this I need a picture box, so let me drag and drop one picture box. I need only one, and what I have to do is I have to just select choose images, click on local resources, click on import, and I've already provided the image and icons link already in the description of this video, so if you have not downloaded yet, then download and start coding with me. Okay, and follow me on Instagram and subscribe and share with your friends. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the profile user, this one, and click on open, click OK, and select this one, stretch image. So I'm going to now stretch like this for now, and after this we need one more label, so let me copy this and paste it, and this is the username actually, so I'm going to change the text to username for now, like this. And after this we have to add few labels and text boxes over here, so let me drag and drop. You just drag and drop the first label. After this we need one combo box, so search for combo box, and I'm going to use this Guna 2 combo box. If you're worried about that, from where I'm getting this Guna combo box, so you have to actually download one DLL file. The DLL file link is already in the description of this video, and you have to watch one video how to add DLL file into the toolbox. That link is already in the description of this video. Okay, after this we have to add few more labels and combo boxes, not combo box actually, now we need more text boxes. So I'm going to search for text box, and I'm going to use this Guna 2 text box, so drag and drop it over here like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this, and we have to paste this 4 more times. Like this. Four times. There we go. After this we need 2 buttons, that is update and reset, so I'm going to select buttons for now. Drag and drop Guna 2 buttons. I need 2 buttons. Like this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to start changing the text first, and after that I'm going to actually adjust the font size and other stuff. Okay, so first thing, this is nothing but user role, so let me change the name first, text user role. The second one to name, third one to DOB, date of birth, and fourth one to mobile number, fifth one to email address, and this one to password, because we cannot update the username, so that's why I haven't put the field for that password. And finally we have 2 buttons, so just click on this and change the text to update, and this one to reset. After this, first I'm going to start adjusting the font from this one, so let me copy the font size from the complete project, click on this, let me maximize this one a little bit. It's Century Gothic, bold, and size is 22, and for this one the size is 12. So just click on this and let me increase the size to 12, hit OK, like this. Click on this one, click on this one, and you have to write like this, Century Gothic, bold, and size is 22, and hit OK. And you can see this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to adjust the font of these labels. So let me do that. Click on this, and the size is 12 as well. Okay, so let me do that. So what you have to do is just select all by pressing the Ctrl key one by one, and you have to just click on this one and select 12 and hit OK. And now here you can see this, the label font is actually increased. Let me move these all a little bit on the lower side. After this, what we have to do is we have to change few properties of these combo boxes and text boxes. First thing what I'm going to change is the for color. It means that whatever written inside this one needs to be in the black color. So select the for color to black. And after this, what I have to do is I have to increase the font size for this one to 11 or 12, I guess. Yeah, 12 is good. In the same way you have to do for the remaining. So press the Ctrl key for all the text boxes and just increase the font to 12 and hit OK. So this one is now out of box. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just drag all of these in like this. The size is quite large, as you can see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just set the size for all of these text boxes from this one. Select this one and let me just copy the size of this, 340,36. Search for size like this. Now the size is adjusted. Now what we have to do is we have to just place this on the proper position like this. And for this combo box we have to set the same size. Let me just move these all on the little bit on the left side. And after this, what I have to do is I have to just adjust these text boxes and labels on the proper position. Like this. Okay, so we have to adjust this more so that these look nice. Like this. Like this one. Here you can see this. Now this one is looking perfect. We have to actually adjust a little more. Like this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to add actually one more label. So let me copy this and paste it, and we have to place it over here, and we have to change the text first. Change the text to star check the details before updation. Hit enter, and what we have to do is we have to just make few changes like this. Select the font, click on this oblique, and let me just change the size to 11 and change the for color. Change this one to custom and red. Oh sorry, let me just make this one little dark. Yeah, and decrease the font one more size. Let me just make this one 10 and hit OK. Yeah, this one is now looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to just change the properties of this buttons as well. So what I'm going to do is just click on this, and first I'm going to actually change the for color or fill color. So change this one to 0,118,225. Hit enter. The same way you have to change for this one, 0,118,225. Hit enter. And what we have to do is we have to actually increase the font size for these two. So let me copy the font size from here. So click on this, click on this one, bold and 12. So move back over here, click on this one, bold and size is 12 and hit OK. And let me copy the size too. So the size is 146,48. The size for this one is 146,48 and hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to search for border radius. Change this one to 19, or you can, if you want, you can increase this one to 21. Okay, so now this one is looking better, and you have to just adjust this border radius to 1 and change the border color to actually 0,118,225. And what we have to do is we have to just change the hover state. Go over here, border color needs to be black and fill color needs to be white and for color needs to be black, and this will look nice. Now whatever changes we need is now done till here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just, let me adjust this a little bit. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just connect this one with the dashboard administrator design. Okay, so administrator, just move back over here, move to this button, and what we have to do is we have to change the design name for this one. Change this one to btn profile. Hit enter. After this, move back over here. Let me close these because we don't need now. We need all these now, only these. Okay, so first thing what I have to do is I have to just search for nothing but ellipse, Una to ellipse, and drag and drop it over here. Just click on this, select go to properties and search for target control. Click on this one and search for your profile name, the panel name, user control name actually. So UC profile, just save it, copy this one, move to administrator and paste it over here. Just click on this, target control will be panel 2. Click on this and save. And after that, what you have to do is you have to just move to the top and start the project, and you have to just stop it to actually add that user control into the toolbox. So now our project is started. I'm going to close this and move back to the toolbox and move to the top, and I will find the UC underscore profile. So just drag and drop it over here on the top of this and place this on the proper position like this one. After this, what you have to do is you have to just move to this profile click event. So just double click on this to generate a click event for this one, and here you have to mention UC underscore profile dot visible is equal to true, and UC underscore profile dot bring to front whenever we click on that button. And what I want is when this form loads, I want to hide this UC profile. So how to do that? For that, just go to the load event, and here the administrator load event is over here, and here you have to mention UC underscore profile dot visible is equal to false. Now start this and let's check this. Just sign in. Click on this, and here you can see this one is looking nice, and here you can see this. Okay, so we missed one stuff, that is the image inside this one. So I'm going to set that now. And first thing what I have to do is I have to change the design name for all of these text boxes and buttons, and we have to set username, this username over here. Okay, after that when I click on this, the data needs to be shown over here. then the reset will be functional, and then the update will be functional. So let me start with that. So now our profile user control is now connected with the dashboard, and first thing what I have to do is we missed the image inside this one. So click on this, search for image, click on this one, local resources, import, and we have to use which image? This one. Click on open, click on OK, and the size is 30,30 image size. And the reset button, just select the image, click on this, click on this one, click on import. The reset button is this one, click on open, click on OK, and image size is 30,30. Hit enter. Now here we go, everything is ready. Now what we have to do is we have to change the design name first. So what we have to do, the first stuff is change this label name. So change this label name to, change this one to user name label. After this we have to change the design name of each other remaining stuff. So first one is this one, so change this one to txt user role, this one to txt name, this one to txt dob, this one to txt mobile, and this one to txt email, and this one to txt password. Okay, and this button to btn update, and this one to btn reset. Okay, next thing what I have to do is I have to actually set the label, the name over here. So how to do that? For that, first we have to move to the login page, or sorry, the administrator page. Okay, so there first thing what we have to do is we have to actually add one stuff. Move to the administrator page, this one, just double click on this and just move to the coding part and then move to the top, and here you can see this, we have something over here. So here what we have to do is we have to just write one more stuff like this. So we have to mention uc underscore profile1 dot id is equal to dot id is equal to id, like this, and it shows an error, not an issue. We move to the profile, and here what we have to do is we have to actually move back to the coding part. So I'm going to just generate a click event to move to this coding part. So just double click on this, and here what you have to do is we have to actually code one small stuff that is nothing but, let me just write that, public string and id, set user name label dot text is equal to value, like this. And now move to the administrator.cs, and here you can see this, now the error is resolved. Now what we are doing over here is I'm just passing the username to this profile. So now start this and let's see if the username is set, the text to that username is set or not. So J and sign in profile, and here you can see this, we have J over here, but this is not in the center. So what we have to do is we have to change the auto size property, and we have to make few changes with this label. Okay, so the data is visible over here and this one is working fine. So let me close this and move to the UC profile, just select this, and we have to change one property that is nothing but auto size. Search for that auto size. Here you can see this, just change this one to false, and after this you have to just change the text alignment. You have to just make this one large like this, and you have to just change the text alignment to center. So search for text alignment, Here you can see this, change this one to center, this one. And now whenever you start, this will be in the center, the username will be in the center. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to actually fetch the data with this username, with the help of this username, and show the all data related to that user inside these text boxes. So how to do that? For that we have to code on this form enter event. Here you can see this, when I have shown you the overview, when I click on any of these empty places, the data will be filled inside these all text boxes on the basis of this username. So we have to code on this form enter event. So just click on the empty space, click on event and form enter event, search for that, enter. Here you can see this, double click on this and this will generate a UC profile enter event. Here what we have to do is we have to actually load the data, fetch the data and show to the text boxes. So first what we have to do is we have to just create a function class object function fn is equal to new function. So in previous video I have created this function class and I have created few methods inside that function class. So if you have not watched my previous videos, then please watch that so that you can understand this one. So I have created one function class and we need one variable with the query type, sorry, string type, and I'm going to name that one query. After this, move back over here. So first I'm going to write the query. So query will be select star from table name, that is users, where username is equal to and from where I'm going to name extract the username. So username label dot text, like this. So I have shown you that we have extracted, we have set the value to this label. So now I can extract the value from that label too. So select star from user, user is the table name, where username is whatever username is set to that label. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to just fire that onto the database, and that how that will be fired. So fn dot get data, and inside this one it's actually expecting one argument, so I'm going to pass the query inside this one, and this set get data method is going to return a data set object filled with the data. So we have to store that data into a data set ds is equal to, in this way you can store the data. Now this ds contains the value. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just show that value to the particular combo boxes and text boxes. So one more thing we missed is nothing but we haven't added the content inside this one. So how to do that? For that, just let me just move to the add user part and let me click on this one. Let me copy the items. Just click on this items and paste it, administrator and pharmacist, and click on OK and move to the coding part. And here what we have to do is we have to just write txt user role dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0th row and 1th column, because in the initially we have in the 0th column, 0th row and 0th column we will have the ID. So we don't need the ID, we want to show the role. So let's start this and let's check if this works or not. So start this. J sign in the profile and click on this, and here you can see this now administrator is set over here. So this one is working fine. In the same way we have to set for all of these remaining. So what we have to do is we have to just write the same stuff. So txt name dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 and the column will be 2 dot to string. Next thing we have txt dob dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 and column will be 3. After dob we have string mobile dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 and the column will be 4 dot toString txt email dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 column 5 and convert that to string, and after email we have password, but in the database we have username, so we don't need to set the username anywhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just write txt password dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 and the column will be not 6, this is 7, because at the sixth column we have the username, so we don't need to extract that. So now for the UC profile enter, the code is ready. So now I'm going to start this and let's check if this works properly or not. So I'm going to log in with J and J, sign in, click on over here, just click on this, and here you can see this, the text is visible over here. So, but this one is not in black color, so I'm going to change the color for these, but everything is visible over here and it's nice. So what I'm going to do is, let me just change the color for these all text boxes. So move back to profile, change, select all these text boxes at once by pressing the Ctrl key. Just move back over here, click on this and change the fill color, sorry, the fill color, not the fill color, that's for color, change this one to black. Now whatever written inside this one will be in the black color. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually code for this reset button. So what this reset button actually do is, let me just show you. Like this, J and J. If I enter this one, sign in, profile, hit enter. Whenever I make any changes like this, if I don't want to update this, if I click on this reset, the data needs to be erased this much. This needs to be erased. It means that it fetches the previous data and show that instantly. So let me do that. I don't want that when I click on reset all the fields needs to be clear. That is not feasible. So what I want is, I want to actually reload the data which is actually in the database. How to do that? For that, just move back over here, just delete on this, move back over, just double click on this reset button to generate a click event over here. So just double click on this and this will generate a click event. And here what I have to do is I have to just call this one. So UC profile enter, what it does is it's actually fetch the data and just set the data from the database. So I want that. So how to do that? UC underscore profile and profile enter actually, and inside this one we have to pass two stuff, this and the second is null, like this, and this will work fine. Now start this and let's see if this works or not. J sign in, profile, hit enter. I'm going to make changes like this in the every of the stuff. And when I click on reset, here you can see this, the extra data which we have added is now removed, and this one is working nice. Okay, so next thing we're left with the update button. So let me start coding with that. So we have already created a update click event, this one. So I'm going to cut this one from here and paste it in the below of this. And here first thing what we have to do is we have to extract the values from all the text boxes. So the first is nothing but a string role is equal to txt user role dot text string, and the next is name is equal to txt name dot text. Next thing is nothing but string dob is equal to txt dob dot text. After this we have mobile. So mobile is in the big int format as I've already shown you in the database. So I'm going to just write int64 mobile is equal to, and we have to convert that into integer dot parse txt mobile dot text. After this we have email. So string email is equal to txt email dot text. After this we have username, so string username. We don't need to actually update this username. We are going to use this username for the where clause to identify a particular row. User name label, we have to extract that from the username label.text. And after this we have password, string pass is equal to txt password.text. Now whatever values we need, we have it now. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just write the query. Update users set user role. This is the column name is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes. And inside this one we have to mention role. After role we have to mention name is equal to single, double, plus plus, double, single, and inside this one we have to mention name. After name we have DOB, so it will be DOB is equal to single, double, it's a string type, and we have to mention DOB over here. Let me just make this one full screen like this. After DOB we have mobile, and that's in the integer format, so mobile is equal to double quotes, plus plus, and double quotes only, not the single one. Mobile. After mobile we have email is equal to, email is also in the string format. After email we have password is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, and it's pass. And we have to mention finally where username is equal to single quotes, double, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, and we have to mention username over here. So now our query is ready. So let me just explain you what I have did over here is update, the table name is users, set, this is a column name, make sure R is capital if you haven't changed anything. So user role, and here is equal to role, this variable, name, DOB, mobile, it's mobile, sorry I have just written this one wrong, IL. Don't make any spelling mistake, this will really cause a lot of issues, exception. Email, password, pass, where username is username. Okay, so now our query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just fire this query onto the database. So what we have to do is we have to just fire that. So how to do that? fn.setData, and inside this one we have to pass two arguments. First is a query and the second one is a message we want to show to the user. So profile updation successful, like this. Just save this and just exit this and start this one, and let's check if this works or not. So this one is J and J. Let me just sign in. Profile, click on this. So I'm going to actually update the password, so it's J Kumar. Okay, so J, or just change this one to Kumar. Just update this. Okay, so we have some exception over here. Incorrect syntax near j@gmail. Okay, so I have did something wrong in my query, so let me stop this and let's check. Before email we have did some mistake. Okay, so let me check that. Actually missed one quotes over here, so let me just show you. In the DOP here you can see this, we have this single quotes, but we missed one single quotes over here, so I have to just add that and start that. And let me just show you. So I've started this. Here I have told you that even a small mistake can cause issues, so you have just shown that right now. So I'm going to sign in, move back to the profile, click on this, and I'm going to change this one to Kumar and hit update, and the updation is successful. Now when you log out and if you try to enter with J and sign in, wrong username and password. So what you have to enter is Kumar, sign in, go to profile, click on this, and here you can see this now profile is over here. Now if you enter something wrong like this and you click on reset, the thing is updated. Now when I enter J and update this, click on OK. If I try to reset, then it will be J itself. There will be no change. If you try to delete this and add Kumar, and if you want to reset, now it will be converted to J. It means that this one is working fine, the reset button and everything is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you nothing for, but I'm going to show you for actually this one. So let me tell you from which I'm going to show you the next video. So move back over here, and next video I'm going to actually show you, let me start this, the pharmacist module. So let me start this, and the pharmacist module is Kumar, and Kumar, just sign in, and in the next video I'm going to show you how to design this one. Okay, so till then stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and thanks for watching, and please follow us on Instagram. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video I have already shown you how to design this profile user control and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video we are going to start with the pharmacist module. So I'm going to log out and move back over here, and I'm going to log in with Kumar and Kumar, and let me show you. In this module in this video I'm going to show you how to design this one, that is a pharmacist, and this dashboard. Okay, so let's start with that. This is a complete project, that's why it's showing, and it's functional, everything is functional. So move back to our project on which we are working. We are working on the project which is nothing but pharmacy management video. So here we are. So let me start this and show you quickly that till where our task is done. So here you can see this, everything is functional. Log out, and I'm going to log into pharmacist module. So here we have this pharmacist. In the previous videos I've already added this, and we have actually coded that in the login form for that too. So what we have to do is we have to start designing with this pharmacist.cs. So just double click on this and this will open this one. Let me close this. And here first thing what we have to do is we have to actually set the form size for this one. So move back to the administrator, and from there I'm going to actually copy the form size. So first thing what I'm going to do is, let me just maximize this, and first thing I'm going to remove the form border, search for form border style, change this one from sizable to none, and after that change the back color to white, and let me copy the size from here. Let me move this little bit and search for size. So you have to increase this one to 80 actually, and copy this, move back over here, right click and go to properties and paste it, and let me place this one on the proper position. So search for location, zero comma 0, like this. Move back over here. First thing what we have to do is we have to add one panel on the left side of this. So let me move back over here and let me copy this panel size. So size is this one. Let me drag one panel, search for panel, go to toolbox, search for panel, just drag and drop it over here. First change the color, back color. So change this one to 0, 118, 225. After this we have to set the size. So search for form size, sorry, the panel size. Here we go. And the location will be 0, 0. So 0, 0. And here we go. Here you can see that this one is small. So what we have to do is we have to just make this one stretch like this. So now the size is 275, 781. So let me change this one to 80 actually. Okay, like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to add nothing on this side. No panel is needed. Sorry, we need one more panel actually. So what we have to do is we have to drag one panel so that we can place the user controls on that panel. So let me just drag and drop it over here like this and place this over here. Okay, so we have to place this one like this, and let me copy the panel size, the second panel size. We don't need to copy the second panel size. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just make this one stretch like this. And stretches till the right. Like this. And to the bottom as well. 780, here you can see this. Let me change this one to 1100. Oh, it's quite a little bit long. It's 98, or it will be 97 is good. Yeah, it's 1097, 780 for my system. This panel is good. Okay, so this panel is nothing but panel 2. The name is panel 2. Okay. After this, what I have to do is I have to add few more stuff over here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to add one picture box. So search for picture box, drag and drop one picture box over here, click on this one and select choose images. Click on local resources, click on import. So it will open your local directory or local computers folder and explore where you have stored all the images and icon which you have already provided. So if you have not downloaded the images and icon, so just go to description of this video, click on the link and just download these images and start coding with me. So select this one, click on open, click on OK, select this size mode to stretch image, and after this what we have to do is we have to just stretch this one like this. So to make it similar, what we have to do is just move back over here, click on this, copy the size of this one, first location and then size like this. So move back over here, click on this, size, and this is a location. So size is here and location is here. 56, 15 is location and the size is 183, 173. Here we go. Next thing, you can actually shift this on the little bit of the left side so that this look nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one label. So search for label, just drag and drop one label over here, click on this, change the far color. That means the text written inside this one is black color for now. So click on custom and select white like this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to set the font for this one. So click on this and its Calibri, size is 24 and bold. So I'm going to check that. Calibri, bold and size is 24. Move back over here, click on this, select this one, Calibri, bold, size is 24, hit enter. After this, what you have to do is you have to change the text. So change the text to pharmacist, hit enter. After this, we have to place this below this one like this. Finally, what we have to do is we have to actually start adding buttons inside this one. So let me search for buttons. So I'm going to use this Guna2 button. So if you are worried about that, from where I'm getting these Guna2 buttons, so what you have to do is you have to download one DLL file, which is already provided in the description of this video for link of that Guna2 DLL file, and one video link is already in the description how to add that Guna or DLL file into the toolbox. Just watch that. So drag this and drop it over here, and here you can see this. Now the button is added. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm moving back to the complete project, click on this button, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the size of this one. So the button size is, let me search for button size is 263,45. Move back over here to the complete project, click on this and set the size like this. Hit enter. Place this button like this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to change few properties of this button. First thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the button text. So move back over here, let me copy the font. It's Century Gothic and size is 12. So click on this one, Century Gothic, size is 12. Hit on OK, and here you can see this. Now the text is added. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually change the text for this one, and for changing text I want to change one more property of this button. That is nothing but change this default button mode. Search for button mode, where it is. Change this one button mode to radio buttons. Select this. Or what I want is when I click on this button needs to be filled with the white color, and the text inside this one needs to be in black color. So what we have to do is we have to just move back over here, click on this, fill color will be white, and for color it means that text is in the black color. Okay, so the changes we need to do is now done. Next thing, we have to change the fill color for this one, so I'm going to change that later. So before that, what we have to do is we have to make few more changes. So let me just copy these and paste this, the number of times we need these buttons. So we need this button, how many buttons we need? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 buttons we need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this one and paste it 6 more times because we have one already. So copy this and paste it like this, paste again, like this one, like this. Here you can see this. Now all buttons are placed, and you have to see the gaps between these buttons so they look nice. Like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to start the changing the text for these buttons. So first button is nothing but dashboard, so change that button to, so change the text to dashboard. And the second one is, this button is nothing but add medicine, so add medicine. Change this one to view medicine. And this one to modify medicine. After modify medicine, here we have the next button too. It's nothing but it's medicine validity check. After this, we have cell medicine, and finally we have logout. So change this one to log out. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the color for all of these buttons to same to the background. So what we have to do is we have to select all these buttons and search for the fill color and change the color code to 0,118,225. Hit enter, and here you can see this. Now these buttons are looking exactly same as in our complete project. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the images inside this one. For that, just click on the select the first button, click on images, click on local resources and click on import and select for dashboard image. So our dashboard image is, let me search for that, this one. Just click on open, click on OK and change the image size to 30,30. Second one is add medicine. So search for image, click on this, local resources, click on import, and this one I'm going to, this one I'm going to use. So, or you can use this one too. Both is already in the folder. So change this one to 30,30 like this. Select this one, click on image and select the view medicine image. Click on local resources and click on import, view, this one. OK, and change the image size to 30,30. And finally this one to modify medicine. So click on this one, local resources, click on import and search for this one. I'm going to use this one. OK, increase the size to 30,30. Hit enter. Medicine validity check, click on this, local resources, click on import, search for medicine validity check. So I'm going to use, let me search for that, this one. Open, OK, increase the size to 30,30. Finally this button, cell medicine. So search for image, click on this, local resources, import, and for cell medicine I'm going to use this one. Open, OK, and increase the image size to 40,40 and the logout. Finally we have logout. So click on the image and I'm going to use the same image as I've used in the administrator. This one is logout. OK, and change the image size to 30,30. Hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually connect this one with the dashboard. Okay, so let me just move these two a little bit on the left side like this. Okay, so now this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to just actually this panel, this form is already connected with the login. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to just check this stuff and we have to make this logout functional. So first I'm going to make this one logout functional. So what I have to do is I have to just change the design name first. So change the design name to btn log out and hit enter. I'm just changing the design name. After this, what we have to do is just double click on this and this will generate a logout click event. And here what we have to do is when I click on this, I want to move to the login page. So login pages. Okay, so we have that form 1, right? Form 1 fm is equal to new form 1 fm dot show and this dot hide. I want to hide this when the login page is visible. And one more thing, what I want is I want to make this panel, actually this form, appear in the center of the screen when this loads. So start position will be center of the screen, and this one I don't want any changes inside this one, so we'll move this one to location to 0, 0 and hit enter. Now start this and let's check how this one is looking now. So I've started the project. So here you can see this, the project is started, and here what we have to enter is nothing but username. So for pharmacy, username and password is Kumar, and so sign in. And here you can see this, when I click on this, yeah, everything is working fine, and logout is also working fine. Next thing what I have to do is I have to actually code for this one, dashboard. So what I have to do is, let me just show you. Actually, I'm going to add one form or user control inside this one. For that, first thing I'm going to add one folder inside this one. So right click on the project name, click on add, and select new folder. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to name this one pharmacy, pharmacist UC, hit enter. And after this, inside this one I'm going to add a new form or user control. Actually, user control, click on this, click on add, and name this one UC underscore P for pharmacist underscore, and going to name this one dashboard, and click on add, and this will add a new user control. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy the size from this complete one. So let me just maximize this. Now let me copy this size. Move back over here, right click and go to properties and change the back color to white first. Click on custom and select white, and change the size to this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one label and one panel. So let me just add one label first, drag and drop it over here, and change the text for this one to dashboard. And just going to increase the font size according to the complete project. This one, I'm going to design this one for now. So click on this. It's Sanctuary Gothic and size is 22, I guess. Size is 22 and it's bold. So click on this. Bold and size is 22. Hit enter. Here you can see this. Now this dashboard is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one panel inside this one. So let me add one panel. Just drag and drop one panel over here, and first I'm going to change the back color. Change this one to custom, and it's going to be something like this. Okay, so let me actually copy the color code from this one. So click on this, copy the color code, move back over here, click on this, hit enter. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the size of this panel. So move back over here, copy the size. So the size is nothing but 1021,628, hit enter. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just place it on the proper position or location. So let me copy the location to 36,69, hit enter. And now let's see if this is on the proper position or not. Yeah, this one is on the proper position. After this, what we have to do is, let me just stretch this one a little bit. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually add few stuff inside this one. So first thing, I'm going to add one picture box. You just drag and drop one picture box over here, and I'm going to set one image. So click on choose images, local resources, click on import and select the image. This one I'm going to use. Click on OK and select stretch image. After this, I'm going to copy the size of this one. So click on this, 512,540. So click on this one. Size will be like this, and place this on proper position. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one more stuff, that is nothing but pie chart. So search for that. Chart, actually. Just drag and drop this chart over here. We need only one chart like this, and let me copy the size of this chart from here. So click on this one. So the size chart is 453,540. Click on this like this one, and here you can see this one adjust automatically. And what we have to do is we have to just change the fill color inside this one. So back color, change the back color to 255, 192, 192. So click on this like this. Here you can see this. After this, what we have to do is we have to add series inside this one, and one more button we need over here, that reload button. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just drag one button. So search for buttons, and I'm going to use this Corona 2 button. So drag and drop it over here. Okay, and I'm going to actually make this one a small little bit like this. Okay, after this I'm going to change the text for this button. So change this one to reload, and I'm going to increase the font, bold, and size will be 12, and hit OK. And change the fill color. So change fill color to 0,118,225, and change the border radius as well. So change the border radius to 19 and border thickness to 1. Change this to 16 like this. Okay, after this we have to make few changes with the properties of this one. So right click and go to properties of this chart and search for series. Just click on this, and here you can find the two series. So what we have to do is we have to delete this one, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add new. I'm going to change this one. So what I'm going to name this one is, let me copy from the complete project. So move back over here, click on this, and let me just go to the series, select this one and copy the name. And I'm going to add one more series. So add new, and this one is series 2 now. So next series is nothing but, let me copy the name for the second one is valid medicines. So you have to just copy exactly the same. So move back over here and just click on this and select like this. And for this one, what I want is the color of this bar for the expired medicine needs to be different. So how to do that? Let me move back over here, click on this, select this and move to the top, and here you can see this, we have set the color for this one to this. So I'm going to copy the color code, search for color, here you can see this, and we have to paste the color code and hit enter. For this one, the expired medicine, the bar color will be like this, and for the valid medicine we have the color code 0,118,225 like this. Okay, click on OK. That's it, whatever we need inside this one. So move back over here, click on OK, and we have our stuff. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just connect the dashboard. Now our dashboard is ready inside this one. Next thing what we have to do is, let me just move this one on the little bit of the left side. Next thing what we have to do is we have to connect this one with the pharmacist dashboard button. So what we have to do is we have to just search for ellipse, to ellipse, just drag and drop it over here, click on this, target control, select this one and select UCP dashboard, save this, copy this one, move to the pharmacist design, paste it over here, click on this, select the target control and select panel 2. This one is panel 2 and save this. Now here you can observe in the dashboard you can find UCP dashboard, but you cannot drag and drop it over here. If you face this type of issue, what you have to do is you have to just start this project and wait till it starts. And when it starts, it actually connect itself with the stuff. So I'm going to stop this, and next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to just move back to the top and just select this and drag and drop it over here, and now this stuff is added. Here you can see this. You have to adjust this on the proper position. After that, go to this button, change the design name, change this one to btn dashboard. Just double click on this to generate a click event, and here what I want is when that form, when that UC, then when someone clicks on that button, then that user control needs to be visible. So UC underscore p.dashboard.visible is equal to true, and bring that to front. You have to call this. And one more stuff what you have to do is, let me just do that, just double click on this form. So double click on this to generate a pharmacist load event, and in the load event what I have to do is I have to hide that UC underscore p.visible is equal to false. Move back over here, place this on the proper position, change the location to 0, 0, hit enter. Let me start this and let me log in. Then you can see this clearly. So I'm going to log in with Kumar, and Kumar, sign in, and here you can see this. Now the form is loaded, and when I click on this, now the dashboard is also loaded, but here we can see that no data is available over here, so that will be available when I will code the backend code for this one. So for now I haven't coded. In the further videos I'm going to code for this one once the add medicine task is completed. Okay, so you can see this. But one more stuff what I want is, you can see this, when this loads I want to automatically click on this button dashboard. It's look quite odd that it's a white space, and when I click on this then this loads. I want that when I start this, when this form loads, it needs to be appeared in this way. So what to do that? For that what you have to do is just move back over here, go to pharmacist.cs, and on the load event you have to just call that button. So btn dashboard.perform click. You have to just call the method on that button name. So this is the button name, and this is the method we are going to do is this is actually automatically click that when this form loads. So let me just show you quickly. So I've started this, and I'm going to log in now. Kumar and Kumar, sign in, and here you can see this time it automatically clicked on this dashboard, and this one looking better than before. So that's it for this video guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this one add medicine and how to backend code for this. So just stay tuned, subscribe and share it with your friends, and please follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have shown you how to design this pharmacist dashboard and this dashboard user control, and how to connect this user control with this dashboard button in the previous video. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is the add medicine, and how to backend code for this, and also how to backend code for this dashboard. It means that how to connect, fetch the data of the medicine from the database and show the chart on the basis of that, and how to make this reload button functional. This project is working perfectly fine, and the data is showing over here because this one is a complete project. So let me move back to the project on which we are working. So we are working on pharmacy management video, and here you can see this. Let me start this and let me show you till where our task is done. So I've started the project, and for pharmacist my username is Kumar and password is also Kumar. So just sign in, and here you can see this box is empty. So first I'm going to design this add medicine backend code for this, then I'm going to show for this one dashboard. Okay, let me close this, move back over here, and first thing what you have to do is we have to actually add one user control inside this one. So let me just minimize the references, click on the pharmacist, right click on this, click on add and select user control. And here what you have to do is you have to just name this one UC underscore B, that is a pharmacist underscore add medicine. Click on add, and this will add a user control over here. So first thing, let me maximize this one, like this. First thing, I'm going to change the back color to custom and white, and after this what I have to do is I have to just copy the size of this form, this user control. So I'm going to copy this, right click on this, go to properties and just paste the size, hit enter, and the size is here. You can see this is in large. After this what we have to do is we have to adding this stuff, start adding this stuff. So first I'm going to add one label. You just drag and drop it over here. Change the text first. Change the text to add medicine. Search for text, add medicine. After this, increase the font size. So click on this. Search for Century Gothic, bold, and size is 24 or 22, whatever you like. So I'm going to add this one to 24, like this one. After this what we have to do is we have to start adding few more labels. So let me drag one label over here. So just drag one label, click on this and change the label name to, no, I'm not going to change the label name, actually I want to drag one more text box. So first I'm going to search a text box and then I'm going to drag this Guna2 text box. If you are worried about that, from where I'm going to get this Guna2 text box, if this is not in your toolbox, then you have to just download a DLL file. That DLL file link is already in the description of this video, and one video link is also in the description of this video, how to add DLL file to the toolbox. Watch that and then you can find this Guna2 stuff inside your toolbox. Okay, so first thing what I have to do is I have to set the label font and this text box font, and after that I'm going to copy and replicate this multiple times. So how to do that? For that, just move back over here and move to the add medicine design, click on this and let me copy the font size. So its font size is nothing but 12, and the size, the text written inside this one is of font 12. Okay, so move back over here, click on this, click on this one and select the size 12 and hit OK. After this, whatever inside this one also needs to be of size 12. So click on this font and select for 12, and here you can see that the size is quite large now. So what we have to do is just move back over here, click on this, go to properties, and let me just show you the size for this one. So the size for this one is 340,36. So you have to set this size. So click on this, paste it, hit enter, like this one. After this, what I want to do is whatever text written inside this one needs to be in the black color. So just search for color, click on this, select black. Now whatever written inside this one will be in the black color. So now what we have to do is we have to start replicating these stuff. So how many text boxes we want? So 1, 2, 3. This is a datetime picker. 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have total 7 boxes in which 2 are date time pickers. So 4 text boxes and 2 date time pickers. So move back over here, copy this, paste this, like this one, paste this once again, like this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to just copy this label and paste this, and we need date time picker. So I'm going to drag and drop one date time picker. I'm going to use this one, Guna2 date time picker, like this. And the size will be same, and we have to change few properties of this one. So let me just change the fill color to white, and the border color, I need some border, so border thickness will be 1. And we need to change one more properties, that is, here you can see this, the format, change this one from long to short. And here you can see this, we have the dates only, and we need one more this. So copy and paste it once again and paste this one over here. After this, we need one text boxes. So what I'm going to do is just copy this and paste this once again, and one more. Now our stuff is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add few buttons. So search for buttons, drag and drop these Guna2 buttons. And after this, what we have to do is we have to make few changes inside this one. So first I'm going to increase the font. So click on this and select 12, bold, and OK. After this, change the text. Change the text to add. Change the fill color to to 0, 118, 225, hit enter. Change the border radius to 19, and let me copy the size of this button from here. So copy this, move back over here, click on this, go to size, hit enter, like this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one more stuff, that is nothing but, let me select for search for that. So border thickness will be 1, and the text color for the border color is also 0, 118, 225, like this one. And what we have to do is when I hover over this, then I want to change the color. So search for hover state, click on this plus sign. After this, border color will be black and the fill color will be white, and the for color, it means that text inside that one needs to be 0, 118, 225, hit enter. In the same way, we need one more button, so copy this and paste this once again and change the name of this button to, change the text for this one to reset, hit enter. After this, I have to add image inside this one. So how to do that? For that, search for images, click on this, local resources, click on import and select this image, and I'm going to increase the image size to 30, 30. You have to change the image for this one too, so click on this, local resources, click on import and use this one, click on OK and increase the size 30, 30, like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to actually change the label's name. So first I'm going to start with the first one, so change this one to text, search for text, change this one to medicine ID, this label to medicine name, this one to medicine number, this one to date of manufacturing or manufacturing date, this one to expiry date, this label to quantity, and this one to price per unit. After this, what we have to do is we have to connect this with the pharmacist admin module. Okay, so let me search for Guna 2 ellipse, just drag and drop it over here, click on this one, select this target control, click on this and move back to the bottom, select this user control name, just save it and just copy this one and move to the pharmacist design, paste it over here, click on this, select this, move to the bottom and select this panel 2 and just save it. Now what you have to do is just start this and wait till it starts and login page is visible, and then close that login page to successfully add that user control into the toolbox. So I have started this. So now it's started, and what you have to do is just close this and just move back to the toolbox, move to the top, and you can see this UC_P_add medicine. Just drag and drop it over here, put this on the proper position like this. After this, what you have to do is just click on this button, that is nothing but add medicine. We have to connect this user control with this button, so click on this and change the name, design name. So change this one to btn add medicine. Just double click on this, and what you have to do is just UC underscore add medicine dot visible is equal to false, and UC underscore add medicine dot bring to front, and few more stuff is actually and when this pharmacist load module, so what we have to do is, okay, so this one is actually by mistakenly I have added this. Let me remove that. So click on this. Okay, replace this one, and I'm going to remove this one. Okay, so in the btn add medicine click, what I want is I want to show that, make that user control, that is uc underscore p underscore add medicine 1, make that one visible. Okay, sorry, this one is, you have to write true over here and bring that to front. If dashboard is in the front, then I want to bring this one in the front whenever this button is clicked. And in the pharmacy load module, I want to make this one hidden. So uc underscore p dot add medicine dot visible is equal to false. Now start this and let's check if this works or not. So I've started this, and let me just log in with Kumar, and Kumar sign in, and let me move to the dashboard, and here you can see this. When I click on this, now this one is visible and everything is on the perfect position, and this one is working fine like this. Here you can see this, everything is, and here you can see this. When I hover over this button looks really nice and it's working very fine. So next thing what we have to do is we have to backend code for this. So before coding on this add button or reset button, first thing what we have to do is we have to create a table in which these data are going to be stored. So let me log out, close this, move to the my database. So I'm opening this one, that is nothing but Microsoft SQL Server Studio, and previously I have shown you that you have to create a database with the name pharmacy. So what you have to do is just click pharmacy over here, and after this you have to write this query, complete query. Just pause the video and write this query. Here first thing we have written create table, and table name is MEDIC, and this is the medicine ID, that is a primary key, or it's of int, and its identity 1,1. It means that it will auto incremented and it's a primary key. Don't need to insert any data inside this one. After this we have MID, that is a medicine ID, and it's of varchar type and size is 250, it's not null. M name is medicine name, varchar 250 not null. M number, varchar 250 not null. M date, D is capital, varchar 250 not null. E date is expiry date, varchar 250 not null. Quantity is big int type, it's in integer format, not null, so no need to specify the size over here. Per unit price, U is in capital, so you have to mention like this, and it's also a big int, not null. So what you have to do is just write this query, select like this, and click on execute. This will not execute in my system, it's showing an underline over here because I already have one table with this name inside this database. I have already previously executed this table. You can see this, the data is filled over here. So I hope you have selected this like this, and click on execute and make sure pharmacy is selected over here. So now I hope this table is created into your database. So now move back over here on the project which you are working, and here move to the add medicine part. Here first thing what we have to do is we have to actually change the design name for all of these text boxes and date time picker. So select the first one and change the name, this one to txt medicine ID, medi ID. Change this one to txt medicine name, this one to txt medi number, this one to change this one to txt manufacturing date, this one to txt, it's a date time picker, but still I'm naming this one txt. so that it can easily be identified and this is familiar to me. You can, if you feel comfortable with datetime picker, then you can keep that name, that's not an issue, but just remember that what you are referring with what name. So it's txt expiry date, this one to txt quantity, and this one to txt price per unit, and this button needs to be named btn add, and this one to btn reset. Okay, so now our stuff is ready. First thing what we want is, when I click on this add button, I want to fetch the data from these text boxes and insert that into a table. So how to do that? Just double click on this, it will generate a click event for that button. And here what I have to do is, first I'm going to check that every text field is filled with some data. So if txt name or medicine id dot text is not equal to null, and txt after medicine name we have medicine id, we have medicine name dot text is not equal to null. I'm going to check for every of the stuff. So after name we have medicine number, so txt medicine number dot text is not equal to null. Let me make this one full screen. And after this we have to check for txt medicine number, we have txt quantity dot text is not equal to null, and txt per unit dot text is not equal to null. That's it. We want to check for this stuff. Here you can see this, no error is over here. Two are actually datetime pickers, so I'm not going to check for that because they are always filled with some data. Needs to be filled them properly. Okay, first thing, now we have checked the data, and if that text fields are empty, then we want to show some message to the user. So let me just show them a message box dot show enter all data, and this message box needs to have some name, so it will be have information and have some button. So message box buttons dot, I need only one button, okay, and icon needs to be warning. And now start this and let's check if this works or not. When I click on the add button without filling all the data, then it shows me this message or not. So I've started the project. Let's sign in, click on this, and here you can see that everything is empty. When I click on this, enter all data, it's showing and it's working. When I enter something inside this one like this, and now I click on this, nothing is shown because it goes to the if condition, and if condition is empty. Okay, here goes this, if is empty. So now in this, what I have to do is I have to actually first fetch the data from all the text boxes. So first thing is nothing but a string mid, that is the medicine id. So txt medicine id dot text. After this we have mname is equal to txt mname dot text. After this I have mnumber is equal to txt medicine number dot text. After number we have manufacturing date, mdate is equal to txt medicine manufacturing date dot text. After this we have expiry date is equal to txt expiry date dot text. After this we have quantity, that's in the begin form, so we have to convert that to integer type. So int64 quantity is equal to int64 dot parse method is used to convert typecast actually. So txt, you have to pass the quantity dot text inside this one like this. In the same way we have to pass the amount also, or price per unit. Txt price per unit dot text like this. Before doing anything further, first thing what we have to do is we have to create a function class object. So in previous videos I have created a function class, so you have to watch the previous videos first to understand this. Okay, and one more variable with the name query. I'm going to name this one. It's of a string type. So in the function class we have written few methods. First is for get data and set data. So get data is used to actually fetch the data from the database and return this data set object filled with the data. And the second method is set data. That's only to insert data into the database or delete any record. These type of operation will be performed with the set data method. Okay, so now you hope understand what this function class basically have it. Okay, so after this what we have to do is we have to write the query. SQL query you have to mention over here. So here I'm going to write the query insert into table name is MEDIC. I have created right now. I have shown you that, and in the bracket you have to mention the column names actually. So move back to the project of the database file. So move back over here, and here you can see this we have MEDIC and the column name is MID MName. So I have written these separately, so I'm going to copy this. Move back over here to the project on which we are working, and inside this one we have to mention that. Like this: MID, MName, MNumber, MDate, EDate, quantity per unit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 we have. You have to mention this in the same order, and after this you have to write like this values, and you have to mention this stuff. So let me maximize this and let me show you. So after values you have to mention like this: start bracket, close bracket, and within this single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes for string. So first thing is MID, so that's the string type, so MID. After MID we have MName. So let me just zoom a little bit. Single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, and after MID we have MName. After medicine name we have number, MNumber. Make sure you don't make any mistake, not in the quotes. Okay, single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. After medicine number we have MDate, that's the manufacturing date. After manufacturing date we have expiry date, EDate. After EDate we have nothing but quantity, and that's in the integer format. So what we have to do is just double quotes, plus plus and double quotes only, not the single quotes. And we have to pass quantity over here. After this we have to write like this. After quantity we have per unit, and our query is ready. Insert into table name, the columns name in which we have to insert the data, values, and what values we have to insert into that table. After this what we have to do is we have to just fire this query into the database. So fn.setData from that function class, and it's expecting two stuff. That is, the first thing is query, and the second is one message that will be shown to the user after the insertion of this one. So here this will be the query, and the second thing, the message, is nothing but medicine added to database like this. This looks nice. Now start this and let's check if this one is working or not. So I've started this project. This one is Kumar. sign in, click on this one, and I'm going to add new medicine with the ID 556633 and medicine name something EQR, medicine number, manufacturing date will be of something June, expiry date will be March, quantity 600, price per unit 251. Click on add and medicine added to database. Now move back to the database. So our ID is 5566 and 33. So let me just log out, close this, move to the database, and here you can see this, you cannot find 55. So I'm going to exclude this, select start from medicine, select. Here you can see this. Now we have one new record which we have currently added the quantity 600, the price per unit is 251. 556633 is added now. So it means that now we can actually adding the medicine into the database perfectly. So this button is actually working fine. Next thing what we have is we have the reset button. So just double click on this to generate a btn reset click event, and here what we have to do is we have to just clear all the text fields when I click on that button. So we have to call clear, we have to actually make one method. So I'm going to name one method public void clear all, and here this one is I'm going to clear the txt medicine id dot clear. After this we have to clear medicine name dot clear, txt quantity dot clear, txt medicine number dot clear. After this txt price per unit dot clear. After this we have txt manufacturing date dot reset text. That's actually date time picker, so I want to reset that text to the today date. Okay, so txt expiry date dot reset text like this. And finally what we have to do is we have to call this method over here like this. This will clear this text box, this for all the text fields. And if you want to perform this clear all operation after the data insertion is successful, then you can also call that method over here. So if we add that call method, we add this clear all over here, so that will be nice and not in the same point. Okay, so you can add that. So now start this and let's see if that works or not, the reset button. So I will start with the project. So let me just log in, click on this one, adding some data to all the text fields, and click on this one, and here you can see this, the every text is now removed. It means that this one is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to show the data inside this one, this chart, on the basis of the actual medicine present in our database. So how to do that? For that, let me just log out, close this, and move to the dashboard design. Okay, so first thing what I have to do is let me just add one image inside this one. I missed that, so search for image. Hope you all have downloaded the images, so click on this one, and I'm going to use this reset, not an issue. I'm just going to increase the size to 30,30 printer. Oh no, 30 is quite large, so 25,25, and change this button name, design button name, to change the name to btn reload. Hit enter. Okay, so first thing what I want is when this form, that UC dashboard loads, I want to actually fetch the data and show the data, the chart inside that one with the help of that data. So let me just double click on this load chart. Actually we have to this one UC underscore p underscore dashboard load event. So just double click on this and it will generate a load event like this. And here first thing what I have to do is I have to just create few variables over here. First the function class, so function class object, so function fn is equal to new function like this, And after this we need one string variable with the name query. You can name anything. I'm going to name this one query because that's familiar with the name, because I'm going to write the SQL query inside that is string query variable. Okay, after this we need a data set object, so data set ds. After this I need one integer value variable with the name. I'm going to name this one count. After this, now I hope you have done this, and after this what I have to do is I have to actually write one method. So I'm going to write one method over here to load the data, load the chart according to the data. So it's public void, and I'm going to name this one load chart, like this. And first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to fetch the today date. So what I'm going to do is, or you can just, okay, no need to fetch the date. So query is equal to, I'm going to just write select star, not select star, select count from m name, that is a medicine name, that is column name of the medicine name in the database. Select count from the table name MEDIC, where date, D is capital, date is expiry date, is greater than or equal to get date. Get date is a method which can be fired into the database to actually get the today date. Okay, so this will extract only those values whose expiry date is greater than or equal to today date. It means that if today is 20 of November, then this date will be fetched over here and it will match like this, 20 of November and greater than that date, and if that date is less than that, then that will be not counted inside this one. So I hope you understand this query. After this, what we have to do is you have to just call the method, and we have to store that method, the data, into that ds. So we have already created a data set object over here, data set variable. So ds is equal to fn.getData. We have to pass the query inside this one. So in this way the task is done. So this data set now contains that value that will be have some numbers, 2, 3 or 4 or 5, whatever number. So what we have to do is we have to just set that, extract that value and place that into the count. So count is equal to, we have to extract the value from that data set ds.tables 0 dot rows 0, and the column is also 0, and convert that to string like this one. And we have to actually convert that into the integer 64. So int 64 dot parse, because that's a integer type variable, so we have to convert this value into the integer type to store that inside this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to just write this dot the chart name. So our chart name is chart1. Let me just show you. Just click on this. Let me just see the name. So here you can see that the name is chart1, so I'm not going to change because we have only one. So this dot chart1 dot series, so you have to mention the series name inside this one. So my first series name is valid medicine. Make sure you name exactly same name over here. If M is capital, it means that here you also have to write the M capital. In this one, let me just go to the series, just click on this, and here you can see that you have to name, just copy this exact same in the same way. Okay, so move back over here, and I have just written like this. You have to write like the same way. Dot points dot add xy. Inside this one you have to just write medicine validity chart and pass the count like this. This medicine validity chart, it's chart actually, this name will be visible in the below over here, so you have to just pass that. Now for one chart, that is for valid medicine, our task is done. So next thing what we have to do is we have to just call this method when this form loads. So load chart, like this. Now let's check if the valid medicine chart is visible over there or not. So I have started the project. Let's check that. So this one is Kumar and this one is also Kumar. So sign in. Here you can see this. Now we have medicine valid chart. Here you can see the name is visible over here, and then the blue box is for valid medicine, and we have 6 valid medicine. We have only 1 box visible over here. So we have to code the same way for expired medicine. Let me close this, and the chart is visible. It means that this one is working. So what we have to do is we have to just put some space over here. Let me just make this one full screen. And here we have to write one more query. Again we have to write the query. So query is equal to, and we have to write select count name from medicine, that is table name, where expiry date is less than or equal to date. Date is today date. Okay. After this, what you have to do is you have to do exactly same as the previous one. ds is equal to fn.get data, and we have to pass the query, and count is equal to int64.parse ds.tables.rows.toString, and this dot chart 1 dot series, and inside this one you have to just name the second chart or series name. So that is expired medicine. You have to name exactly same. Dot points dot add xy, and you have to just write the same stuff like this one. So I'm going to copy this stuff and paste this inside this one like this. Now the task is done. Now the both data will be loaded. So I'm going to start this, and let's check if the both data is loaded over there or not. I'm going to log in with Kumar and sign in, and so we have some issue. I guess that's why our application is crashed. Okay, so we have some syntax error near medic. So let me close this, move back over here. Okay, so I've written this from wrong. I've started this once again. So here you can see this. Now we have 1 expired medicine and 6 valid medicine, and this one is working fine. Next thing what I have to do is I have to actually make this load button functional. So how to do that? For that, what we have to do is, let me just log out and close this and move to the dashboard. Click on this, and here move to this button. Just double click on this. This will generate a click event for PT and reload click button. And here what we have to do is we have to just call that method load chart. If you think then this is going to resolve your issues, then you are totally wrong. So let me start this. It will actually resolve your issues, but at some extent this will fail initially, but I'm going to fix that. So Kumar, just sign in, move back over here, and here you can see this we have 6 data, and when I click on reload, it reload the same data, and again when you click on this one it happens a similar way, but we won't want this. I don't want this. This is quite odd, you can understand, right? So what I want is I want to actually first clear all that data which is present, that I want to clear the series. So how to do that? For that, chart one dot series, and the series name will be valid medicine dot points dot clear, like this. And in the same way we have to do for the second one. So chart one dot series expired medicine dot points dot clear, like this. Now start this and now check if that click on that reload button, that anything changes or not. The application will be stopped. So I'm going to log in with Kumar, sign in, and here you can see this, when I click on this, nothing is changing. So how to check that if this button is working or not? So what we have to do is I'm going to add one new button, new medicine, like this. Click on this, go to dashboard and click on this one, and here you can see this, now one expired medicine is updated. It means that new medicine added is expired, and now our expired box is updated, and this one is looking nice. So the task for this chart is also done, and the backend coding for and designing of this add medicine is also done. So that's it for this video, guys. The next video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is view medicine, and how to backend code for this. So till then, stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you how to design this user control, that is add medicine, and how to backend code for this one. So if you have not watched my previous video, just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you for this one how to design for this one, that is nothing but view medicine. When I click on this, here you can see this, we are going to design this interface, and I'm going to backend code for this. So this is a complete project, that's why this button is functional. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just log out and close this application and move back to the application on which we are working on the project. We are working on pharmacy management video. So move back over here, and here you can see this, we have only few modules, that is nothing but in the pharmacist. Let me just show you. This is the administrator folder. In the pharmacist folder we have only add medicine and dashboard, and we haven't code for this one, that is view medicine. So let me first log in and show you quickly. And in the meantime, if you are new to my channel, then please hit the subscribe button. Okay, so in this one I'm going to just log in, and here you can see this, only this button is functional. When I click on this, nothing happens. It means that we have to design for this one. So log out and close this one, and first thing what we have to do is we have to just add a new user control. So for that, just right click on this one and click on add and select new user control. After this, what we have to do is a new pop-up will be seen on our screen, and there we have to set the name for this one. So here you can see this, for this one, that is nothing but view medicine. So what I'm going to name this one is UC underscore P is for pharmacist underscore view medicine, and click on add. This will add a new user control over here. So here you can see this, now new user control is visible over here. And what I'm going to do next is, first let me click on any of this, like I'm going to click on this one and click on this empty space, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just going to copy the size of this user control 1104,770. So move back over here, right click on this, go to properties and set the size, paste it, hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the back color. So change this one to white, custom and white. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few stuff, that is nothing but, as I have shown you earlier, we have to add few stuff, nothing. That is, first thing is one label and the sync button, search box, and one data grid view. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one label. So let me just search for label, drag and drop it over here, and what we have to set over here is right click and go to properties and change the name, change the text first. change the text to what? View medicine. And after this, what we have to do is we have to just set the label size from here. So move back over to the complete project, click on this one. Sorry, this one is the coding part, so I'm not going to show you this for now. So click on this and click on this one. And what the size is actually, let me just show you. So my system is a little bit slow, that's why it's taking time. It's Century Gothic and this font is bold, font style size is 22. So move back over here on this project, click on this, go to font, click on this one, the three dots over here, and you have to search for Century Gothic, select this, bold, and size is what? 22, and hit OK. Here you can see this. Now this design is changed. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one sync button over here. So what I'm going to do is, to save a bit time, I'm going to just move back to the button that is nothing but the add medicine or any form where you have already designed this sync button. Okay, so let me just show you for that. I don't remember exactly where I've added that sync button. So in the add medicine, I don't think I have added any sync button. Okay, so let me just check out in the administrator. So dashboard, oh, view user, in view user I already have added it. Okay, so what I'm going to copy this sync button, because in the previous videos, if you have followed my previous video, then you have this sync button already. And if you haven't downloaded my the images from my description of this video, then please download right now and then start coding with me. Okay, so I'm going to close these because I don't need this. So move back over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste the sync button and just place this on the proper position like this. Okay, after this, what I have to do is, after this I have to add one more label. So let me just drag one label. So drag and drop it over here, click on this one and change the text to medicine name, and I have to add one text box too. So search for text box, so I'm going to use this Guna2 text box. So drag and drop it over here. I need only one, so click on this and increase the size to 12 for this one, or 14, whatever you like, and hit OK. So size for the text box is also increased, so I want to just change this one to like this. And you have to just set some hint inside this one, so just click on this small triangle and a pop-up like this will appear on your screen, and here you can set the placeholder text. So click on this and name this one search, and I'm going to set the text like this, hit enter. Here you can see this. Now the text is set. What I want to do is I want to set the text in the center of the screen, and before that what I have to do is I have to change the font color to black. It means that whatever written inside this one needs to be in black color. For that, just search for font color. This one is fill color, don't change this one. Search for font color. Here you can see this, change this one to black. Now whatever written inside this one, whatever you write inside this one will be in the black color. After this, we have to change the text alignment, this one, to center. So select this and click on center, and here you can see this text inside this one, that is search, is in the center of the screen, and whatever you write inside this one will be automatically written inside the center of the screen. After this, we have to change this label size. So move back over here to our project, the complete project, click on this, and size is actually 12 or something, yeah, sans afric regular 12. Okay, so click on this one, regular, and size is 12, hit OK, and this one looks nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to add actually one data grid view. So I'm going to add one data grid view. So Guna2, okay, search for data grid view. If you are worried about that, from where I am getting this Guna2 data grid view, so what you have to do is you have to just download one DLL file and for that DLL file, link is already in the description of this video. You have to download, and one video link is also available over there to how to add DLL file into your toolbox. Just watch that and just add the same way and it will work. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to just maximize this like this one throughout the screen and below too, like this. And what we have to do is we have to change the border little bit, or the style, border style, change this one to fixed 3D like this, so that we can see the outline for now. And after this, what we have to do is we have to add one button. So I'm going to add one button. So search for buttons. So Guna 2, drag and drop it over here. And here what I have to do is I have to just change the text first. So change the text. This is actually a delete button. So change the text to delete. Search for not the name. Search for text actually. So here you can find the text. Change this one to delete. Hit enter. Increase the font size to 12 or 14, whatever you feel like. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the border radius. So search for that border radius over here. Change this one to 12. Okay, so we have to increase this one to 19, or if you like you can change this one to 21. This one looks better. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the fill color. So move back over here. Let me move back over here, click on this and change the border color as well and the fill color. So click on this, change the fill color. So change this one and the border color as well. So what we have to do is we have to set the border color. And border thickness will be 1. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set that whenever we hover over this, the fill color needs to be changed to white and the text inside this one needs to be changed to black. So search for hover state, click on this one. Border color will be what? The red one, that is cool. Border color will be red and the fill color will be white and the fore color will be black. Okay, I will show you how this will work when we hover over this. Now the designing part is ready. What we have to do is we have to actually connect this one with the pharmacist CS, this one. So how to add? For that, go to toolbox, search for Guna 2 ellipse, Guna 2 ellipse, drag and drop it over here. Click on this one, click on this target control and select this one. You see P view medicine, save this, click on this one, click on this one, copy, move back to pharmacist, paste it over here, and what we have to do is we have to select target control to panel 2 because this side is panel 2. In the previous one we have also set the panel 2. After this, in the toolbox you can't see the view medicine for now. Move back to the top. You cannot see over, okay, you can see over here, but this will not work if you try to drag and drop it. For that, to make that functional, what you have to do is just start this, and when it starts you have to just close this. After that you have to add that. Okay, so I have started this. So I have started this and it's taking a little bit of time. Okay, here you can see this. Now this one is started. Next thing what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close this one, nothing else. And after this, move back to the toolbox, just move to the top of this one, click on this, drag and drop it over here and paste it and put this one in the proper position. After this, just move back over here to this one, that is the button is view medicine. So first thing what I have to do is I have to change the design name for this one. So change this one to btn view medicine, hit enter. After this, what you have to do is just double click on this one to generate a click event for this button. So just double click on this and this will generate a click event for this view medicine. So here you can see this btn view medicine click event is generated, and here what we have to do is uc underscore p underscore, the name for this one is view medicine, right? So we have named that user control nothing but view medicine. So here you can see this view medicine 1 and make this one visible dot visible is equal to true, and uc underscore p underscore view medicine dot bring to front. It means that whenever we click on that button, this will bring that user control to the front. And first thing, we have to make this one visible is equal to false when this form loads. So for that, just move back over here to the pharmacist load, and here what we have to do is we have to make this one uc underscore p underscore view medicine dot visible is equal to false. Okay, so now the coding for this view button is now done. So you must be worried about that from where this name is, you are accessing this name. This name is nothing but when we drag this one from the toolbox, this will work as a toolbox. So here you can see this, the name for this one is this. That's why we are accessing this user control with this name. So let me just start this and let's see what happened when we click on that view button. So I will start the project. Now I'm going to log in. Okay, so I have logged in to our project, and here you can see this one is working, and when I click on this one is also working, and this delete button, here you can see this. Let me just hide this one a little bit. Okay, so this one is hidden now. Let me close this. Okay, here you can see this. When I hover over this, the inside text is changed to the black color and the border is still remain, or red, and the fill color is changed to white. This one looks really nice, and here you can see this, whatever I write inside this one, the text is already in the center. So first thing what I want is when I click on this, the data, all the medicine details will be visible over here. So for that, what we have to do is, let me just close this one, and before start coding, what we have to do is we have to just move. We don't have to code anything over here. Now we're done with the pharmacist.cs. What we have to do is move back to this one, user control p and underscore view medicine, and here first thing what I'm going to do is change the name for this one. So change the design name to txt search. Okay, txt search, that's it. And next thing, we have to change the button name. So click on this one, change this one to btn delete, and we don't need to change the name for this one because we have only one data grid view. So for this one, Guna2 data grid view is good. And for this button, what we have to do is we have to set the name for this one. By default, in the previously we have set the name for this one btn sync, and for now when we copied from there, the name is also copied, so we don't need to set anything. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to load the data inside this one. When we have to load the data, when this form loads. So for that, what we have to do is just double click on this empty space, and this will generate a user control load event. Here you can see this. First thing what we have to do is we have to just create a reference or function class in which we have mentioned, or which we have created two methods, that is nothing but get data and set data. So we are going to use those methods to extract the data and to perform an operation on the database. So function fn is equal to new function. So if you are worried about that, from where these are going, if you try this by typing on your screen without following my previous videos, then this is going to throw an exception, throw an error, because this is not a default object or class. This is actually a class created by me in my previous videos, so you have to follow my previous videos to work over here. So here all previous video link is in the description. Follow from the beginning to now and further. All videos will be available over here. So now I'm going to create a variable with the string type. So I'm going to name this one query, because in this variable I'm going to type the query whatever we have to write. Okay, so now we need these two, and after this move back over here, and first thing what we have to do is we have to write the query. So query is equal to, and in the previous videos I have shown you which table I have created to store the medicine data, that is nothing but medic. So I'm going to extract all the medicine from there. So select star from table name, that is nothing but medic, that is medic, and after this now your query is ready. This is quite simple if you follow each of the step. Okay, so let me zoom in a little bit so that you can see clearly. After this what we have to do is we have to just call this, we have to pass this query to a method that is getData, and that getData method actually return a data set object that is filled with the data. When this query is fired, some data is extracted from the database and that is stored into a data set, and that data set is returned over here. So here we have to store that into a data set ds object. So, and how to call that function? So fn.getData, and in this we have to pass the query. Now task till here is done. Now we have the data inside this data set. Now next thing what we have to do is we have to just set that data into this data grid view. Okay, so let's check what is the name of this data grid view. So the data grid view name is, default data grid view name is Guna to data grid view 1. So move back over here and click enter. Guna to data grid view 1 dot data source. We have to set the data source is equal to ts.tables, and we have to mention 0 over. So what is this ts.tables 0? ts is the data set, and this data set stores the data in the form of table. So we have only one table inside this one, so I'm going to pass the table, complete table, and the table index is 0. Okay, so now let's check if this contains the data when this loads or not. So I have started the project, and let's check that. Okay, so it's starting. My system is a little bit slow. Okay, so it's Kumar and Kumar, sign in. And here you can see this, when I click on this, now the data is filled over here. So next thing what we have to do is we have to code for this one, that is nothing but search. Every data from the database visible over here, all the medicine, and this is the actually expiry date, manufacture date, everything is visible over here. So log out and close this and move back over here. So what we have to do is we have to search for this one. Whenever we write inside this one, we have to search that medicine and show the only that detail of that matching text. Okay, so what we have to do is just click on this. Here you can see this a small electric symbol, that is events. Actually just click on that and you have to select this one, text change. So double click on this and this will generate a txt search text change event. And here what we have to do is we have to write the query. Query is equal to, and what query we have to mention is we have to actually select only those records which matches the name of the medicine with the text in the text box. So select star, we have to select all the records, matching records from table, that is medic, where name, this is the name column name is name in my database. If you have changed the name, the column name, by creating the table, so you have to mention that name over here. If you stuck in that error, then sorry, I'm not going to help you. You have to match with the previous videos. you are not in the such condition that you make mistakes in the query. I hope you understand this. Okay, so if you stuck anywhere in the programming, you have to check the code at least twice, or try to at least read the exception on your screen and try to understand. Exception tells everything about error. You have to just read it, search it on Google. Still you can't able to solve it by yourself, then contact me on Instagram. We are open to help you over there. Okay, so Merrick, where mname like, and what you have to do is you have to mention like this. Let me single quotes, double quotes, plus plus. We are going to concatenate the text, double quotes and single quotes like this. And inside this one we have to pass the text from the text box. So text box name is txt search dot text like this, and within this one the double quote and single quote, in between these we have to put a % over here. And let me just delete this empty space. I've just added this empty space so that you can clearly see the difference. So why I have added a % over? It means that whatever you write, like you have write a %, it will go into the go into the database a %. It means that every name followed by a in the initial will be shown over here. This means that. Okay, so I hope you understand this. If you can't able to understand, just contact me on Instagram and follow me on Instagram for sure. Okay, so after this is going to, whenever this query will be fired on the database, it will return some data. And again we actually need a data set. ds is equal to fn.getData, and here you can pass the query like this. And finally we have to set the data to the owner to data grid view. Data grid view dot data source is equal to ds dot tables 0. Here you can see this. The same code is repeated 2 times over here. The same over here and same over, except this query. So we can do one thing. We can just write one method over here. So that is nothing but, let me just show you. And I'm going to name this one private void set data grid view. I'm going to name this one. This is going to accept one string, and I'm going to name this one query. And yeah, either you can leave this one like this, that's not an issue, or what I can do is, let me just cut this code from here and paste it over here. And here you can see this query is now not this one, this query over here, the argument which is accepting. And what I'm going to do next over here is I'm just going to call this method set data grid view, and inside this one I'm going to pass the query like this, and this will work fine. So let me copy this and remove this line. Here you can see this, and this will work fine. Let me just start this and let me show you. So I've started the project, and I'm going to log in with Kumar and Kumar. Okay, so now I've signed in. After this, when I click on view medicine, here you can see this one is working fine. And when I write A, every medicine which starts with A is visible over here. % means when I write A, by default % is going into the database, and every name starts with A followed by B, either C, either yes, that doesn't matter. If I write B and C, then it matters when you exactly find a match. Okay, so this one is working fine. When I delete everything, all the detail is visible over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to make this delete button functional. To make that delete button functional, first thing what we have to do is we have to get the ID for this one. Whenever we click on a particular row, we need to extract the ID of that medicine from the database, and then when I click on that delete button, it's asked from the user that are you sure you want to delete this medicine. If user click on yes, then it deletes the medicine, otherwise it doesn't do anything. Okay, so log out, close this one and move back over here. How to extract the medicine? Okay, medicine ID. Okay, so before moving further, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just tell you that if you don't do this, if this one makes you confusing, then the previous code before this method is also completely fine. That's not an issue. That doesn't create any issue but repeated line of code. Okay, so either you can go this way or that way. That doesn't make any difference. Okay, after this, what we have to do is we have to extract the ID. So for that, just move back over here on this, click on this data grid view, click on event, and here what you have to do is you have to just search, click on this cell, click, double click on this. This will generate a Guna2 data grid view cell click event. And here what we have to do is first I'm going to have to actually take one variable, the string, and I'm going to name this one medicine ID. And after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a try and catch block in the condition. If you click anywhere outside the table, then this will generate a exception. Okay, so in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just, for the safety purpose, I'm going to use this try catch, because if exception generate, nothing happens. Okay, so assign this medic ID, that is a string variable, from this Guna2 data grid view. So it's Guna2, so Guna2 data grid view 1 dot rows, and in this one e dot row index, and here we have to mention row index like this, and from where we get this e, this is nothing from over here. Here you can see this data grid view cell event args, this e, when I select this, here you can see this, and from this row index what I have to do is I have to extract the cell value. You have to mention the cell, so cells, and the cell is first dot values. You have to extract the value and convert that to string. This will extract the value from the first cell and set that value to this medic ID, this is string variable. And next thing what we have to do is we have to just, now the value, we have the value that is a medic ID over here on the variable. Next thing what we have to do is on the click event, we have to just delete that record with the matching ID. So double click on this, and before just clicking on this, what we have to do is we have to change the design name. So design name is already changed, so double click on this. This will generate a click event. And before actually doing that, what we have to do is we have to add one icon inside this one. So I haven't added, how can I miss the icon design? Okay, so click on this local resources and click on import. I've already provided each of the icons. So this one is open desktop, and desktops I have icons. Yeah, I have icons, and for which one we are working is pharmacy. Move back over here, and here we have the delete. Okay, search for the delete box. Yeah, this one. Click on open, click on OK. Let me increase the size to 30, 30, hit enter. Yeah, this one is good. Okay, so now move back over here, and here what we have to do is, first thing what I have to do is, when the user click on that delete button, so that asks from user, are you sure you want to delete? For that, we have to do if message box dot show, and what message you want to show, just put are you sure question mark, and message box name will be delete confirmation, like this. And this message box needs to have some button, so message box button will be yes and no. After this, what we need to have some icons, so message box icon dot warning. And after this, what I have to do is I have to check that what exactly user has selected, either yes or no. Just is equal to dialog result dot yes. We have to check for yes. So if is equal to yes, then what we have to do is we have to delete the button, delete the record with the matching. Okay, in the else condition we have to do nothing. So let's check first that when I click on the delete button, this message is shown or not. So start the project and let's check this. Sign in with Kumar and Kumar. Sign in and move back to the view medicines. Click on this. Are you sure you want to delete? No, nothing happens. And for yes, nothing happens because we haven't coded anything inside that one. So move back over here and now start coding inside this one. So query is equal to, and what we have to do is we have to delete the record. So DELETE, delete from medic, where the column name for medicine ID is MID in my database. Make sure you check the name in your database. So is equal to single quotes, and that's in the string format. So double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, and finally we have semicolon. And inside this one we have to pass the string value in which we have stored the medicine ID. So we have stored the medicine ID inside this one. So medicine ID is nested. The query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to call the method that is set data over here, because we have to delete, update and insert data. These are actually, these stuff is performed with the help of set data. So I'm going to pass this one. Inside this one we have to pass two stuff. The first is query, so I have passed the query. Second thing is nothing but message. So I'm going to pass a message that is medicine record deleted. And here after this we have to actually reload the form. So UC underscore load, inside this one we have to pass this and null to value. And what this will do is when you write this one, this will call this one. Okay, the code written inside this one will be executed. It means that all the medicine value available in the database after the deletion will be shown on that data grid instantly. So this will give a very nice effect to the user. Okay, after this what we have to do is just check that if this delete button is working properly or not. So I have started the project and let's check that. So go over here, Kumar and Kumar, just sign in. And before actually adding, let me first add one medicine. So 444, name is ABC, medicine number anything. I'm not going to change the expiry date. Okay, quantity is 3, 4, for price 143, added. Move back over here and here you can see this, the medicine is not visible over here. So that way we need to actually make this button functional. So for now we can just type like this, and when you clear, this one is visible over here. So click on this, delete, no, nothing happens. But when I click on this, delete, yes, medicine record deleted. When I click on OK, here you can instantly reload, the data is reload. When I try to search for ABC, yeah, this medicine is available with this name ABC, but the ID is different. We have added 444. Here you can see this, the ID is different. This is the previously medicine which I have added. Okay, so here you can see the delete button is working very nice, and as expected, as we have expected, this one is working. Okay, so let me close this, and what we have to do is we have to code for this one, this button, that is nothing but sync button. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the cursor. So click on this and I'm going to change the cursor to hand. Whenever we hover over this one, the hand will be visible. Okay, so after this what you have to do is just double click on this and this will generate a click event btn sync click event, and here what we have to do is we have to do nothing, just copy this code, paste it over here, UCP view medicine load, and we have to pass this and comma null, and this sync button will fetch the real-time data from the database. Okay, so I've started the project and let's check that. So Kumar and Kumar, just sign in. So view medicine. Oh, before view medicine I'm going to add a new medicine, A B C D E F G H. Okay, so I've added A B C D E F G H. Okay, here you can see this. You can't see A B C D E F G H. When I click on this one, now 444 A B C D E F G H is visible over here, and when I hover over this, it shows hand. Okay, so this one is looking nice, and the delete button is also working fine. So for the task for view medicine is now done. In the next video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is modify medicine, and how to backend code for this. So for that, just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and you can also donate us. For that, just link the Upi ID and PayPal link is already in the description of this video. Just go and donate if you want. Thanks for watching. Share, like and subscribe. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have shown you how to design this user control, that is view medicine, and how to connect this user control with the dashboard. And after that I have shown you how to backend code for this, how to make this search box functional, and how to make this delete button functional. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of the screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is modify medicine, and how to backend code for this. So this is a complete project, that's why this one is functional. So we are working on the project features pharmacy management video. So click on this and here you can see this. Let me start this and let's see till where this one is functional. So I've started the project. And I'm going to log in. When I log in, view medicine is working. When I click on modify medicine, nothing happens. Okay, so what we have to do is, first thing what we have to do is we have to create new user control. So for that, let me minimize this one a little bit and move back to pharmacist, and here we have to add new user control. For that, right click on this, click on add, select user control, and we have to give a name to this one. So I'm going to name this one UC underscore P for pharmacist underscore update medicine, and click on add, and this will add a new user control to our project. Here you can see this UC underscore P underscore view medicine, not this one actually update medicine. After this, what we have to do is we have to just set the size for this one. So let me close this one, and I'm going to copy the size for this user control from this one, that is the view medicine. So move back over here, let me copy the size. So the size is 1104,770. So right click on this, go to properties, search for size, and you can manually write it or just paste it. After this, we have to change the back color. So back color, change this one to white, click on custom, select white. After this, first thing what we have to add is nothing but label. So let me drag and drop one label over here. Just put one label, and we have to change the text first. So change this one to update medicine, hit enter. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the size for this one. So let me move back over here to the complete project and click on this, and let me copy the size. So it's, I guess, 22 if I'm not wrong. So Century Gothic, you have to search for this, or you can select any font you like and bold, and it's 22. So move back over here to this project, click on this, move to the top, select the font and click on 3 small dots and search for Century Gothic. This one, bold and size is 22. Hit OK, and here you can see this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few more labels and text boxes. So let me copy label, one more label. So drag and drop it over here, click on this, and first thing, and one more thing, what we have to do is we have to add one text box. So I'm going to use this Guna2 text box, so just drag and drop it over here. So for now, just remove this one. I'm going to add only one for now. After this, what we have to do is we have to just adjust this on the proper position, and after that I'm going to change a few properties of these labels and text boxes from the complete project. So click on this, select this, and what we have to do is we have to set the size for this one and change the size to regular 12. So move back over here, click on this one, change the size to 12, regular, and size is 12, and hit OK. After this, click on this, and first thing what I have to do is I have to change the size, the font size. Okay, so move back over here, let me check the size. So it's 12, and the text written inside this one is Sergio UI. So Sergio UI regular 12, and move back over here. So click on this, Sergio UI regular, and size is 12, and hit OK. And this will change the size of this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the size and copy the size from here. So size for this text box is 340, 36 is width, and 340 is length. So move back over here, click on this, search for size like this. Here we go. So now let me just count how many text boxes we need. So move back over here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, these tools are actually data grid, sorry, not data grid view, these are datetime picker. So 3, 4, 5, and 6, one more over here. So it's total 6, and with 6 labels as well. So move back over here, and let me just copy this, paste it once again like this one, and we have 3. After this, we need one label only, and we need one datetime picker. Just drag Guna to datetime picker and just move back over here, just click on this and just copy the size, and let me just set the size for this one too. And if you can also change the color for this one, or you can leave like this. Here you can see this, the fill color, change this one to white. And one more thing, what you can do is you can just change the format to short. This will show you the date only. And here you can see this, when I click on the outer space, the border is hidden now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the border for this one. So search for this one, border actually. Here you can see this border thickness, change this one to from 0 to 1 and hit enter. When you do this, here you can see this, the thing is changed. After this, what we have to do is just copy this once again and paste it, and we have to move this one over here. After this, we need one more label with the text box, so copy and paste it over here, and one more to paste it over here. After this, we need one more to actually adjust this in between this one. Let me just add this stuff. Like this. and put the label over here. We just make this one a little bit large like this. And what we have to do is we have to make little space because we have to add one more button over here, so I will adjust that accordingly. Okay, so we have to move all these stuff little bit on the lower side. Okay, I will adjust those at the end, and after this we have to add few buttons. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one button over here. So search for buttons. So I'm going to use this Guna 2 button, so drag and drop it over here and just click on this and change the text first. So I'm going to change the text to search. I'm going to set the image inside this one, so click on this, click on three dots, local resources, click on import and go to the file in your system where you have stored the icons which you have downloaded. So click on this one, click on open, click on OK, and here you can see this, the size, the image is set. So I'm going to increase this one to 30,30 and going to increase the font size as well. So I'm going to increase this one to 12 and semi bold and hit OK. This one look nice. And what we have to do is we have to change the fill color as well. I'm going to copy the size from here. So click on this 110,34. Move back over here, click on this image size, not this one, the button size, like this. Okay, so image size is quite large, so we need to decrease this one to 25,25. Hit enter. Yeah, this one is nice. After this, what we have to do is change the border radius to 21, or let me just decrease this one to 18. Yeah, this one is nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the fill color, so going to change this one to, let me just copy the color code. I forgot the color code, 0,118,225. So move back over here, click on this and paste it, hit enter. Here you can see this. Now this button is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few more buttons over here, that is the update button and the reset button. So let me copy these buttons and paste it once again over here. And what we have to do is we have to change the icon first and text as well. So first thing, change this one to update. And after this, what we have to do is we have to change the icon. So click on this one, click on import and select this logo where it is, this one, and OK and hit OK. And here you can see this. After this, what I have to do is I have to just copy the size for this button as well. And let me see the image size. Image size is 30,30 and the button size is 146,48. So move back over here, click on this, and what you have to do is you have to just set not the image size, you have to set the button size and hit enter. And after this, image size, change the image size to 30,30. And what we have to do is we have to just set the border thickness to 1 and it's in black color. Or what you can do is, what you can do is whenever we hover, we have to change the fill color to white and the text needs to be black. For that, search for hover state, click on this, and border color will be black, not an issue. And after this, fill color will be white. So click on this, white, and whatever text inside, written inside this one, needs to be either black, or let me just set the same color code, 0,118,225. Hit enter. Now the color will change. The fill color will become the text color and text color will become the fill color. That will look nice. In the same way, we have to copy this one and paste it once again and move it over here. Just click on this, and what we have to do is just change the text first, change this one to reset, and change the image as well. So click on this, import, and after this, search for this one, where it goes, reset, this one, open, Okay, yeah, this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to just arrange this a little bit and change the labels name as well. So let me adjust these all stuff like this, and we have to put the proper distance or position. Yeah, this one is looking nice. After this, let me just move these button over here and these labels over here, and these needs to be moved little bit on the lower position. Okay, let me just move these like this. And next thing what we have to do is we have to change the border color for this one like this. Okay, you can see this. Now our design is ready and it's looking nice. And one small step we missed is nothing but, you can see this, we have center, something inside the center, between the center. So what is that? That is nothing but one panel. So let me drag one panel, search for panel and drag and drop it over here. And what we have to do is we have to set this color for this one. So back color will be 0,118,225, hit enter. And after this, let me just copy the size from here, select this, and let me just show you the size. It's 550. 6,550. Just click on this, search for size and paste the size over here and hit enter. And here you can see this, this one is in the best shape already, and this one is looking nice. And one small stuff is remaining. So what is that? Okay, so we have to adjust this little bit on the right side. Yeah, that is for this one. Change the border color. So search for border color, just click on this one, and we have selected green, right? And what we have to do is change the border thickness to 5, not 5 actually, 3 is good. Yeah, 3 is good. And after that, what we have to do is we have to just make the text bold. So let me just select bold and OK. And after that, change the text alignment to center. So change the text alignment, change this one to center, and that's nice. After this, by default, let me just set 0 inside this one. So search for text and set 0 so that we can see how this one look. Okay, so fill color is black, so we have to change the fill color to black. Okay, it's gray little bit, that's why we have to change the, in the same way we have to change for all of these text boxes. So press the Ctrl key and click on these text boxes one by one and change the fill color for color to black, so that whatever we write inside this one needs to be in black color. After this, the design is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to change the name as well accordingly. So this label name is nothing but the medicine ID. So I'm going to change this one, medicine ID, this one to medicine name, this one to medicine number, and after this we have manufacturing date. So click on this one and change the label name to manufacturing date. After this we have this label, change this one to expiry date. This label to available. Quantity. This label to add quantity, and we have to move this one on the little bit on the left side, and this label to price per unit. Here we go. Now designing part for this one is done, and this one is looking really nice. After this, what we have to do is we have to just connect this one with the dashboard, the pharmacist dashboard. So this one is the pharmacist.cs, and we have to connect this one with modify medicine. So just click on this, and first thing what I have to do is I have to just change the name, that is btn modify medicine. And after this, what we have to do is just move back over to the design part, and first thing I'm going to add the tuna to ellipse and just drag and drop it over here. Just click on this and select this target control and select UC underscore P underscore update medicine. Just click on this, just copy this, move to dashboard, paste it over here, just click on this one, target control, and select panel 2. Now the task is done. After this, what you have to do is to load that user control into the toolbox. You have to just start this project and you have to just stop this project. Okay, so I've started the project already, and it will take a few seconds. Now our project is started. Next thing what you have to do is just close this one, and just close this one. And after this, when we move back to the toolbox and move to the top, here you can see this, we found UC underscore P underscore update medicine. Just drag and drop it over here, and here you can see this, we have this, and we have to just paste this on the proper position. Okay, so I have pasted this. After this, what you have to do is, we have already changed the name for this button, so just double click on this button, and this will generate a click event for btn modify medicine underscore click. And here what we have to do is UC underscore P underscore update medicine dot visible is equal to true, and UC underscore P underscore update, and bring this one to front like this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to just hide this user control when this form loads. So on the pharmacist load, here what we have to do is UC underscore P underscore update medicine dot visible is equal to false like this. And now let's check if this one is working fine or not. So I've started the project. Okay, so it started, and let me just log in with the pharmacist username and password. So sign in and move to this one, modify medicine. When I click on this, yeah, this one is looking nice. Whenever I write, yeah, this is in the black color, and this is good. And here you can see this, when I hover over this, the text color change to the fill color, and fill color change to white. In the same way, this button is also work, and this look really nice. After this, next thing what we have to do is we have to code for this search button. When I click on this search button with the some medicine ID, then for that ID all the details need to be visible over here. Okay, so let's start with that. Let me close this. Before doing anything with that search button, what we have to do is we have to first code with this one. Let me close this view medicine part, and first thing what we have to do is we have to change the text, the design name for these stuff. So change this one to txt medicine ID. So click on this and change the text design name, this one design name, change this one to txt medid, and after this we have this one, and change this one to btn search, this one to medicine name, change this one to txt medi name, change this one to txt medi number, this one to txt, I know it's a date time picker, but still I'm going to name this one txt mdate, and move back to top, change this one to txt edate, click on this, change this one to txt add quantity, or change this one to available quantity, actually available, available quantity, and click on this one to txt add quantity. Okay, sorry, yeah, this one is good. After this we have price per unit, so click on this, change this one to txt price per unit, hit enter, and change this button name to btn update, and this one to btn reset. First thing what we have to do is we have to code for this one. What I want is whenever user enter an ID of the pharmacist, to enter the ID and click on the search button, the data for that ID needs to be fetched and shown inside these text boxes and date time picker. So just double click on this to generate a click event for this search button. So just double click on this will generate a click event. And first thing what we have to do is we have to create the function class reference object. So function fn is equal to new function. If you are worried that from where this function class I am accessing, so you have to watch all my previous videos so that you can understand it easily. So string query, I need one variable of query string type, so I have named this one query. After this what we have to do is just move back over here, and first thing what I have to do is I have to check initially that whenever the user click on the search, it needs to be contain some ID inside that one. Okay, it needs not to be empty. So first I'm going to check this one. So if txt medicine id dot text is not equal to null, then we only want to proceed further. If this one is null, then what I want to do is I want to clear all the text fields. So else clear all text field. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a method clear all, and I'm going to create this method below over here. So it will be private void clear all, like this. Okay, so I'm going to write the code for this one, clear all. Okay, before that we have to code over here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to first check that if for that medicine the data exists or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the query and is equal to, and we have to write the query first. So what query we have to write is, so here we have to write select star from table name, that is MEDIC, where MID is the column name. Let me just show you in the table, the database actually. Here you can see this is the table which we have created to store the data of the medicine. So ID is the ID, but the database ID, table ID, okay, the primary key, and this is the medicine ID user entered by the user. So this is the column name for this one is MID. So that's why I am referring to the name, that is MID column name, and this is MEDIC is the table name. So let me just show you that. So table name is MEDIC, you can see it over here. And okay, so let me just discuss one small stuff. In the past few days I have seen a lot of comments that so many users are actually commenting to create the table, explain you how to create the table. Literally guys, I've just told you that you have to just write the query like this, you have to select like this and click on this execute button and make sure your database name is selected over here. Do you really think this is too much hard? If yes, then please, you have to just focus on your studies, literally. Okay, so I hope you understood this stuff. You have to just select like this and click on execute. This will create the table. Here you can see the message that a pop-up that your table is successfully created. Okay, So move back over here to our project and back on working. Okay, so MID is equal to, and here what we have to do is we have to pass the text from that text box, that is the ID. So single quotes, that's in the string format, so single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, single quotes, double quotes, like this, and we have to pass the text. So txt med dot text, and here we go. So now, okay, so after this what we have to do is showing an error. I don't think so. This needs to show an adding type of error. Okay, sorry. So it's double quotes then single quotes. Okay, that's where I did a small mistake. Don't make mistake over here in these quotes. If there is a syntax error, you need to resolve it by yourself. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to just pass this query into the database. So data set. Why I'm using this data set? Because whenever I call this method, that is get data, this is going to return a data set object, and that is filled with the data, and that will be stored inside this one. So first thing what I check, if this data set is empty, it means that suppose a user entered a medicine ID that is 0005,000 and that medicine ID doesn't exist in our database, then first thing what we need to see, tell the user that this medicine ID doesn't exist. So first thing what we have to do is we have to check for that specific ID if exists or not. So how to check? So if ds.tables 0 dot rows dot count is not equal to 0, it means that if this data set contains some data, it means that for that particular ID we have some data. In the else condition, what we can tell to the user is message box dot show, what we need to say, no medicine found, medicine with ID, and we can show user the ID. So txt med id dot text, like this one, plus double quotes exist, like this. This will look really nice. And for this message box, I'm going to name this one info, and message box button dot OK, and message box icon needs to be warning or error. I'm going to show the information. Okay, so I'm going to show the information. This is the information. So let's check if this works or not. Okay, so let me start this. And it will take few seconds to get executed. Okay, so it's being started. Let me just log in, Kumar and Kumar. And click on this one and search for a specific ID 24 something like this. Click on this. No medicine ID with 23423 exist. Info, and this is the information icon, and this really look nice. If suppose, let me just check a valid medicine. So valid medicine ID is 444. In previous video we have added, so 444, and when you click on search, nothing happens. Why this is? This is because this medicine ID is valid, and in the backend code of this one, if condition, if this data set is not empty, we haven't coded anything. We are here in this empty if condition, so that's why it doesn't show any pop-up message or anything happens. So first thing what we have to do is, now we know that this data set contains the data. So first thing what we have to do is we have to extract the data from this data set and set to these text boxes accordingly. So how to do that? For that, what we have to do is we have to write like this: txt medicine name dot text is equal to ds.tables 0 dot rows, and the row is 0th row, there will be always 0th row, and 2 is the column, and dot 2 string. Why this 2 is column? Why I'm accessing this 2 for the name. Let me just show you in the database. In the database, this is 0th column, this is 1, 2. 2 is m name, 0 and 2. If we have to access this one, this row, the first one, we have to access this one as 0th row, and this one is 0, 1 and 2. M name is 2. So that's why 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 accordingly. Okay, so move back over here, and here what we have to do is, in the same way we have to assign the data for medicine number. Number.text is equal to ds.tables 0 dot rows 0 3 dot 2 string, like this. And after this number we have manufacturing date. Okay, mdate dot text is equal to ds.tables 0 dot rows 0 4 dot 2 string. And after this we have to set the expiry date. Say edate dot text is equal to ds dot tables, okay, tables 0 dot rows 0 5 dot 2 string, like this. After this we have txt add quantity, not add quantity, this is available quantity. Available quantity dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0, and the column is 6 dot 2 string. Okay, so its table is 0 dot rows, right, and 0 and rows 6, and this one 2 string. And after this we have price per unit dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 7, and this one to string, like this one. And let's check if this works or not. So I'm going to start this, and it's being started. So now our project is started. So I'm going to log in, and let's check for this one. Sign in, click on this, and medicine ID is 444, and click on search, and here you can see this. Now the name is visible, medicine number, manufacturing date, expiry date, and available quantity, price per unit, everything is visible. So next thing what we have to do is, we have to just, let me just code for this one. If suppose someone enters wrong and then this pops up, and if this one is empty and click on search, then we need to clear all of these text fields. So for that we have already created a clear all method. So let me just write the code for this one, clear one method. So here what I have to do is just txt medicine id dot clear. We have to write like this. And after this we have medicine name, maybe name dot clear, txt medi number dot clear, like this. After this we have txt manufacturing date, and this is a date time picker, so clear will not work on this. We have to just type reset text, and this will reset text to the reset the date to the today date. Txt expiry date dot reset text, and txt add quantity, not the add quantity, it's available quantity dot reset text and txt price per unit dot clear. Oh sorry, I've written wrong over here. We have to call the method clear on this one because this is a text box. Okay, so now the task is done, and one more thing we left with is if txt add quantity dot text is not equal to what, 0. By default we need to set the text inside that one is 0. Then what we have to do is we have to set that text add quantity dot text to 0. In the else condition we also need to set the text add quantity dot text to 0 like this. Okay, and now let's check again if this clear all stuff works or not. So I've started the project. Let me just log in. Move back over here, modify medicine, click on this 444, and if this one is empty and if you click on search, you can see this everything is cleared and this one is converted to 0. After this, move back over here and let me search for once again, and here you can see this when I change the ID or the number inside this one, and when I try to clear this and when I click on search, here you can see this one is reset to 0. And what we have to do is we have to call the same method clear all on this reset button click event. So how to do that? For that, let me just move back over here and move to the designing part, move to the bottom, just double click on this. This will generate a btn reset click event, and here we have to call the same method clear all like this, and when we click on the reset button every text field will be cleared. After this, what we have to do is we are remaining with one small stuff, that is update button. So just double click on this to generate a btn update click event, and here first thing what we have to do is we have to extract the values from all the text boxes and store into variables. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a separate variable to store the data of the quantity to be added. So int 64 total quantity, it will be, this variable is created to actually put the total quantity, which is by adding the value that is the available quantity plus the quantity from the add quantity text fields. It means that from this plus this will be stored inside this one. This is total quantity. And here first thing, now start with extracting the values. Name is equal to txt medicine name dot text string. After name we have m number is equal to txt medicine number dot text. After this we have m date, that is manufacturing date, is equal to txt manufacturing date dot text. After this we have expiry date, e date is equal to txt edate dot text. After this we have quantity that needs to be converted into the integer 64 format, int format, to actually perform the addition operation. If the value from these two text boxes is in the string format, then it will add like this, 1 plus 1 will be 11. So we don't need that. So for that, to perform the mathematical operation, then we have to convert that string into the integer format. For that, int 64, and here we have the quantity, available quantity. So let me just leave this as quantity, and it will be converted like this, int 64 dot parse. Inside this one we have to pass txt add quantity, Okay, so my system is a little slow, that's why I guess it's not responding right now. Okay, so it's txt, right? This one will be txt available quantity dot text like this, and after this we have to put the add quantity part, so it will be add quantity is equal to int64 dot parse, and here we have to mention txt add quantity dot text like this one, and after this we have int64 unit price, so that will be also an integer format, so unit price is equal to int64 dot parse method is used to convert the string data to into integer format, so it will be txt unit price dot text like this. After this what we have to do is we have to first add the total quantity now, so total quantity is equal to quantity plus add quantity like this, and the total quantity will be stored inside this one. So now the quantity is added. Next thing what we have to do is we have to write the query which we need to fire into the database to update the particular row, so update like this one. And here let me first copy the column name from here. So column name is, we don't need to update the MID, we need to update the M name, M number, M date, E date, quantity and price per unit. So move back over here, just copy this one. This is nothing but the name of these columns written inside a single line. So move back over here and I'm going to paste it over here to just refer this again and again. Like this. Let me just move to the full screen so that I can see everything clearly. Okay, like this. Quantity, query, and here we have to write update table name, that is MEDIC, set M name is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double single, and here M name is stored inside this one, M name. So M name. After this we have single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. We have M number. So okay, so we have to mention M number first, M number, and is equal to, inside this one we have to pass M number like this. After this we have to pass the next column name is M date, so make sure you keep I on the capital and small letters, so M is small, D is capital, TATE, to write in the same order, single, double, plus plus, double, single, and inside this one we have to pass M date. And after this we have E date, so E, T is capital like this, single, double, plus plus, double, single, and we have to pass E date over here. After E date we have the quantity, so like this one we have quantity QUANTITY, just move a little bit like this. Quantity is equal to single. Okay, so quantity is actually begin type in the database, so double quotes, plus plus, double quotes like this, and we have to pass total quantity over here after the addition value, that the variable which we have created. After quantity we have per unit, the column name is per unit, and here we have This is also the integer type, so single quotes, sorry, double quotes only, unit price. And after this, now for each column we have assigned the value. If you want to update the ID as well, so you can place MID over here in the initial and is equal to, you can add like this. Okay, here at last what you have to write is where MID is equal to single double plus plus double single, and inside this one I'm going to directly extract the ID from the text box, so txt medicine ID dot text, like this one. Okay, so you can see this. Now our query is ready. If you want to update the MID as well, so you have to just copy this part and paste it in the initial and just put a comma, and then you can update the ID as well. So I don't want to update the ID, that's why I'm not just writing that code. Okay, because medicine ID will be unique all the time. After this, here we have to just execute this query. So function dot set data, we have to call this method, and here we need to pass two values. The first thing is query and the second thing is message we want to show to the user after the updation. So I want to just write medicine details updated, and now start this and let's check if this update button works or not. So start this. I've started the project and it will take few seconds. So here I'm going to log in, and when I click on modify medicine, and the ID will be 444, and search, the medicine name will be something, let me just XYZ, medicine number, yes, 123 PK 5959, and just click on update. Medicine details updated. Now move back to over here in view medicine, and here you just click on this one, and here you can see there's the XYZ and the ID is also updated. It means that for this ID is also increasing. Sorry, the update button is working fine. One more thing what we have to do is we have to check for this one. So 6, I'm going to add the 6 value inside this one. For now this one is 55 available quantity, and I want to add 6 more inside this one. So when I click on this, click on OK, here you can see this. Now the 55 is still showing. Why? Because we haven't clicked on search again. So when I click on this, it's now updated to 61. When I move back over here, and here is still, you can see it's 55, click on the sync button and it will show 66 again. So now the medicine stock is increased. When I click on reset, every data is clear. So that's it for this video, guys. In this video I have shown you everything to update and to reset and to add quantity as well. So in the next video I'm going to show you how to code and design for this one, that is nothing but medicine validity check. So just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and don't forget to follow me on Instagram, that is nothing but btechdays. There we help, you can purchase a source code and you can have the conversation for project modification or customized project creation. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have shown you how to design this user control, that is update medicine, and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is medicine validity check, and how to backend code for this. Here you can see this. When I click on valid medicine, it only shows the valid medicine by checking the date for the current date and these medicine the expiry dates. Okay, in the same way for expired medicine and view all medicine, with this we can see all the expired and valid medicine over here. Okay, so let's start with this. This one is working in this project because this is a complete project, and the project on which we are working is nothing but this one, pharmacy management video over here. Let me start this and let me show you till where our task is done. So if you are new to my channel, then please subscribe and hit the bell icon so that you keep updated with our new content, and share with your friends and follow me on Instagram. Just sign in, and here you can see this, nothing happens, but over here the task is done. Okay, so let's code for this one. So let me just log out and close this. First thing what we have to do is we have to add one new user control inside this one, that is a pharmacist one, this one. Right click on this and click on add and select the user control. And here what we have to do is we have to select and we have to set some name to this user control. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the name to UC underscore P underscore medicine validity check. Like this, and hit enter. And this will add a new user control to our project. Right click and go to properties, and there what I have to do is I have to set the size for this user control. So let me maximize this little bit and let me move like this. And here what I'm going to do is copy the size of this user control and paste it over there. So let me copy this and move back over here, right click, properties, and set the size. And after this you have to change the back color for this one. So change the back color to white, custom and white. After this what we have to do is we have to add few stuff, that is labels, one combo box and one data grid view to show the medicine's name and all details over there. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one label. So go to toolbox and search for label. Just drag and drop one label over here. Just click on this, go to text, change the text and change this one to medicine validity check. Hit enter. After this what we have to do is we have to set the font size for the same for this one. So the size is Century Gothic, the font is Century Gothic, and size is I guess 22 and it's bold. So move back over here. Yeah, Century Gothic, bold, and size is 22. So move back over here, click on this, click on this one and search for Century Gothic, bold, and size is 22 and hit OK. And here you can see this. Now this one is looking really nice. Now I'm going to add one combo box. So let me drag one combo box. So search for combo box and I'm going to use this Guna 2 combo box and drag and drop it over here. In previous video I have shown you how to add this Guna 2 DLL file. Just go and watch that video in the description of this video. Okay, and just add that DLL file into your toolbox. The DLL file link is already in the description of this video. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to set the font size for this text field, sorry, the combo box. So let me move back to the complete project. This is complete project and let me check the font size for this one. So the font size is 12 and it's Sergio UI, and let me copy the size. So the size for this text box is, the combo box is 399,36. So move back over here, click on this, and first I'm going to set the size. Click on this one, select regular and select the size 12, and after this we have to set the size. So move back over here, 399,36, hit enter like this. After this what we have to do is we have to add one label over here. Just drag and drop it, paste it over here, click on this, click on this one, change the text to check, and just increase the size a little bit, increase the size to 12, hit OK, and like this. And after this, what we have to do is we have to set the items inside this one. So click on this and just move back to this one, and I'm going to copy this from here. You have to just write this manually. I have written this manually in my previous video. So paste it over here, valid medicine, expire medicine, and view all medicine. If you change the order of this one, then this will cause error, because not cause error, the different data will be selected. You have to change the coding accordingly. So don't make changes in the order. You have to write the same way, like first valid medicine, then expire medicine, then view all medicine, and click on OK and close this. And one more thing what we have to do is we have to just change the font color for this one. It means that whatever it is inside this one needs to be in black color. For that you have to change the font color. Here you can see this, but the default font color is this one. So I'm going to change this one to black. So click on this one, and the color is now changed to black. Now whatever is inside this one will be in the black color. After this, what we have to do is we have to set drag and drop one combo box, the data grid view, the data grid view, and one label over here. So let me just drag and drop one data grid view. Okay, this one. So we have this data grid view. Let me just first change one thing, that is the border style. So let me change that so that we can see the outline of this one. Search for border style, change this one to fixed 3D, and now we can see the outlines like this one, and we have to stretch it like this till the end, and we have to just make this one till below. Remove this one with the help of keyboard, and just move these little bit on the left side. And we need one more variable over here, So let me drag and drop one label, just drag and drop it, put it over here, and let me copy the font size from here, the complete project. So click on this, it's Arial rounded empty, bold oblique, and size is 18. So let me move back over here, click on this one and select the font, bold oblique, and size is 18, and hit enter, and move this one a little bit upside. After this, what we have to do is let me change now the designing part is done over here. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to just connect this UC_P_medicine validity check user control with the dashboard, that is the pharmacist module. So let me do that. First let me close this update medicine. So click on this and close this because we don't need this one right now. And we have this pharmacist.ch design over here. And first thing what we have to do is just click on this and change the button name. So change the design name for this button. So change this one to btn med validity check. Hit enter and just double click on this one to generate a click event. So just double click on this. So this will generate a btn med validity check click event. And before this, what we have to do is we have to add one guna to ellipse over here. So guna to ellipse, just drag and drop it over here. We need only one, so click on this, click on target control and select this one. After this, save this one, copy this, select this guna to ellipse, copy this, move back to pharmacist, paste it over here. And what we have to do is just select the target control panel 2 and just save this and to load that user control into the toolbox, you have to just start and stop this project single time. So I've started the project and it's taking few seconds, so we have to wait. So here we go, almost task is done. Okay, so now next thing what we have to do is just close this, and now we can find this UC underscore P underscore medicine validity check over here. Just drag and drop it over here, and what we have to do is we have to just place this on the proper position like this. Here you can see this. Now I have placed, and what we have to do is just connect with this one. Just double click on this, and here UC underscore, let me just write medicine. Here, this one dot visible is equal to true. Check dot bring to front. And next thing what we have to do is when this form loads, I want to hide this. So medicine validity check dot visible is equal to false, like this. Now the task is done. Let's start this and check that if that button works or not, that user control is visible over there or not. After that we will start backend coding for that user control. Okay, so I've started the project. So let me log in with username and password, sign in. So click on this one, and here you can see this, and you can also see the valid medicine, expired medicine, and view all medicines. And this one is working fine. And here we have this label, but initially we have to hide this label, so I will do that. And whenever users select this valid medicine, then valid medicine needs to be visible over here. Whenever users select expired medicine, that expired medicine needs to be visible over here in the red color. So let's start with that. So let me close this and move back to UC medicine validity check. First thing what we have to do is we have to just actually change the design name for this combo box. So I'm going to change this one to txt check. Hit enter. After this what we have to do is we have to change the label name. So change this label to design name to set label. Hit enter. And this is one, there is only one data grid view, so we don't need to change the name for this one. So first thing, let me just see one thing. For color is needs to be black, so select black. Okay, save this. After this what we have to do is just click on this, and we have to go to this one, events, and here select index change. We have to code on this one. Whenever you select the 0th index, we have to actually show the code accordingly. So in the 0th we have the valid medicine. So first thing what we have to do is we have to create a reference with a function class. So function fn is equal to new function. If you are new to my channel, you must be confused with this function because you can't able to find this in your system if you are new and coding in between this video. So what you have to do is you have to just start this pharmacy management series from the first lecture, and after that you follow each of the stuff. I'm damn sure that you will able to design everything very easily. Okay, so after this we need a variable like this string query, so that we can write the query. So first thing what you have is, first the stuff is we have valid medicines. So let me just open my database first so that I can show you the stuff easily. Okay, so I have clicked on this. It will take few seconds. Till then what I have to do is I have to select like this txt check dot selected index index is equal to 0. The first index is 0, and at the 0th place I have written valid medicine. It means that at that time we have to write a code to extract only valid medicines data from the database. So I'm going to write a query, select star from medic where expiry date. Okay, so our database is loading right now. That is a Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So I'm going to just connect this and move back to the coding part. Select a star from medic where edate is greater than or equal to what? The get date. This get date method is used in the, let me just explain you. This get date is a predefined method in MySQL. When you use this will return the today date from your system. Okay, so here the date will be fetched from your system and put it over here in the query. Okay, so let me just show you. If I try just copy this one, query from here, move to the database, and what is this? Seriously? Okay, I guess it's loading, that's why it's showing the pop-up like this. Okay, so let me open the file first. You don't need to do these all stuff. I guess I have pharmacy. This one. Click on open and it's opening actually. So move back to the coding. After that I will show you. Okay, so I have copied the code and let me just paste it over here and let me just execute this. Select the pharmacy, let me select the database. My database is pharmacy, so click on this one and execute, and here you can see this, you have the limited medicine over here. If I try to execute this, you will find more records than this one. Here you can see this 9 with the expiry date. So get date is going to return the today date, and we need all the valid medicine that is greater than today date. Okay, so which expiry date is greater than today date is a valid medicine, so we need those medicines. So our query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to just fire the method that is fn.getData, and in this getData we have to pass the query. So here we have to pass the query. Okay, so this getData method is defined in the function class, and this function fn is the object of that function class. With the help of this object we can actually use the methods inside that function class. If you have not watched my previous video, then please watch the previous videos, initial videos. In the initial videos I have shown how to create the function class and what methods I have created. So this getData method is going to return a dataset variable. So we have filled with the data, so we need one dataset variable to store that dataset. So when we call this, it returns a dataset variable, and that dataset will be stored inside this variable. After this, what we have to do is we have to set that dataset into the Guna to data grid view. Data grid view dot data source is equal to ts.tables 0, like this. And after that what we have to do is we have to set this label with the valid medicine. So for that we have changed the label name as well. So set label dot text is equal to valid medicine, like this. And after this, okay, after this we have to set the label color. So label color for color needs to be color dot black. Now let's check this if this works perfectly nice or not. let me log in. After login, we move over here and just click on this, and here you can see this. Initially this label is visible. I don't want to show this when this form loads. When you select any, then this label needs to be visible. So this is looking a little odd, so I'm going to select this one, and here you can see this is valid medicines, and the valid medicine is visible over here. The expiry date is 2022, 21, 16, 2, like this. All the valid medicine is visible over here. When I select this one, nothing happens because we haven't coded for the 1th index. So let's code for that. So log out, and first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide that label at this load event. So just click on this, double click on the empty space, and here what we have to do is we have to actually set this label, set label dot text is equal to null. There's nothing, it means that the string will be empty, so this is fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to write the one more condition, that is else if txt checked dot selected index is equal to 1, and at 1 what we have written over there is nothing but for the expiry medicine. Okay, so we have to write the query again. So query is equal to select star from medic where edate is less than or equal to get date. Like this. Now after this we have to just call the same method as well. So data set as in the previous one. So data set ds is equal to fn.getData. We have to fire this query, and after this we have to set the guna to data grid view dot data source ds dot tables, like this, and we have to set the label as well. So set label dot text is equal to expired medicine and after this what we have to do is we have to set the label color. So the color needs to be red, so text is equal to color dot red, and let's check if this works or not. Oh sorry, we have did a small mistake, not the text, set label dot for color. Now start this and let's check this. Sign in and move back over here. Here you can see this, initially the label is invisible because we have set the nothing to that label, and after this when I click on valid medicine, the valid medicine is visible. When I click on expired medicine, the expired medicine is visible in the red color, and this looks really nice. After this when I click on this, the color is changed and the new data is loaded, and view all medicine is not working, so we have to set for that. So log out and close this, and now we have to code for the 3rd index. So move back over here and just move over here, else if txt check dot selected index is equal to 2, then what we have to do is we have to just write query is equal to select star from the table name is medic. We need all the data, and we have to just write like this, data set ds is equal to function dot get data, and inside this one we have to pass the query, and finally we have to set the guna 2 data grid view dot data source is equal to ds dot tables 0 like this. And in the set label we don't need to set any label, so set label dot text is equal to null, and set label color needs to be label dot for color needs to be color dot black like this. Now if we execute, now this third one needs to be all the data, all the medicine detail, either the expired or the valid, needs to be visible over there. So I started the project, it will take a few seconds. So I'm going to sign in with my username and password. So sign in, and after this click on this one, medicine validity check, and when I click on this, you can see this, all the details, all the medicine is visible over here. You can see this. Okay, so move back to the coding part, and we have to modify our code a little bit. So here you can see this, each time the same code is written over here like this, the same code but with little changes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a method private void and set data grid view like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select this much part, not this much, yeah, this much part, and copy and paste it over here. And this method is going to accept few arguments, that is, first is string query. The second thing we need is one text to actually set the label. So the text string, that label name, and the third is nothing but the color, this one. So third one is color, and I'm going to name this one color like this. And what I'm going to do is this string query is going to used over here, and this label name is going to use over here. Label name, and this color is going to use over here. Just like this one. Just delete this part. And here what we have to do is we have to just write like this, set data grid view, and inside this one, first thing we have to pass the query, second thing we have to pass the string. So for the text box we don't want to set anything, and third one is I want to set the colors, so it will be color dot black like this one. And when you start this, you can see this will work perfectly fine. So I've started the project. Kumar, and sign in, and move back over here and select the third one, and as you can see this one is working fine without any issues. In the same way, what we have to do is we have to just move back over here and remove the repeated line of code. So what we have to do is we have to just call this method, that is set data grid view. Inside this one, first thing we have to pass the query, The second thing, we have to pass the text we have to set. So copy this one and paste it over here. And the third thing we have to pass is color dot red. That's it. And what we have to do is now is just remove this much of code. And in the same way we have to do it over here. Set data grid view, and we have to pass the query. And the second thing, we have to pass this one. Let me just remove this dot. And the third thing is color dot black, like this. And let me remove this much code. There you can see this. Now this one is looking nice. The code is little, not little, so much lines of code is now removed. Here you can see this. This method does a very nice work. So either you can go with the previous ways as previously it was written, or you can go the way just right now. This one is little simple. So just start this and let's check if this works perfectly fine or not, as we have seen previously. So it's loading. So now I'm going to sign in. Just sign in, and here you can see this medicine validity check and valid medicine, expired medicine. Yeah, this one is working fine. The color is also changing, and that's it. That's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to design and backend code for the cell medicine. So till then, stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and thanks for watching, and please donate us. The link is already in the description of this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design this user control, that is medicine validity check, and how to backend code for this. So if you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is the cell medicine. I'm going to show you how to design this user interface, that is the cell medicine. So let me close this and move back to the project on which we are working. We are working on pharmacy management video. So move back over here and let me start this and show you till here our task is done. So I've started the project. It will take few seconds. Let me log in. Here you can see this. Till here our task is done. We can see the details of medicine, the expired and everything else. But when I click on cell medicine, nothing happens. So let me log out and close this and let's start working. So first thing what we have to do is we have to add new user control. For that, let me just make this one large. Let me minimize this, and in the pharmacist user control I have to add new user control. So right click on this, click on add user control, and what we have to do is we have to give a name to this user control. I'm going to name this one UC_P_cell medicine, like this. Click on add, and this will add a new user control to the pharmacist UC. Here you can see this UC_P_cell medicine. Right click on this, go to properties, and before that move back over here or any other user control, and what we have to do is just copy the form size, the controller user control size. So copy this, move back over here, right click, go to properties and paste the size 1104,770. After that what we have to do is just right click and go to properties and change the back color, change this one to white. Click on custom and select white. Then we have to add new label. So go to toolbox, search for label in the toolbox, drag and drop it over here. Or let me do one thing, just move back over here, and we need this one. copy this and paste it over here. And what we have to do is just click on this and change the text. Change this one to cell medicine. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one sync button, which we have added in the previous videos also. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy that. So in the view medicine, I guess we have that sync button. So just click on this and select this one too. Copy this and let me close this one and paste it over here and drag this one to the proper position like this. After this, what we have to do is, let me just show you in the complete project, we have a label, a text box and one list box. So I'm going to add these, and after that, one by one we are going to add each of the stuff. So move back over here, and first thing I'm going to add one label. So drag and drop one label, click on this and let me maximize this one like this and change few properties of this label. First I'm going to change the text. So text is search. Go to font, change the font, click on 12 and hit OK. Yeah, this one is better. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one text box. So search for text box, and I'm going to add this one, Guna 2 text box, and drag and drop it over here like this. First thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the font color. So this one is placeholder font color. So this one, font color, it means that whatever written inside this one needs to be in this color. This color is different than black, so I'm going to change this one to black. So for that, click on this arrow and select the black. Now whatever we write inside this one will be in the black color. And one more thing what we have to do is we have to change the font size. So click on this, select 11 and click on OK. And here you can see that the size for this one is quite large. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy the size from here. So size is this one, 210,36. So click on this, OK, and click on this one. Search for size, paste it, hit enter. Move this one to like this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one list box. So search for this and list box, drag and drop. Just drag and drop it over here like this one, and move till this one to the bottom. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few more stuff, that is the medicine ID, label, text boxes and other stuffs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this label and this text box as well. Just copy these two and paste it over here like this. Okay, we need to move this one a little bit upside like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the size of this one. So copy the size and move back over here. Click on this, search for size and paste it and hit enter. Now by default the color, the text color, the font color we have changed for this one. So now we have copied this and pasted over here, so that font color for this one is also changed accordingly. We have to move this in one little bit on the down side like this. Yeah, this is good. After this, what we have to do is we have to add few more combo boxes and text boxes. Paste it like this. We will change the name later, and I need one more label. Paste it over here, and what we have to do is we have to add one date time picker. So I'm going to add this one, the Guna 2 date time picker. and I need one, so I'm going to delete the other. We have to increase the size like this, and what we have to do is we have to change the fill color to white and border thickness from 0 to 1. After this we have to change the format to short from the long, and finally we have to add few more text boxes. So copy this and paste it over here like this one, and we need 2 more, so I'm going to paste this 2 more times like this. And finally what we have to do is we have to change this label name. So for the first one, what we have to do is just change this one to medicine ID, hit enter. After this, the second one to medicine name, this one to expiry date, this one to price per unit, this one to number of units, and this one to total price. So in these, what we have to do is we have to make this one only in this text box. We are only allowed to make changes. In these text box we are not allowed to make changes. Whatever the inside these all will be only read only. So click on this, change this one from read only from false to true. It means that whatever written inside this one will be, you cannot change that. In the same way we have to do for the rest. Okay, not for this one, but for this one for sure. Search for read only. I can't able to find it. Please help me. Where it goes? Yeah, here we go. Change this one to true. Finally, the task till here is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add few buttons over here. So first thing, I'm going to add one button. So search for buttons, and here we have these Guna 2 buttons. So drag and drop it over here. Place this one on the proper position. After this, just click on this one and change the text first. Change the text to add to cart. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the image first. Image, click on this one. I've already provided all the image and icon link, and the link is already in the description of this video. So click on import and explore where you have stored the images which you have downloaded. And here I'm going to use which icon, let me just show you. Okay, so this will take this one. Open and hit OK, and increase the size to 30, 30, and change the fill color as well. So 0, 118, 225, hit enter. And after this, what we have to do is we have to increase the font size a little bit. So increase the size to 12, or I guess bold 12. Yeah, this one is better. After this, we have to change few more properties. That is, the border thickness will be 1 and border radius will be 19. Let me copy the button size from here. So click on this one and let me copy the button size. So button size is 146, 48. So move back over here, click on this and search for button size. Hit enter, and here we have this button. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the border color. So border color, change this one to 0, 118, 225, hit enter. And whenever we hover over this, it means that whenever we are going to click on this one, the border color needs to be changed and the fill color also needs to be changed. So go over here and search for Harvard State, just click on this, and border color will be 0, 118, 225, and the fill color will be white, and the for color will be 0, 118, 225. Hit enter. Yeah, this will definitely look nice. First we just move this one a little bit on the right side. Yeah, this one is looking better. You have to adjust accordingly. After this, what we have to do is we have to add one data grid view. So I'm going to just add data grid view. So I'm going to use this Guna2 data grid view and drag it and drop it over here. And first thing what you have to do is you have to just set the border style to fix 3D. After this, move back over here, and I'm going to copy the size from this data grid view. So the size is 756, 237. So move back over here, click on this and copy the size and paste the size actually. Enter. After this, let me just copy the location for this one. So location for this one is, yeah, click on this and paste it over here and hit enter. Okay, so we have to move these little bit upside because there is a lot of space on the upside. Yeah, this one is looking better. There we go. According to my system, this one is looking perfectly nice. Yeah, here we go. After this, what we have to do is we have to set few more style. So we have to change this one to column border 14 to 10. Change this one to 21. Okay, so it's not changing now. We will execute this once and after that we will do that. So after this we have to add few more buttons. So I'm going to just copy this and paste this over here so that when we copy and paste, the button is copied with this properties. That's why I have did that. So copy and paste it over here. So click on this, and first thing I'm going to change the text. So change the text to remove. Search for text. Yeah, change this one to remove. And after this we have to change the image as well. So click on image, import, and we have to use the minus sign. Yeah, this one. I'm going to use this one and click on OK. Yeah, this one is looking nice. After this, for this one, just click on this, select the image, click on this one, and we have to use the card. Yeah, this one, purchase, and hit OK, and change the text to purchase and print. Purchase and print. And let me increase the button size a little bit like this. This one is looking better. After this we have to add one label over here to show the total amount. So let me just add one label. Just drag and drop it over here. Click on this one and first select for auto size and make this one false. After this we have to set the fill color for this one, the back color. So change the back color from white to little red like this one. After this, for now I'm going to set the text alignment to center. Search for text alignment. Search for text alignment. So where the, yeah, this one. Select the center. After this, change the text to RS .00 and hit enter. And what we have to do is we have to increase the size. So let me move back over here to the complete project and go to the bottom and click on this one. Let me see the size for this one is 18 ppt and the label size is 111, 48. So move back over here, click on this, click on this one, and the font size is 18, hit enter. and after this, for this one, the size will be, hit enter. Yeah, this one is looking nice. After this, now our design is ready. So what we have to do is we have to just connect this one with the dashboard, the pharmacist dashboard. So how to do that? For that, first go to the toolbox and search for Guna to ellipse. Guna to ellipse, drag and drop it over here. Click on this one, go to target control, click on this and search for UC_P_cell medicine and save this. Copy this one and move to the pharmacist. It will take few seconds, I guess. Yeah, here we go. Paste it over here, and here you can see this Guna to 6 ellipse. Target control, change this one to panel 2, and panel 2 is this side panel. The second half, we have added 2 panels on the pharmacist dashboard. That is, the first one is this and second one is this one. So we have to set this one to panel 2. Now start and stop this project simply to load that user control into the toolbox. So I have started the project and I'm going to stop this. Now our project is started, and I'm going to just close this and move back to the toolbox and move to the top, and here you can see this UC_P cell medicine. So drag and drop it over here and just put this one on the proper position like this. Here we go. Next thing what we have to do is just connect this one with the button. So for that, just click on this and first change the design name. So change this one to BTN cell medicine. Hit enter. And now the name for this one is changed, and now double click on this and this will generate a click event for BTN cell medicine. And here what we have to do is UC_P_cell medicine. So yeah, you can see this cell medicine 1 dot visible is equal to true, and UC_P_cell medicine dot bring to front. You must be worried about that from where this UCP cell, this one, from where this name is coming. So the user control that which we have to drag and drop from the toolbox, this one, the name for this one will be this one, UC_P_cell medicine 1. That's why we are coding for this one. Okay, so what is this? So we must did some mistake. That's why this one is cell medicine dot bring to front. Yeah, here we go. This one is right. And one more thing what we have to do is when this form loads, we have to hide that user control. So UC_P_cell medicine dot visible is equal to false. Now start this and let's check if this one is working fine or not. So now our project is started. Yeah, here we have to enter Kumar and Kumar, just sign in, and finally we have to click on this one and cell medicine, and here you can see this. Yeah, everything is working. We cannot write anything inside this one. Yeah, here you can see this. Now our GUI is ready, and here you can see this. When I hover over this, the fill color is changed to white and the text color is changed to blue. As you can see this, it's looking really nice. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this. So just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video I have shown you how to design this user control, that is cell medicine, and If you have not watched my previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video, or you can simply do one thing, just click on the suggestion on the right side of your screen. Okay, so in this video I'm going to show you how to backend code for this cell medicine. Here you can see this, when I type something nothing happens, and for this one, this list box, nothing is over here, and when I click on these button, nothing happens. Let's start with the coding part. So let me just close this, log out and close this. First thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually change the design name for these all text boxes and this list box. So for that, just move back over here, that is uc_p_cell_medicine and .cs. If you have given the any other name, then go on that. So first thing, this is for this one, what we have to do is just change the name to txt search box. So click on this, go to properties. By default, I guess the name is something Guna2 because I have used the Guna2 text box. Yeah, this one. So I'm going to change this one to txt search. Hit enter. Then this one. So click on this and change this one to list box. Where this, yeah, list box medicines. Hit enter. Yeah, the name has been changed. After that, this one, this is nothing but txt medicine id. So change this one to txt med name, not this one name, this is id actually. Hit enter. This one to txt medi name, this one to txt, this is a Guna date time picker, but still I'm going to name this one txt expire date. Change this one to txt, change this one to txt price per unit, this one to txt number of units, this one to txt total price. Change this button to btn add to cart, add to cart. After this, here we have only one data grid view, so I'm not going to change the name for this one. So change the name for this one to btn remove, this one to btn purchase and print, like this. Now we have to change the name for this label too. So change the label name to, this is a total label. So what I'm going to name this one is total label. I'm going to change this one to total label. Hit enter. Finally, for all the stuff, all the controls, we have changed the name, and by default when we copy this one, so the name for this one will be btn.sync, btn sync already. So first thing what we have to do is, when this form loads, I want to actually load all the valid medicine, that is expired, the medicines which are not expired. I want to load all those medicine inside this list box. So how to do that? For that, first thing what we have to do is just double click on this empty space to generate a load event for this user control. So double click on this, and here you can see this UCP cell medicine load event is generated. And before we code anything, what we have to do is we have to create a function class object. So function fn is equal to new function, and second thing is string query, and I'm going to take one data set object over here like this, because we are going to need the string, one string type variable and one data set to store the value, and the query to write the query string type. Okay, so now move back over here inside this one. This is UC_P_cell medicine, the load event, and here what we have to write is, first thing, what we have to do is set the data into that list box. For that, first I'm going to actually write the query. So query is equal to select, and I'm going to select only m name. M name is the column name for that table. So let me just open the database for you now so that I can show you. Okay, so till then it opens. I'm going to actually write the query. So m name from the table name is medic, and after that from where e date is the column name for expiry date. So and expiry date needs to be greater than equal to, and we have to fetch the system date. So get date, this is a method used in the SQL to actually fetch the current date from your system. And we have to check one more thing, that is the quantity is greater than 0. So quantity is greater than 0. Now our query is ready. Here the thing is that the quantity is the column name, and I have made this quantity column varchar type. That's why we have to put the value like this one. Okay, so this one is open. Let me connect this first and let me show you quickly. So now our database is open, and here you can see the medicine table. Where this is, yeah, this one, the medicine table. Let me just select the start from medicine table and execute this, and here you can see this, the medicine name is m name, and the quantity is quantity, and the quantity is big int type. Okay, so but it's still big int type, that's why we can use it in the same way, not an issue. So move back over here. So we are working on this one. So here you can see this, the m name is the column name for the medicine name, and medic is the table name, where e date is the column name for expiry date, and this method is used to extract the values. So let me try by executing this query into the database directly so that you can see the difference. So let me just paste it over here and let me execute this. Here you can see this, we find the C, B, C, and there are only 6 records, but when we check on the database we have more than 6. We have total 9 records, but the 3 are out of stock. Actually 3 are expired medicine, that's why we are only 6 medicines are visible. So this is nice. So what we have to do is, now our query is ready and query is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is, we have to just move to the next line, and here we have to pass this query, and we have to just write function dot get data, and we have to pass the query inside this one, and this get data is going to return the dataset object which is filled with the data. For that we have to store the dataset. So ds is equal to, so this ds, we have created a variable on the top. Here you can see this is data set over here. So I'm going to store the value into that data set, and finally what I'm going to do is, I'm going to put that data into that list box. So for that what we need one for loop. So for int I is equal to 0, and this I will run till less than ds dot table. Dataset contains the value in the form of table, so ds dot table dot rows dot count till it will run exactly less than the rows, the number of rows in the table. So by default, if you suppose we have 9 rows, so it will run from 0 to 9, 0 to 8. If we have 9 rows, then this will run 0 to 8. Okay, if we try put equals over here, then this will cause an array out of index, so don't do that. After this we have to just increment the value of I, and then for each iteration what we have to do is, we have to set the value for list box, and our list box name is list box medicines dot, and we have to add the items dot add, and here what we have to do is, we have to just extract the value from that dataset tables 0 dot rows, which row, ith row, and the column will be 0, and convert that to string, and now the value will be added. But still one small issue will be there. What that issue will, let me just start this and show you that if the data is visible on that list box or not. So I've started the project. It will take few seconds to start. So now our project is started, so I'm going to just log in. Kumar and Kumar just sign in, and when we click on sell medicine, here you can see this. Now we have these medicine, but the font is quite small, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the font size. So let me log out and close this. Okay, so first move back over here on the pharmacist model, not the pharmacist, this one, the cell medicine. Click on this one and move back over here, click on this. Okay, so after this, bold and size will be 14, will be good. Yeah, like this. Now this size is good. After this, what we have to do is we have to code for the sync button. So sync button will do one small thing. Let me just double click on that sync button, and what we have to do is just load this event in the order to UC underscore P underscore cell medicine load, and we have to call this, and then null. We have to pass 2 arguments inside this one. And what will happen that when we click on this, you can simply I'm going to show you a small bug that needs to be identified and resolved as well. So Kumar and Kumar, suppose you have added a new medicine, and move back over here, and when you click on this to reload and to fetch the new medicine only, then let's see what happened when I click on this. Here you can see this, the data replicates itself. Whenever I click on this, the data replicate. Here you can see this. I don't want this. CBC, when you try to search, okay, so we haven't coded for the search box, so that's why it's not visible. Here you can see this, every time you click, this replicates the data. So I don't want this. What I want is it clear all the previously added element, then reload the fresh data. For that, what we have to do is we have to first clear the items. So how to clear the items? In the load event, initially what we have to write over here is list box medicine dot items dot clear, and this will clear the data. So now start this and let's check this. Kumar and Kumar, just sign in. Just click on this, and here you can see this. When I click on this, nothing happens. If I try to do one thing, let me just add one medicine. 54 AS something, let's buy, let me add a valid medicine 25 and add new medicine. Okay, go to cell medicine and click on this, and here you can see this, only AS is added. When I reload, nothing happens. There is no data replication. So this is good. Next thing what we have to do is we have to code for this search button, so search text box. For that, just move back over here, click on this one, select this, click on this events, text change event, just double click on this, and this will generate a text change event, txt search text change event. And here first thing what we have to do is again we have to clear the list box medicines dot items dot clear, because we have to remove all the data and we have to just put the data, matching data from the text box. Okay, so here what we have to do is we have to write the query. So query is equal to select m name from table name, that is medic, where m name like single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. And inside this one we have to extract the text from search box, txt search dot text, like this. And after the double quote we have to put 1% over here, and we have to check one more thing, that is the expiry date. So and e date needs to be greater than and equal to, and we have to write get date. Okay, so let me scroll a little bit like this, and after this we have to check for one thing, that is the quantity, and quantity is equal to, quantity is greater than 0, like this. Now our query is ready. So what we have to do is just fire this into the database and extract the data. So I'm going to actually store the data. ds is equal to fn.getData, and we have to pass the query as argument to this getData method. And after this, now we have the data into the data set, matching data, and we have to set that into that list box. So for that again we need one for loop. So int I is equal to 0, I should be less than ds.tables 0 dot rows dot count and I plus plus, and again we have to set the list box medicine dot items dot add, and we have to add ds dot tables 0 dot rows I 0 and convert this one to string. If you are worried about that, from where this I and 0, why I'm mentioning this, because we have extracted data in such a way that we have only one row, I mean single column over here, and multiple rows. So the row is changing, but this column is always 0 through, and the row is changing with each iteration. So that's why the row column is fixed, that is 0, and the value of I is varying from 0 to the record till it finds the record. So that's why the changing value is I. This is for row and this is for column, and finally converting this to the string with the help of this toString predefined method. Okay, so let's start with this search box, if that works or not. So I have started this. So I'm going to log in, click on this and try to search for CBC. Yeah, we find this, and when we delete, when I write P, the medicine matching with P is now visible to name. Yeah, that's good. And yen, yeah, this is also working. Next thing what we have to do is, when I select on this, I want to set the ID over here, name, expiry date, price per unit. I want to set these stuff, and whenever user enter on the 5 like this, then the total price by multiplying into this price per unit will be shown over here. Let me do that. Let me close this, move back over here and move to the design, click on this, go to events, and there you have to search for selected index changed. So this one, just double click on this and this will generate a list box medicine selected index change event. And here, first thing what we have to do is, whenever the selected index change, I want to clear the number of units entered by the user. First thing, I want to remove this. So let me just write txt number of units dot clear. After this, what we have to do is we have to extract the name from that list box. From this list box, whenever user make any selection. So for that, what we have to do is first take a variable string, and I'm going to store the value. The variable name is name, and from that list box medicine dot get item text, and which item I want is list box medicines dot selected item. This one. I want the selected item name, and now with the help of this line, I am extracting the name which I have selected. I am storing inside this name, this variable with the name. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the txt medicine name dot text is equal to name. I am assigning this variable to the value to this one. So let's check if this works or not. So I've started the project. Here you can see this. When I click on this, yeah, the medicine name is changing. And if I write something like this, and if I click on this one, yeah, the name is also cleared. Sorry, the number of units is also cleared. And here you can see this, the name is changing. Yeah, this one is working. It means that we are fetching the name. So let me code for further. After this, what we have to do is we have to extract all the details related to that name. For that, I have to write a query. So query is equal to select star, or select, I'm going to select the, we need only ID, price, and expiry date. So MID, E-date is the expiry date, and per unit is the price, like this. These are the column name. From medic, medic is the table name, where M name, that is the medicine name, is equal to single quotes, double, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes, because this is a string. So here I have to just, oh sorry, so here I have to put name like this. Now our query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to fetch the data from the database. So ds, we have to fire this into the database. So ds is equal to fn dot get data. I'm using this method query and passing the value query, the argument into this get data method. After this, we have now data inside this data set. So we have actually extracted three values, that is MID, expiry date, and per unit. So we have only three columns inside that. So for that we have to set those data to those text boxes. Okay, so first text box is nothing but the medicine ID. So med ID dot text, and initially we have mentioned MID. So at the 0th row and 0th column we will have that MID. So the column will be, the row is going to be 0th always, and the ID will be, column will be 0, 1, and 2, and row will be 0. Okay, so let me just, okay, so ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0, and the column will be 0 for the first one, because that's the MID dot to string. Now let's check if this works perfectly fine or not. So now our project is started. Sign in, click on this one and select this, and here you can see this ID is now assigned. So this one is working fine. Next thing is expiry date. So in the same way we have to do for the expiry date, and that txt expiry date dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0, and the column will be 1 this time, row will be 0 all time. After this we have txt price per unit. So dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0, and the column will be 2. You convert this one to string. Yeah, that's it. Now let's check if this works perfectly fine or not. Whenever we select any of the stuff, that all the data are assigned or not. Cell medicine, and here you can see this. When I click on this, the expiry date is also changing accordingly, and everything is visible quite nice. There you can see this, the price per unit is also changing, but you cannot manually make any changes inside these all. You can actually make changes inside this one only. Even you can't make any changes inside this one, because in the last video when we are designing this part, we have made these all text boxes read only. If you need these one needs to be changeable, then you have to just make that read only false. So let me log out and move back over here. Next thing what we have to do is Now whenever we select any medicine, now the data related to that medicine is assigned inside these text boxes. So next thing what I have to do is, when I enter any number of units, then price needs to be calculated according to that unit. So here just click on this one, click on events, and here what we have to do is just click on this, select this text change event. So double click on this, this will generate a txt number of units text change event. And here first thing what I have to check is if txt number of units dot text is not equal to null. If this is null, then this will throw an exception and our program is going to crash. That's why I'm checking for that if this one is null. Okay, so if this is null, then what I have to do is I have to just clear the text field, that is txt total price dot clear. I have to remove the price from that text box. And if this is not null, then what we have to do is first I need one variable that is of int64 type. So unit price is equal to, I have to convert that unit dot parse from, I'm going to extract that from txt price per unit dot text. From this text box I'm going to extract the price and stored into this variable, and whatever we extract from a text box is in the string format. That's why I'm converting this data with the help of this parse method into integer type and storing inside this one. After this we have to extract one more stuff, that is int64 the number of units is equal to int64 dot parse, and this is from this text box. So txt number of units dot text. After this what we have to do is we have to just multiply these values and store into a third variable. Third variable also needs to be of int64 type. So I'm going to name this one total amount is equal to unit price into number of units, like this. And finally we have calculated the total amount, and finally we have to assign that into txt total price dot text is equal to total amount dot, and finally convert that to string. Now like this, and now start this and let's check if this works or not. So I've started the project and this will take few seconds. Click on this one, just sign in, sell medicine, and when I click on this and when I click over here and 5, here you can see this 5 into 200 for each unit. The price is calculated over here, and you cannot modify this total price. You can just change these values and the price will change accordingly. And when this text box is empty, the data is cleared over here. So next thing what we have to do is when I click on this 5 and click on this add to cart, the value needs to be added inside this data grid view. Okay, for that let me just close this and move back over here to the design part and click on this one. Just double click on this button to generate a ptn add to cart click event. And before we code anything inside this one, I'm going to take few variables because we are going to need those. So protected int n, and I'm going to need a total amount is equal to 0 initially. Initially I need one variable. This total amount is equal to 0, and I need few more variables, so that will be also protected type. Protected int64, I need quantity and the new quantity. I will explain why we these and where we needed these variables throughout the coding. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is we have to check that if txt med id dot text is not equal to null. Why I am checking this?
that txt med id.text is not equal to null, because in this text box we cannot write anything manually. It means that if we don't select any medicine, then this will be empty. So if this one is empty, then I don't want to perform any operation. If this one is empty, it means that none of these text boxes have any data. So what we are trying to add if we don't have if we don't have selected any medicine? So we have to simply show some message to the user. In the else condition, we can show the message. So first thing what we have to do is we have to check the condition if we selected any medicine. After this, we have to check the quantity of that medicine. So query is equal to select quantity from medic, where MID, that is the medicine ID, is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes, like this. And medicine ID will be from txt medicine ID dot text, like this one. And we have to extract that and store it into a data set. So ds is equal to fn dot get data, and we have to pass the query like this. After this, we have to store the quantity into this variable. This quantity variable is equal to int64, the data which we have fetched from the database. So convert that into the int64 type. So ds.tables 0 dot rows 0 0 zeroth row, zeroth column, and convert that to string like this. And the new quantity is equal to quantity minus int64 dot parse txt number of units dot text. Here what I'm doing is, first I have fetched the quantity of that particular medicine which we have selected and stored that value inside this data set, and finally converting that value into the int64 type and storing that value into the quantity, that is the available quantity on the stock. Suppose in the database we have available quantity is 50, so for now this quantity will have 50. If we have added the quantity 5 to the number of quantities, then the value over here is 50 minus 5, then the value will be 45 inside this one new quantity. Next thing what we have to do is we have to check that if new quantity is greater than and equal to 0, greater than or equal to 0, then what we have to do is we have to move further with the coding. So why we are checking this? So that if this quantity, new quantity, is in minus, it means that we don't have sufficient stock to purchase that much amount. Okay, so if inside this one what I'm going to do is we have this, and we have created one variable over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add row value inside this one. So guna to data grid view dot rows dot add, I want to add that row, and it's the row variable. Okay, after this what I have to do is I have to just add the value like this, guna dot rows n dot cells 0 dot value is equal to txt medicine id dot text, like this one. So let me copy this much part and paste it again and again, because we need this one 6 times actually. 3 and 3 6, right? So here the second thing will be txt medicine name dot text, and next one will be txt expiry date dot text. After this we have this one, so this will be txt price per unit dot text. After this we have txt number of units dot text, and after this we have txt total price, the medicine total price dot text, like this one. Now we have to change these column name as well. Okay, so let me add one comma over here. Okay, so this one will be 1, this isn't column name, so column number, so we have to change the value accordingly, 4, and this one will be 5, like this. Now next thing what we have to do is we have to calculate the total amount, whatever that particular user amount. So that's why I have added this total amount variable over here to calculate the total amount that customer have to pay. Suppose customer buy 5 products, then the amount, whenever we click on that add button, the amount will be calculated inside this total amount. So for that I am going to calculate the value. So total amount is equal to total amount plus int dot parse txt total price. This is the txt total price is a text box name for this one. So from extracting this value, and we are storing adding that value with the total price. Okay, so text like this one. After this we have to show that total to the label. So our label name is total label, right? Total label dot text, and we have to show that in the fancy way. So rs dot, and we have to concatenate with the value. So plus total amount dot toString, like this. Yeah, this one is good. After this what we have to do is we have to actually, whenever user purchase or add to cart, add the value. Suppose user have added the 5 quantity into this data grid view, then we have to subtract the quantity from the database as well. So what I'm going to do is, whenever user added new medicine to the cart, then I'm going to subtract that value from the cart at the same time. For that what we have to do is we have to write the query is equal to update medic set quantity is equal to single double plus new quantity plus double quotes and single quotes, where MID, that is a medicine ID, is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus double quotes and single quotes. And here we have to mention txt medicine ID dot text, and now our query is ready. So we have to update the medicine quantity, and we have to check the condition for the particular MID. If we don't put this MID, then for each row the data will be updated. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to just fire that query into the database. For that fn.setData, and inside this one we have to pass the query. If you are worried about the setData method, then you have to just watch my, I guess, second or third video. You have to watch that video. Okay, so you have to watch complete series from the initial to understand the complete code from start to beginning. Don't worry, I have explained everything. I haven't skipped even a single second in the complete project. Okay, so just follow this. Okay, so now our query is passed, and we have to pass one message. So I'm going to pass medicine added. Now this will actually set the data and update the query. This will add the data into the data grid view, and this will calculate the total amount and set to the label, and this will update the value of the quantity into the database. After this, in the else condition, I have told you, okay, so if the quantity is greater than or equal to 0, then this code will be perfectly fine. In the else condition, what I have to do is I have to show some user output to the user, that is message box dot show that medicine is out of stock, like this only, and how much quantity is available I want to show that to users. So quantity plus double quotes left, like this, and we have to name this one warning, this message box, and this message box needs to have some button, message box button dot OK, message box icon dot warning, like this one. So what this will do is, initially here what we have did is we have fetched the data from the database and we have extracted the value and saved that quantity available, the total quantity, into this variable. And here what I'm going to do is, suppose we have only 50 and user want to purchase 60 quantity. So here you can see this new quantity needs to be, when this 50, the quantity available is 50 minus 60, the result will be minus 10. So this minus 10 is not greater than or equal to 0. Then this if block will be not executed, this else block will be executed. It means that user is trying to buy more than the number of quantity we have in our stock. So that's why this message will be shown to the user. So let me check this, and after this we will put message inside this else block too. So I've started this. So it started. Sign in. Click on this one. Select any. Okay, so first check in the medicine that how many stocks we have. For ABC we have 6. So move back over here. ABC we have only 6 stock and want to purchase 10. And I click on this, add to cart. Medicine is out of stock, only 6 left. Here you can see this in the view table, view medicine, we have ABC and we have only 6 medicine in our stock, but user is trying to purchase 10. This is not fair. That's why I have shown a clear message over here that medicine is out of stock, only 6 left. I have shown this number over here so that if a customer want to purchase only 6 medicine, if he is happy with that stock, then he can purchase that amount too. Okay, so if I try to purchase 5 and click on this, okay, no, 5, not 5, I'm going to purchase 1 and click on this add to cart. Okay, so our application crashes due to some issue. Let me check that, what issue we have. Okay, so we did some mistake. Let me check that. Our application crashes because we haven't added column inside this data grid view. So click on this and move back over here, click on this one and click on edit columns. Here what we have to do is just click on this and we have to add column over here. So I'm going to change this one to medicine ID. Click on add. This column 2 will be name. Click on add. Third will be expiry date. Click on add, and fourth will be price per unit. Fifth will be number of units. Sixth will be total price. Click on add and close this and click on OK. And here you can see this, now the column is added. Now start this and try once again. So move back over here and select ABC, and user try to purchase one and click on add to cart, and here you can see this medicine is added and the stock is 6 in the previously when I have started this, and here you can see this is still showing ABC 6. When I reload this, the value is 5. Now the stock is also decremented and added over here. So this one is working fine, but one small issue is still remaining, that this header is not visible. So let me make this visible. So close this, click on this one and move back to the top into this one by selecting this, and select this column header height, change this one to 21 and hit enter. Yeah, here you can see this is visible now. This one is looking nice. So now our task for add button is almost done. We have to add one small code over here. So move back over here. In this else block, we have to show some message to the user, and what is that? Message box dot show, and we have to show some that select medicine first, and this is the information. And it needs to have some button, message box buttons dot OK, and message box needs to have some icon, message box dot icons dot information, like this. Okay, so this else block is for this initial if, that is we are checking for the medicine ID is empty or not. Okay, and we have to perform one more operation over here. What is that? We have to reload the data. So UC underscore P underscore cell medicine load. Why I'm loading this and null. Suppose user purchase, here you can see that when I added the 5 or try to add a 5 value, then if suppose user purchase all this remaining stock from the medicine, suppose user enter 5 over here inside this text box and purchase all the stock and click on this add to cart, then what will happen is that value will be added over here, and at the same time if we don't reload that form, then this list box is visible with the old data, that is the ABC is still visible over here. User can select it from there, and he can't able to add to cart, but still the name will be visible over here. So that is not good. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to instantly reload that data. And one more thing, I want to clear all these text boxes whenever this add to cart will work. For that, what we have to do is we have to write one separate method for that. Let me just write that method. That will be private void clear all, and I have to write txt medicine id dot clear txt mediname dot clear. After this we have to clear this expiry date dot reset text. This is actually date time picker, that's why I'm going to reset text to the today date, actually price per unit dot clear, and after this we have txt number of units dot clear. I want to clear all these, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this method over here. Okay, so first clear all the text boxes and then reload that data. Okay, so change this one to protected actually. Yeah, this is good. Or this is showing the modifier property is not valid for this item. Okay, I'm going to name this one public for now. Why this is showing error. Okay, this is inside this block. Sorry, by default I put inside this one. So what I have to do is let me just remove this and put outside over here and change this one to private. Now this one is fine. So by mistake I have put that into the btn add click event. I have put inside this one. So here we have to call this method clear all. Okay, so now our task for add button is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to code for that data grid view select event. If we want to remove any data, then what we have to do is, now our data is added into this data grid view. Suppose we have added some other medicine we want to remove. For that we have to just click on this and start coding inside this one. But before that, what we have to do is you have to just select any row which you have to remove and extract that value, select that value, and just when you click on this you have to just increment that value, increment the stock for that particular value, particular medicine into the database. When we add to cart, we subtract the quantity from the database. In the same way, when we remove the data from this data grid view, then we have to again update. It means that add the quantity back to the data into the database. Okay, so first thing what we have to do is just click on this and you have to just go to events and cell click event. Just double click on this one. This will generate a Guna2 data grid view cell click event. Let me cut this and paste this one over here. After this btn add event, btn click event. Before we write anything, we need few variables over here. So first variable will be int value amount. One thing will be, another will be value ID, another will be protected int 64, and this will be number of unit, like this. We need these variables while we are working with this one. So let's start there. First I'm going to put this inside the try catch block. So if any exception occur, this will manage by itself. Exception, I'm not going to catch any exception inside this one. I'm going to set the value amount dot is equal to int dot parse, and I'm going to extract that from that data grid view. So Guna2 data grid view dot rows, and inside this one e dot row index dot cells, and which cell we have to extract the value 5 and convert that into the value and convert that into string, like this. So what exactly we are doing over here is, suppose we have added one row over here. When you select that particular row, so the value, the price, we have to extract the price initially. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Fifth column is total price. So that's why I'm extracting that fifth cell value and converting that into the integer type, and this e is from over here, and we are extracting that row index whenever we click from that Guna2 data grid view. Okay, after this, now the value amount is extracted. In the same way, we have to extract the value ID, that is the ID from here. So value ID is equal to Guna2 data grid view 1 dot rows e dot row index dot cells. The cell will be 0 dot value and convert this one to string. After the value ID, we have number of units, and this one will be int type. So int 64 dot parse, and inside this one we have to write the Guna2 data grid view 1 dot rows e dot row index dot cells 4 dot value dot to string. Now we have the required stuff, that is the total amount, and this 504 is the column name, column number. So this one is 0th, that is a medicine ID. So for that I have named it value ID. That's why I have written 0 over here. And let me just, yeah, this one is good. And number of unit, the column name is number is 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Number of units is 4. That's why 4 over here. After this, now we have extracted the required value. So next thing what we have to do is we have to actually code for this btn remove event. So just double click on this and this will generate a btn remove click event. Okay, so on the wrong place it has generated. Let me cut this and paste it after this one, like this. And here first thing what I have to do is I have to check for that if the value ID is not null. Value ID is not equal to null. It means that if this one is null, then you haven't selected any value from that data grid view. And inside this one, I'm going to put the value into the try, some code into the try catch block. Try catch, and finally I'm going to use some code inside this one. Okay, so finally code is always going to execute guna to data grid view dot rows dot remove at, I'm going to use the predefined method remove at this dot guna to data grid view dot selected rows and here 0 dot index. Okay, so this will perform the removal part, and in the finally we have to write the query is equal to select the quantity from table, that is medic, where MID is equal to single double plus plus double single, where MID is value ID. After this we have to put this ts is equal to fn dot get data, and we have to pass the query, and finally we have to extract the quantity int 64 dot parse, and using this quantity variable from we have actually initialize this variable over here, that the quantity over here. I'm going to reuse these variables over here at the button remove. Okay, so quantity. So what I have to do is we have to write this ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 0 dot to string, like this. When we are actually extracting only one value from the database from this table, and this data set contains only one value at the 0th row and 0th column. That's why 0th row and 0th column, and converting that into the quantity integer type and storing inside this one. After the quantity we have to assign new quantity is equal to quantity plus number of quantities, number of units. We are adding back. Now we have new quantity, and next thing what we have to do is we have to update the quantity into the database. So query update medic set quantity is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. We have to set new quantity where MID is equal to single double plus plus double quotes and single quotes, and inside this one medicine ID will be over here. I'll just write where, okay, sorry, the value ID actually, value ID, like this. Query will be like this. And finally we have to fire this query onto the database. So fn.setData query, and we have to pass a message. So medicine removed from cart. This message will look much familiar. After this we have to remove, actually minus the value from the total amount. So total amount is equal to total amount minus value amount. This one. After this we have to set the new total to the label as well. So total label dot text is equal to rs dot plus total amount dot toString. And finally, after doing all of these stuff by updating the value, finally we have to reload this form. So uc underscore p underscore cell medicine load, and we have to pass this comma null like this. And finally what will happen is, after performing these operations, the form will be loaded. Now let's start this and let's check if this works or not. So we started the project and this will take few seconds. So now our project is started and I'm going to just sign in. After this, move back to cell medicine, click on this, number of units 1, add to cart, and the value is added. Now CBC, and here you can see this, after adding all the text box is clear. Now move back over here and search for reload. The CBC for now is 140, and when I reload this, 139. Now I'm going to add another medicine, that is ABC. Move back over here, ABC, click on this. I'm going to add one more, so click on this one, medicine added. Move over here, ABC is 5, and click on this one and it will 4. Now move back over here, I'm going to select this CBC, no, I'm going to select this ABC, and here you can see this is the total amount is 200 plus 250 is 450. Now I selected this one and click on this remove medicine, remove from cart, that we have removed that ABC, and move back over here, and here you can see this. Now still we have 4, and when I click on this, now the value for this one is updated to 5, and this one is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to code for this one, the purchase and print, and here the price is also updated. So this one is working perfectly fine, everything is working over here. So next thing what we have to do is we have to just code for this one, purchase and print button. So log out and close this and move back over here. So first thing what we have to do is we have to add one dependency to this one, that is nothing but a DGV Printer class inside this one. For that what we have to do is, for that file link is already in the description of this video, just go and download that, and after that you have to just add to your project. So let's start with that. So just download that and store somewhere on your system, and after that you have to just right click on this, your project, in Solution Explorer you have to right click on your project name and click on add, and you have to select this existing item, click on this, and I have stored this on the desktop, so I'm going to search for this DGV Printer, yeah, this one, and click on add, and this will add DGV Printer into my project. And here you can see this, we have DGV Printer over here. So this one is showing the code inside the DGV Printer, so I'm not interested in the code inside this one. So what I'm interested in actually, what functionality that class provide. Okay, after this just double click on this button to generate a click event for PD and purchase print, and here what we have to do is we have to first, let me cut this and paste it below this remove button over here, and here first thing I'm going to write this DGV Printer print, not helper, I need this printer, and print is equal to new DGV Printer. Here it's showing some sort of error. Let me just figure this out. Why it's showing an error? Okay, so we haven't imported this library, so just click on this one, and here you can see this. Now the error is solved. After this, what we have to do is I'm to set the label name. So the title. So print title. This title is equal to medicine bill. After this, I have to set print.subtitle is equal to the date, the today date. You can set this string.format, and we have to set the date, so date like this, and we have to substitute the value date time dot now dot date like this. This extract the date and substitute after this. Okay, after this we have to write print dot subtitle format flag. This one is equal to string format flags dot line limit, and after this pipe symbol, and string format flags dot no clip like this. After this, you have to write print dot page number. I don't need page number, so page number is equal to, oh sorry, I need actually page number. Yeah, that's for you have to mention true. After this, print dot page numbers in header is equal to false. After this, print dot proportional columns is equal to true. Print dot header cell alignment, this one is equal to true. And finally we have print dot header cell alignment. No, sorry, I did one small mistake. Header cell alignment, we don't need to write true over here. We have to write a string alignment dot near. After this, we have to write, after cell element dot footer, we have to set the footer. So footer is equal to total. In footer, I'm going to set the total payable amount plus total amount, that's in the variable which we have created, and dot convert that into the text. Total label, actually total, I'm extracting the value from total label dot text. After this, I have to mention print dot footer spacing is equal to 15. After this, print data grid view, and I'm going to name this one Guna to data grid view. I want to print this one. And after, now the printing part is done, you have to just write this, just pause the video and write these lines. And after this, what we have to do is we have to make few more changes. That first thing, I want to reset the total amount variable to 0, because once the bill is print, now the total, we don't have to keep the record of the total amount for a particular user. So for that, I have to just change this one to total amount is equal to 0. And finally, we have to change the total label to 0 as well. So is equal to rs dot 00 total label dot text, actually dot text. After this, we have to actually clear the Guna to data grid view as well. So guna 2 data gateway dot data source is equal to 0. When we set 0, the data gateway will be cleared. So let me just show you. So click on this start and let's check. So I've started the project. It will take few seconds. So now we have to log in. Sell medicine. I'm going to add this one, 5 units, add to cart, and one more addition, that is PQR1, add to cart. And as I've shown you that this remove is working, and now I'm going to click on this print and purchase and print. So click on this, and this will take few seconds to load actually. Here you can see this Microsoft print.pdf. If you select this, then the PDF will be generated. In another case, maybe the PDF will not be generated. So click on this one, and while it's printing, and this is show here, you can see this page 1 of medical bill is printing now, and I'm going to save this one on the desktop so that I can show you. This will take few seconds. Actually my system is quite full with the data, that's why it's slowing down. So here I'm going to name this bill 123 ABC and save. And when I save this printing bill, okay, so my system is not connected with any printer, so that's why it's going on hold. Okay, so page 2, here you can see this, when this prints ends, the data grid view is cleared and this value is also converted to 0. And now we can add further medicines and make a new purchase. And after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually show you the bill which is saved, which I have saved on the desktop. So move to the desktop. Let me just show you the bill. Let me log out and close this. The bill is here. I've started this one. Open the PDF actually. It's opening. So now our PDF is open, and here you can see this medicine bill, and this is the today date, and the time is actually wrong. You can set the time. I have set the only date, that's why it's showing the correct date, and this is the default date. And we have purchased CBC 5 unit and PQR 1, and let me just show you the total price. And total price is over here, 1251. And this is the total price for medicine. You can actually decrease the size so that it fits inside the single page, or you can just change this one to landscape so that this will look nice. Yeah, this one is looking best. Here you can see this, we have set this on the footer. Yeah, so that's it for this video guys. Now this is the last video and our project is completely functional now. You can just check this anywhere. If you missed anything, you can just text me, or you can contact me on Instagram. Subscribe, share, and if you want to purchase, then contact me on Instagram. And if you want to take the private classes one-to-one session, then you can also contact me for that, for C#, Java and Android and any other language if you want. Thanks for watching. Meet you in the next project.